try to creep like I. Oh, now I be don't bite me. Kill gone out, ignite my horns aglow. Let a vet rubber bullet through your buttonhole. You're making me uncomfortable. Slumber, down my cavalry. Sandman points you down to me. That's right, make the rest is atrophy. Accordingly, I got a quote. High loose smoke rings, no hot rollers. Brought your forecast and a shovel. Bubbles buried in this jungle. Bubbles buried in this jungle. Bubbles buried in this jungle. Polar jungle, frozen butters. All my sculptures look so pleasant. Those wanna get go, that's your boss. Security turn green cause I never lost. Fuck everything over octagons. Left hand through my index push bars. Dogs can't talk, I'm smearing me. Don't have shit locked, I hear the proof. Ready for me, about amusing me. Look if I ever let a bitch get used to me. Look if I ever let a bitch get used to me. Look if I ever let a bitch get used to me.
What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, afternoon, pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hasan Piker, and this is the HasanAbi broadcast coming to you live from sunny California, Los Angeles, folks. We're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, all the girls, and all the MBs are having a fantastic one because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is Thursday. That's right, ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, and MBs. It is Thursday, folks. It is Thursday, May 22nd, 2025, and I am a little delayed. I am a little late, and I apologize, but I hope everyone's having a great one. Hasan Tim Heidecker just mentioned you on his live show. Hell yeah. What's he up to? I hope it was in a positive fashion. I haven't hung out with or done anything, anything collaborative with them in a while, but I'm down to link up and build. Folks, ladies, gentlemen, boys, girls, folks, MBs, we're alive, and this is the part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news about what's going on in the world of HasanAbi Piker. I'm fashionably late, of course. Yes, that is right, and there is good reason for it. Okay, I'm fashionably late because I got called a gamer on CNN, and it gave me an aneurysm because I've been trying to escape the gamer allegations for as long as I have. Bro, Trump just said Harvard can't enroll international students anymore. Yeah, I know. I'm not that late. I'm a little late, and I apologize, but this is the part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news about what's going on in the world of HasanAbi Piker in between the time period where I press the stop streaming button and press the start streaming button. So help me God, that's precisely what I'm going to do. Last night, it finally happened. I did the Phineas. I did the Phineas stream. And you guys might have watched it. Not many of you did, I don't think. But Phineas and the boys hung out with them. Had some spuds. Fucking hell. Got some spud, boys. Spud. But yeah. KCL made you proud, yelling at a chat about using AI. Yeah, hold on. We'll cover that in a second. 30-minute latest peak ADD. I'm here for it, bro. Much love. Hey. I know. Hold on. It was sick. The Spud Boys are sick. They're dope. They're cool as hell. This was very funny. There was some very funny moments from it, I think. I can't believe they called him a gamer. Grow up. As I mentioned on Patreon side of Office Hours Live, offhandedly, but still, I've been waiting for Tim to talk about him in any form for a while now. I don't think chatters understand this. I've done Tim's show. I've hung out with Tim. Yeah. Anyway, this is this is the post I was looking for.
This man, the last time he came to Abby, I invited him out for my birthday. Okay. He stayed for 2 minutes and 30 seconds and left.
Russia had invaded Ukraine.
Oh my. Bro.
I remember vividly because
this man, the last time he came to Abby.
The Uber driver last night was amazing as well. The Uber driver conversations are literally, I think, some of my best work. The Uber driver combos that I have are some of my best work. Thank you. We'll do debunking of the Trump white genocide nonsense that he was posting at the White House yesterday. H3 Summit is trying to tie Noah Sampson to the diplomat shooting and sharing the FBI tip line. Dude, they are completely they're insane. It doesn't work that way, dude. It doesn't work that way. You can't just like decide my content, my favorite content creators like enemies online are responsible for stochastic terror. Like it doesn't. Please just don't even give it any air. They're fucking it's the most annoying, smarmy, ridiculous, racist, heinous, delusional, self-interested fan base. Oh my God. Please. Initial takeaway from Uber combos is this is crazy, but the real takeaway is that the Dems are so bad. Yes. Yes. That is what I want. Anyway, yeah, fuck the Ethan Slop shit, please. Like they're just like constantly in a state of panic, thinking that the entire world is against them or against their multi-millionaire content creator who's just fucking losing his goddamn mind every day. Just stop. You about to be arrested for what? Having a fucking fat cock? Don't think that's illegal until, I don't know, the Trump administration makes a move on that. All right, so where was I? What was I talking about? Just wanted to say thank you for helping me get serious about working out. Oh yeah, personal news. So yeah, we got spuds, then we got some Greek yogurt, and I hung out with Phineas and the boys a little bit further after the stream ended. I got to do more fun shit for sure, because like I have trained the audience to only do politics, and if not politics, then drama, and sometimes more drama than politics. And I hate that. I think it's very annoying. So we gotta not let that happen. And we gotta have more fun IRL stuff. So Trump admin said Harvard can't enroll foreign students and current internationals must transfer. Yeah, I saw it. That's not going to happen. That's insane. Okay. You said this at the end of 2024 and somehow we've done less. Yeah, well, the reason why we've done less fun shit is because Trump is the president. Israel's doing a genocide. Russia is not ceasing its endless invasion of Ukraine. Look at the world. You know what I mean? Like there are usually 10 to 15 stories that under normal circumstances I would cover. Under normal circumstances, there's like 10 to 15 stories that I don't even get to sometimes because I'm just like so tired by the end of like 7 hours where I'm like, all right, maybe I'll watch like one fun video. And it's like, it's crazy. Like, bro, it's so messed up. It's so messed up that India and Pakistan went at it. Like out of nowhere. Like nuclear powers are duking it out. It's just like people say nothing ever happens, but it's like things are happening all the time, man. Things are happening all the freaking time, you know? But yeah, we got a lot happening. We're gonna get to the Israeli embassy people getting killed. Obviously, that's like something that I'm assuming at least 2,000 people in here are waiting for me to talk about, just so they can immediately clip as much as they can from the broadcast to send directly to Jonathan Greenblatt, so they can fucking so they can fucking deplatform me or some shit, which is, you know, very cool for you guys. Good luck. Okay. The alleged shooter was a PSL member. Yes, I saw that. I looked at the background. Don't worry. I saw a bunch of stuff on it. Obviously, it's just like, once again, classic framing. I'll get to it in a second. Oh, personal news wise, let me tell you what I was doing. So last night, I feel kind of bad that I had the spuds. And then after I had the fucking jacket potato spuds, I'll have Greek yogurt, and I didn't keep up my diet. It was the first day that I've broken my diet since what's PSL? PSL is Party for Socialism and Liberation, which is a very cool political organization that I think is doing great work. This person was not, like, I don't think affiliated with them at that point. He has a manifesto out. We'll look at that as well. It's very damaging. We'll get to it. Because he left PSL in 2017. That makes sense. Yeah. Yeah. No one that is like still an active PSL are active organizers. They're not great when it comes to like actually getting people elected or whatever, but they are fantastic organizers. And I will say that no one who is like affiliated, who is like a straightforward organizer, would do something like that. They wouldn't, because they know that the amount of attention, the negative attention that they would bring to the organization would be far too damaging. Even if they had this ambition, they would not. They wouldn't do that. Organizers won't do shit like that. And PSL are all organizers. It'd be mostly like a former member or something. And I do assume that like the government will use this. The government will use this as an effort to like basically make it illegal for PSL to continue organizing. And I'll defend that in a little bit, obviously. But that's neither here nor there. Personal news. So, personal news. Where was I? Oh, yeah. Woke up early this morning. I balled my freaking face off. Okay. Let me tell you, balled my absolute face off this morning. Destroyed my enemies in the marketplace of ball. Fucking destroyed them. Let me tell you, it was a great morning for basketball. Okay. I'm feeling real confident coming in. And one of those people that I destroyed was also Elam. That's right. Hello, Elam. Elam also looks pretty jacked now. Boom. He doesn't know how to ball. He doesn't. I know. But he's actually, my post work's gotten a lot better too. Worst music I've ever heard. Aura. You put those supposed to work. That's exactly what I did. Speaking of balls, you see Halliburton game tying shot to force overtime last night. Crazy stuff. I don't want to talk about it because like I felt kind of good for New York. Like things are looking up for New York. And then look at New York now. You know what I mean? It's like God had to fucking intervene. You can't have good things. If you're New York, you are not allowed to have good things, apparently. And Midwest supremacy, whatever, blah, blah, blah. It's just like, it's just messed up. Yeah, Halliburton did another 9/11 last night, and it's really fucked up. Why does New York have to experience this kind of? Why does New York have to consistently experience 9/11s over and over again? It's fucking bullshit. Considering that I don't have I don't have any sort of affinity or loyalty to the teams at all. I have loyalty to one man and one man only, and unfortunately, his spotlight was stolen from him by the next generation of basketball players who have no respect whatsoever for the elderly. Okay, LeBron James is who I'm talking about. At this point, it's like, it's fine. You know, it's whatever happens. You know, I have no, as long as, you know, now that the Celtics are out, it's just respect to New York for doing that. That was an act of anti-racism. And the very fact that other teams are not letting New York win is kind of bullshit, because you should be in solidarity for the anti-fascist actions that the New York Knicks engaged in. But of course, the Taliban is just disrespectful. The Taliban, what the Halliburton, what the Taliban, this flash in every Knicks fan's eyes when Tyrese hit the choke emote. That's crazy. Indiana gotta have more races than Boston. So New York has had several Nazi rallies in MSG. Guys, this literally has nothing to do with the actual makeup of the area that we're talking about or the history, and everything to do with both the fandom and also like look at the Boston Celtics now. The Boston Celtics now is a black team, okay? The reason why people still say it's a white supremacist team is, one, because it's a joke, and two, because of its history, and three, because of the fandom. Okay? Like, it's not like we are not living in the fucking, you know, Larry Bird era anymore, okay? It doesn't matter. Don't say that about the Celtics. They're white in my dad's eyes. See, this is what I mean. Exactly. Exactly. Celtics fandom will get mad at me, but only because I said they are no longer a white team, but a black one. And they'll get mad at me in the opposite direction, where they're like, no, what are you talking about? No. The accent itself was wrong. The fuck are you saying, dude? They're still white to me. How dare you? It's a white man's team. Boston strong. People are talking about 9/11 tonight. But you know, it was a real Boston Marathon moment when the Knicks destroyed us and our chances. No one cares. Anyway, Bill Burr ain't never coming on this stream. First team to ever draft a black player. First team to have an all-black starting five. First team to have a black coach. But yeah, the fandom is racist. Can't deny that. Exactly. My boy's a Celtics fan, and we call him the Black Klansman. This is why Bill Burr doesn't come on stream. I think Bill Burr would be appreciative of how good my Bill Burr impression is, because I'm a massive stan. Okay. All right. How did this turn back? Why are we doing NBA memes right now so early? Oh my God. What the fuck? We part of the Taliban today. Bro, wait. How tall is Tyrese Halliburton? Hold on now. Oh my God, bro. Osama is literally taller than Tyrese Halliburton. Bro, Osama bin Laden was like 6'7". Bro. Yo. Osama would have been a fucking power forward, dude. Yeah, he was. He was worried about the wrong rockets. No, bin Laden. I don't think bin Laden was 6'5". I think bin Laden was 6'7". Wait, let me see. Osama bin Ballin. Osama bin Laden height. Oh my God. Oh my God. I was wrong. Oh my God. 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 I was wrong. He was 6'5". He just lied about his height. People just lied about his height. Oh my God. Same height as Tyrese Halliburton. Oh my God. Wait. 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 Bro, this is... I need to... I need to stop. I need to stop. You're gonna have New Yorkers instead. You're gonna have New Yorkers calling the FBI. Okay. Osama had the wrong plans for New York. Oh, Jesus Christ. Stop connecting the dots. It's too late. The dots have been connected. The dots have been connected, bro. This is crazy. Okay. 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 All right. But yeah, I'm getting ready. I'm getting ready for DreamCon. I'm getting ready for DreamCon. Very excited for it. What else? Not really much else. I did some big business deals this morning, as always. That's part of the reason why I'm late. NBA Twitter is undefeated. I know. NBA Twitter is some of the funniest shit still online. Luckily, they haven't been as... NBA Twitter has not been destroyed as thoroughly as like every other type of Twitter, every other version of Twitter, because I guess like because they were already racist, maybe. like they were already racist as hell. So when the Nazis came on the platform, they were like, they were basically like, no, we're. We're fine. Like, we've been doing funny racist memes for the longest time. You guys are unfunny and racist. Nothing changed for them. What is this? You are a complete narcissist. Leftist 420, 11-month subscriber. What the fuck? Why? What happened? Are you okay? Yeah, I saw the DreamCon Twitter had to put out a statement apologizing because their incel intern running the account was retweeting jokes about Meg when she's attending. I saw. I have already stated that I am the Fedayeen as a hot girl, and I will defend Megan Thee Stallion with my life, and my life. People are triggered because you have Osama on screen. Lamau, what do you expect? Chatters to crash out? It's not. Dude, that's not Osama bin Laden on screen. That's Osama bin Ballin, brother. That's not. Hey, yo, that's not Osama bin Laden, dude. That's not. That's a different. That's somebody else. Oh no. Anyway. Yeah, what the Halliburton? Not you telling people on stream. Yeah. Okay. The Taliban just bombed New York. That's crazy. Okay, we got to stop. I can't be doing too many 9/11 memes right now, dude. Are you kidding me? This is like, I got the ADL up my asshole. And I'm over here making 9/11 jokes. What the fuck is wrong with this community? This is not the day to be making 9/11 jokes. Oh my God. I'm going to get arrested, dude. Community has to lock in. All right, let's blast off. Let's freaking blast off, baby. All right. Israel's genocide continues. Two Israeli embassy officials shot in D.C. Killed in D.C. as the ADL immediately tries to blame me for it. The ADL's trying to eat your ass, and not in a good way. Oh yeah, debunking South African genocide. Debunking South African genocide narratives used. Trump's mass tax cuts pass House. And more. Get in now. Yeah, I'm gonna sue Jonathan Greenblatt, but for fucking falsely smearing me as a gamer. I already talked about Kneecap being arrested. I'm trying to link up with them.
Democracy.
But I'm trying to get them on the stream to talk about the stuff, like the stuff that's going on. Oh, Harvard. Fucking holy shit. There's so much going on. I forgot. Dude, there's so many things happening. Holy moly, dude. DHS bans international students from Harvard. Dude, God, we are so stupid. We are the fucking dumbest. We are the dumbest country on the planet. Holy Toledo. Does anyone have a blast off meme or what? No, I can't use it. Chatter, are you crazy? Chatter goes, yo, use this as your blast off meme. No, I'm not going to do that. Okay. Missed therapy appointment, so now I have to pay extra. And we're here. What is this? You about to be arrested? For what? Having a fucking fat cock? Don't think that's illegal. You about... True. All right. Osama bin Ballin blast off. Can you get through the news before 3 p.m. when I see the new Mission Impossible streamer, man? No. Should I use Tyrese Halliban? Should I do that? I don't... No, dude, I can't. Yeah, I'm not going to use this, dude. Y'all are so stupid. Give me. Okay, guys, this is not like. This is not a time to be fucking. It's not a time for you to say fun, wild, edgy things. Okay, there are probably 1,000 people in the chat currently documenting every single thing that you guys are saying in an effort to basically tie it back to me and this community and rob it of its context or anything like that, and to try to get me fucking deplatformed. Like, lock in, stop fed posting. It's not time for memes. Just because you're anonymous doesn't mean you will stay anonymous. All this stuff, okay? I thought you said it was cool. What was? I blasted off already. I blasted off. Okay, let's use the... Okay, here it is. Wait, what is going on? By the way, Twitter is so bricked today. Look at this. Look. Look at this. Twitter is so bricked today. What is happening? Like, shit's just not working today. It's been cooked. It's been freaking cooked, dude. Anyway. Let's get it. Don't get it twisted. Let's get started. Okay. The 8100 bots are on overdrive, overloading the servers. Yeah. Oh, Queso mentioned was apparently he was cooking his chat for using AI, which I respect. Okay, I like that. I like that he was doing that here.
Ask Chat GPT. Bro, I'm a grown man with a brain. I don't need to ask no AI bot what to say, bro.
I love that, dude. I freaking love that. You've been banned. Have I? Maybe. Could be the case. I haven't said nothing, but...
What would the point be? That's goofy. Talk about ask him what to say, bro. I don't need no robot tell me what to say, bro. Like, bro, come on, man. What you talking about? Ask Chat.
Nah, you haven't been banned on Twitter. My girlfriend is one of the 4 that was attacked last night. 2 killed were just young DC couple leaving a Jewish LGBTQ event. She was one of the primary witnesses and dove under a car as the shooting started. The police had her questioning for a couple hours. I would be interested in hearing from your friend if she wants to talk about it. Not that I don't think they would want to talk to me about this situation, but I can't access your page, so you might have been banned. Okay, guys, shut the fuck up. I'm not banned. Twitter is just busted, okay? It's just bricked. It's broken. On New Year's, you said possible Queso collab this year. Is this still happening? I disagree with you on Theo Von. Queso is the real normie point. Yeah, Twitter is so bricked. Oh my God. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, MBs, we are live. We're alive. Let's get started. I'm not banned. It's just Twitter is broken. Okay, calm the fuck down. Here it is. This is my blast off tweet. It is what it is. It's just it never works, you know? It never freaking works, dude. When we do a stream with Queso, whenever he wants, I'm ready. Okay. Lock in. All right. So last night, 2 people that work for the Israeli embassy were shot. 2 Israeli embassy staff members were shot and killed outside of the Capital Jewish Museum in DC. Okay. This is breaking news. And a lot of people instantly rushed online to get their thoughts out.
Heartbreaking and senseless again, and that is where we're going to start this morning with that shocking news from Washington that you're waking up to. Last night, 2 Israeli embassy staff members were shot and killed as they left an event at the Capital Jewish Museum. Now, video from the scene shows the arrest of a man who appears to be the shooter. The victims have been identified as a young couple who were set to be engaged. They were killed right across the street from an FBI field office and less than a mile from the U.S. Capitol. Scott McFarland is near the scene right now. Scott, good morning. I know that this is a very fluid situation right now, but what can you tell us so far?
Hey, Gail, the Capital Jewish Museum is that smaller brick building behind me, if you look closely at your screen. And that police tape is hanging from the side of the Washington, D.C. FBI field office. That's how high security...
Have you seen everyone trying to call it a false flag event? I think people's brains have been cooked. But I get why people think that. There are a million different opinions out there. Some people think, oh, it's great. I'm glad that this happened. Other people say this is the most heinous act of violence that has ever taken place. Please do not pay attention to the dead Palestinian children, that Israel is melting at a rapid clip, and instead talk about this. There are plenty of people who are using this as an opportunity to be like, this is a heinous anti-Semitic act of violence. Everyone that says free Palestine should be instantly jailed, all this stuff. Ultimately, I mean, look, this is, let's just go through the details and I'll give you my perspective. Okay. What the fuck does said to be engaged mean? Are they engaged to be married? Said to be engaged is they're humanizing the victims in this situation. That's why they're you know, this is how it goes. Obviously, there's no such humanization, of course, when the victim of an Islamophobic attack is a 7-year-old child, and that doesn't happen obviously in the United States of America. But the reason why they're talking about it is because he bought a ring to basically announce his engagement to the girl that he was dating. They're both in the Israeli embassy
area.
But the reason why people are like saying this is a psyop is for two reasons. I don't think it is, for the record, and I'll tell you why. The reason why people think it's a psyop is because this happened right after the Israeli occupying force shot at diplomats in the West Bank. And immediately people with maybe a little bit too much pattern recognition turn around and go, ooh, that's probably a way, like they probably executed these like low-level Israeli diplomats so that they can like change the SEO or whatever when people type in Israeli diplomat attack or something. And no, that's not the case. That's ridiculous. Or, people think it's a psyop or people think it's a psyop because like they're just like sacrificing low-level Israel embassy workers because low-level embassy workers because they claim, you know, they want to change like the victimhood narrative back to Israel or something. Okay. But of course, there are a lot of pro-Israeli accounts that are using this opportunity, as they use any fucking opportunity, to turn around and fucking say, oh my God, we have to stop people from saying free Palestine, which is fucking ridiculous. Suck my dick, okay? Actually, suck my fucking dick. Yeah, you're right. You know, this, because of this incident, we should actually just close our eyes to the genocide that Israel is doing. Yeah, that seems like a reasonable bargain.
We are steps away from the Justice Department, from the D.C. police headquarters, from the U.S. Capitol. This was nevertheless the scene of a targeted attack last night.
Tonight, a heinous crime was committed.
A fatal shooting outside the Capitol Jewish Museum in Washington, D.C.
Damn, he hit that Jewish hard.
Wednesday night. Law enforcement says prior to the attack, the suspect was observed pacing back and forth outside the museum.
He approached a group of 4 people, produced a handgun, and opened fire, striking both of our decedents. After the shooting, the suspect then entered the museum and was detained by event security.
This morning, the Israeli Foreign Ministry named the 2 victims as Yaron Lashinsky and Sarah Milgram, embassy staff workers in Washington.
I don't know about the girl, but I know the dude's background. I've looked into the dude's background. And the dude is like a Jews for Jesus guy. He is a German Christian originally, which makes the story even crazier when people are like, oh, dude, this is an anti-Semitic hate crime. It's like, bro, very clearly, the dude even wrote a fucking manifesto, the dude that did it, okay? The dude that did it wrote a manifesto, and it's entirely about Israel, okay? Like, entirely about Israel. The victims are Israeli embassy workers, and not only that, but also like one of the dudes that work for the Israeli embassy is a German Christian, like a German Christian that was, I guess he like changed his name or something. I don't know what the fuck was going on there. Like but regardless, this could have been anti-Semitic or not. I don't know. Could he have known that they were staff, or did he just target random people leaving the museum? Impossible to tell. And the possibility of backlash from the state is terrifying. This is how Kristallnacht started. Exactly. And to be, yes, I don't think that the person who, like, the gunman knew exactly who the fuck he was targeting. And the reality of the matter is, this is, I'll give you an example. Yeah, the dude fucking also volunteered for the IDF, even though he's, dude, I thought they were Israelis. What the fuck? No, the dude is.
A young man purchased a ring this week with the intention of proposing to his girlfriend next week in Jerusalem.
The suspect, who's now in custody, was identified by police as 30-year-old Elias Rodriguez from Chicago.
Free Palestine!
The FBI says it's investigating ties to potential terrorism and his motivation.
The suspect chanted, "Free, free Palestine," while in custody.
Witnesses say Rodriguez was with them inside the museum after the shooting before they realized who he was.
So about 10 minutes later, when the cops actually came in, he said, "I did this." He said, "Sir, I'm unarmed." He put his hands up. He grabbed a red keffiyeh out of his pocket and started the Free Palestine chants.
President Trump responded to the shooting.
He dude, oh my God. He hit like every fucking button he possibly could. Yeah. By the way, he was Christian. She was an American Jew. None of them were Israeli, yet they are literally working for Israel. Insane that these people don't have to register as foreign agents. I know it's kind of the point. That's how it works. Like it's just, if he had yelled from the river to the sea, that would have nuked him. No, dude, him saying free Palestine and also having like the fucking red keffiyeh on the ground, like all of that is so perfectly placed for the government to say, if you have a red keffiyeh, you're going to jail. You're a terrorist. If you say free Palestine, you're going to jail. You're a terrorist. Like it is. I don't think it's a false flag or anything, but it's so perfectly designed for the government to utilize in an effort to stop people from saying, like, Israel, please stop murdering children. Like it is so perfectly designed. Okay. Anyway, let's continue.
Posting these horrible DC killings, based obviously on anti-Semitism, must end. Adding, hatred and radicalism have no place in the USA.
Dude, you are Donald Trump. What are you saying? Donald Trump. Donald Trump saying this is like Adolf Hitler saying this, okay? It's like, what do you mean hatred and radicalism have no place in the USA? You literally won on hatred and radicalism. You are Donald Trump. Did you forget who you are? Yesterday, he literally was talking about how there's a white genocide happening in South Africa. It is literally a fucking white nationalist conspiracy that virtually no one believes. White people in South Africa don't fucking believe it. And only a select handful neo-Nazis advance this conspiracy theory. And Donald Trump is one of those guys now. This isn't Trump, it's just a staffer.
Trump contacted Attorney General Pam Bondi, who was with the Israeli ambassador.
Together with President Trump, our Prime Minister, Benjamin Netanyahu, will stand together tall and firm, and we will confront this moral depravity without fear and with determination.
Israel's prime minister says they are strengthening security arrangements at their posts at their Israeli government facilities across the globe. An initial search by law enforcement.
The event was not a Jewish LGBTQ event. Earlier, Chatter lied. It was an event for Israeli diplomats. AJC's access, young diplomats reception. That's what it was, right? The American Jewish Center or whatever. Like that's what the. Yeah, here. AJC's event targeted in DC shooting was AJC's Young Diplomats reception about response to humanitarian crises. The event Wednesday night at the Capitol Jewish Museum in Washington, D.C. outside of the deadly shooting. Also, don't say the person was lying, okay? Don't immediately assume that they were lying. They could have been misguided, okay? Calm down. Yeah, I don't endorse the notion of it being a false flag, but here's the video of him being apprehended. I know, I saw this, which is why I was like, this is insane. Like, the way, like, look, there is a fucking... Like the guy picks up the keffiyeh from the ground. This isn't even the best version of this video. Because like, I think he literally takes it out of his fucking pocket or something and like tosses it.
Free Palestine! Free!
By the way, one of the craziest parts about this in this video is that there are dudes there. This guy just shot people. He is turning himself in. He says, free Palestine. And there's still motherfuckers there that are going from Hamas. I was like, bro, do you have no sense of safety? Like, how embedded is this in your mind? Like, automatically you hear someone go free Palestine and you go from Hamas. It blew my fucking mind. I was like, dude, no sense of being. No, you're just like, at that point, you are just a vehicle for Israel. You are in DC as an American citizen, and you are so invested in like behaving like a bot that you hear free Palestine, and immediately, even after, like, you don't know what the situation is. You don't know if there's a bomb there. You don't know if there's other shooters there. You are literally just auto Hasbara bot mode. You hear free Palestine, you go, from Hamas. You know what I'd be doing in that situation? Running away. That's what I would be doing. I wouldn't be like immediately, time for the retort. Like, you're not a part of a barbershop quartet or whatever the fuck it's called, okay? What do you mean?
Free Palestine from Hamas.
Like, what? Like, that's insane. That's insane.
Free Palestine from Hamas.
They are definitely going to start clamping down on Palestine protests just before Israel's displacement plan. Yeah, I think so too. I think so as well. I also I mean, it's like saying that they're going to clamp down on pro-Palestinian protests now is kind of funny too, because it's like, now you mean, you know, they have been doing that already pretty aggressively. As a matter of fact, they've been doing that. So I don't think that that's like anything new. They'll just like escalate it. But yeah, here, I'll give you the analog here, okay? Luigi Mangione was an adventurist, okay? He had obviously a goal, and because so many people had been directly victimized by healthcare in this country, that as soon as we knew who the victim was, everybody immediately understood what the motives were, right? Allegedly, Luigi Mangione, despite being an adventurist, had a clear-cut agenda that most Americans very quickly understood. Even if they didn't agree with the methods, like, they kind of understood where the resentment was coming from. I wouldn't say that this situation is comparable, and here's why. Because Luigi Mangione, allegedly, okay, I think he's innocent personally, but when Luigi Mangione targeted the United Healthcare CEO, that was the United Healthcare CEO. Luigi Mangione didn't go and kill the I don't know, reception desk worker at United Healthcare and then turned around and said free healthcare, right? And that's the major difference. If Luigi had done it, of course, allegedly. I'm saying allegedly, Luigi Mangione, who I think is an innocent man and is unjustly maligned, if allegedly he had done this act, that would be the equivalent to what took place here. Okay? That would be the equivalent to what took place here. Now, I'm not going to entertain the emotional blackmail that Israel defenders, who very clearly don't care about victims of Islamophobia, or even these people that died and simply only care about defending Israel's interests, the emotional blackmail that they are going to try to enforce here at a time when Israel has very openly stated their desire for permanent ethnic cleansing of the Palestinian population in the Gaza Strip. That's not going to happen. Okay, so don't expect that from me. I'm not entertaining that. Okay, having said that, that's my position. I explained it to you. This is, going after low-level people, and it's most likely going to be used against the Palestinian movement. But I'm also not going to sit around and constantly fucking wail away either. Okay. Did you see PSL National's tweet? Yes. So the alleged perpetrator yesterday was a former PSL member. So, of course, the Party for Socialism and Liberation, for those of you who don't know what PSL is, It's the Party for Socialism and Liberation. We reject any attempt to associate the PSL with the DC shooting. Elias Rodriguez is not a member of the PSL. He had a brief association with one branch of the PSL that ended in 2017. We know of no contact with him in over 7 years. We have nothing to do with this shooting and do not support it. So I think it's of course appropriate to say this. Like, it's appropriate for them to come out and say this. And that's also part of the reason why I talked to a bunch of my other friends as well this morning. Like, no person, especially no person like immediately affiliated with the Party for Socialism and Liberation, who are fantastic organizers overall, no organizer is going to do something like this. And no organizer is going to associate their organization with something like this, because organizers understand that this level of association with an act such as this one will be catnip for the federal government, who is already using every fucking avenue they can to clamp down on free speech and free association. So before people get like in their feelings and go, what the fuck, I can't believe that they're saying this, like, don't be a fucking moron. They're probably still going to aggressively come after PSL anyway. They're probably aggressively going to come after any and every pro-Palestinian person, myself included. They've already even started coming after myself, as far as I understand. It's pretty crazy. It's crazy times that we are a part of, but you know, it is what it is. I'm going to keep saying the fucking truth. If you think that I'm going to stop saying the truth about Israel, about what Israel is doing, which is a live streamed child holocaust that Israel is committed to, and the only way that they are able to do this is by unlimited munitions that they get from the United States of America. If you think I'm going to stop talking about that, you are out of your fucking mind. I think the real dangerous thing to do here is, if you are the president of a advocacy organization that is tasked with combating anti-Semitism, using that position of prominence at a time when anti-Semitism is skyrocketing to basically come after people that you don't like, people that you know are not anti-Semitic, in an effort to call for their deplatforming, is fucking psychotic. And of course, that is what I'm going to talk about now as well. The head of the ADL directly blames Hasan the Hun for the DC shooting. The full force of the U.S. government is about to come down on him. When these things happen, politicians look for a scapegoat to show that they're doing something. Hasan will be that guy. To which I quote retweeted, I said, Israel's an apartheid state doing a live stream genocide. I think it's wrong and dangerous to conflate these heinous actions with Jews. The Apartheid Defense League doesn't, because they think they can improve Israel's standing by silencing its critics. It won't change the truth. That is one of the most insane fucking things, by the way. One of the most insane things is, like, immediately after, like, the bodies haven't even gotten cold yet, and Jonathan Greenblatt goes on CNN to be like, you know who killed these people? Hasan. Hasan played a big role in this. It's like, there is unprecedented amount of overt anti-Semitism out there, and this fucking freak is looking to blame someone like myself for it. You are just such an unserious charlatan, dude. Quit, okay? Resign in disgrace. Disband the organization. Stop doing this.
But all of us need to call it out. I'm thinking about the New York Times doing a gauzy profile a few weeks ago of this gamer, Hasan Piker, who regularly employs awful genocidal rhetoric against Jewish people in the Jewish state. Like, extremists.
Like, that's so psychotic to say. No, I don't. Okay? No, the fuck I don't. Against Jewish people. Genocidal rhetoric that I regularly apply. Also, gamer? Gamer? I haven't played a fucking video game in months. Utterly depraved shit, by the way. Utterly depraved shit. He's like, whoa, a shooting took place against people that worked at the Israeli embassy. Time to immediately make this about my favorite villain. Like, what are you are you insane? Like, what are you doing? This is the reason why, for the record, nobody cares about what ADL says anymore. It's lost its institutional motion. And the reason why it's lost its institutional motion and prominence is because this is what Jonathan Greenblatt is busy with. Like, He already fucking cooked the books so aggressively by expanding on the definition of anti-Semitic attacks and made it something so ridiculous at this point, where someone says from the river to the sea, Palestine would be freed. That's logged as an anti-Semitic attack. Like, that's ridiculous. Like, you are out of your fucking mind. Yeah. Also, simultaneously, while doing that, he's like running defense for the likes of Elon Musk with regular frequency, because Elon Musk is obviously pro-Israel, and Elon Musk is part of the administration that's pro-Israel. I have always stood against anti-Semitism, even at times when the fucking ADL did not. Okay? Suck my dick. You bald piece of shit. Anyway.
Should not be empowered. People who spout prejudice should not be platformed. This is a moment.
Yeah, he's like, please ban him. Please ban him. Just take my word for it. Please. He's anti-Semitic. I promise. He says genocidal things about Jewish people. What an insanely fucking slanderous thing to say. You are supposed to be the guy. You are supposed to be the dude that knows what anti-Semitism looks like. Imagine dropping the ball this spectacularly. Like, listen to me. I don't even think I'm this relevant to the anti-Zionist cause. Okay? He's so horny for deplatforming that this is like, I've become I've become this white whale that he's chasing down for some fucking reason. Okay, let's say you pressure institutions hard enough that Twitch actually enforces some sort of ban. Okay, and then what? I go on YouTube. I start my, I continue live streaming on fucking YouTube. YouTube is not going to take these kinds of pressures seriously. It's just totally and utterly ridiculous, because guess what? Even if I'm no longer on Twitch, even if I get banned on Twitch, you think that the overwhelming majority of Americans are going to turn around and be like, you know what? I think it was awesome that Israel has been doing this unlimited child holocaust for the past 19 months. I actually changed my mind because some random fucking dumbass named HasanAbi got banned off Twitch. So I think my opinion on this has changed, surely. Yeah. Now that this guy's gone from this one fucking platform, okay? Now that we have banned this one guy from this one fucking platform, I'm saying 10M Israel highs every morning, as a matter of fact. Like, is that how you think this is going to work? Like, what are you, fucking stupid? Are you insane? It's just so stupid. The Anti-Defamation guy just defamed you. Yeah. No, it's the Always Defamation League. It's the Apartheid Defense League, or also known as the Always Defaming League. Anyway.
Moment when we need to look ourselves in the mirror and say, we've got to stop this because the consequences are deadly. But all of us need to call it out. I'm thinking about the New York Times.
They think you are much more important and prominent than you actually are. In a way, they're glazing you technically by hyping you up to this extent. I know. I think part of the reason why they're doing that is because I am one of the I am actively working against their best interest. If their goal is to make sure, on the one hand, continue brainwashing young Americans into being pro-Israel, specifically young American Jews into being pro-Israel, a guy who actively fights against anti-Semitism, who also is a hardline anti-Zionist, is a big threat. This is why I kept repeating over and over again. Like, for these guys, they don't give a fuck about Candace Owens because they can always point to Candace Owens and say, see, she's anti-Semitic. They can always point to someone like Dan Bilzerian and say, obviously, this guy is anti-Semitic. That's why he hates Israel. But for someone like myself, they have to stretch as hard as they fucking can to be like, I promise you he's anti-Semitic. Just take my word for it. He's so anti-Semitic. Why is he anti-Semitic? Because he contextualizes how militant resistance exists against the apartheid state that has been doing an apartheid for 77 fucking years and now doing a unlimited genocide. Like, that's the reason why I'm anti-Semitic. Most Americans agree with me. Shut the fuck up. But that's it. Let's see what the majority report said.
Live, who went on CNN and went after Hasan Piker, who, by the way, was just detained for his speech coming back into the country. This is absolutely despicable.
It's fascist.
But all of us need to call it out. I'm thinking about the New York Times doing a gauzy profile a few weeks ago of this gamer, Hasan Piker, who regularly employs awful genocidal rhetoric against Jewish people in the Jewish state.
That's a heinous smear. That's defamation.
I would sue over that if I was Hasan.
That's fucking.
That is 100% slanderous.
Go for it.
I know, but like, I don't think there's a court out there that will be favorable to my opinion here. You know what I mean? Also, once again, a costly endeavor that I do not want to engage with. I feel like it's a distraction.
He should. He's got money. He should sue him. Honestly,
be wonderful.
That is beyond what I was expecting. I had not seen that clip.
Well, they've shown. Sorry, Bender, I got heated.
No,
Go on.
No, I mean, that is a direct accusation of a very specific thing that Hasan has not done. And if I was Hasan, I would look into my legal rights here and go after them.
What is happening with Twitter, man? Work, Twitter. Work! Fucking Twitter. God damn it. Fuck you, Twitter. Fuck you. You are such a piece of shit website. I can't even watch this. Someone linked me the fucking OG video with the time code. Someone is on the sideline waiting to make their bones from something like this. Keep that in mind. Yeah, also, I don't even think he just wants me to be deplatformed. I think, there are plenty of people out there at this point that would love if I didn't just get deplatformed, but got deplatformed from Earth at this point. At a certain point, taking legal action and slander defamation becomes important when it actually does impact your profile to a significant event. Is there a point where you would do this? Does Lolo know you are his client? Yes, he knows. I talked to him this morning. Anyway, he had this take. Violence begets violence. Palestinians have been getting massacred in an ongoing genocide for the last 18 months. 2 diplomats for Israel, 1 German and born and Christian, are assassinated clearly for political reasons, whether you agree or not. This is not anti-Semitism. Israel makes the world an unsafe place for Jewish people, not simply because of their decades of countless war crimes and crimes against humanity, but because Zionism itself aimed to conflate Jewishness with a fascist ethno-state. It may be the case these people were actively trying to find a solution for peace, which is very sad. But just like the indiscriminate killing in Gaza, where 80% of fatalities since March, as reported by the IDF itself, are civilian, that is an inevitable result of mass violence. Hold on. I will not stand here and say nothing when every media outlet and politician calls this anti-Semitic and tries to distract from the very serious and underlying reality here. Shame on you, charlatans and cowards. Sorry to chat about earlier. It wasn't an LGBTQ event. The museum was opening an exhibit on LGBTQ Jews soon, and the group of people I met at the police station were referencing that. Okay. You should sue, though, because your case is clear-cut, can provide precedent that other smaller creators could use for cover. Sure, you don't care, but what if they use the same heat later for Frogan or Dennis? Shouldn't you preempt that? I'll think about it. It is kind of wild that he got so horny that he just, like, hit me with a total fucking textbook case of defamation. But I suspect that the ADL has, like, incredible lawyers, you know what I mean?
Has not done. And if I was Hasan, I would look into a legal my legal rights here and go after this guy and the organization he's speaking for, honestly.
The ADL has shown that they can be cowed by money. They accused, rightly, Elon Musk of anti-Semitism when he endorsed the Great Replacement theory on social media. Then, it's just like a little weird. Suddenly, they were really pro-Elon Musk.
Maybe less money and more just, oh, you're going to work with us because we're a fascist government doing fascism and you have the ear of the Americans.
I mean, I think that it could be a coincidence, but also Starlink started to work with the Israeli government. And then, what do you know? A year later, they're turning the other cheek when Elon Musk is endorsing the far-right German party that says that we should leave the Holocaust in the past and quit remembering, and then doing Nazi salutes at the inauguration, repeated, as AOC said at the time, for emphasis and clarity. They've shown that they can look the other way on that, but...
Could we rewind a little bit just so I could fully hear exactly what he accused Hasan of doing? Because if he had claimed Hasan was sharing anti-Semitic rhetoric, that'd be a little bit harder to go after, because you could claim a lot of things are anti-Semitic. That's sort of in the eye of the beholder, right? But we have made clear. We have made it very clear over this past year, especially from people like him and the ADL, that accusing someone of genocide is a very specific framework. And for you to
that's what's so crazy. He's saying that I'm doing genocidal rhetoric against the Jews while his entire purpose is defending the state of Israel while Israel is doing a fucking genocide. Like, my anti-genocide position, he claims, is a genocidal statement against all Jews. Like, what a psychotic thing to fucking say. I can't wait for every single drama-loving slop tuber to also turn around and be like, this is Hasan. Hasan did this, for the record. Because I'm sure that's coming as well. Professional grade narcissism. Yeah.
Declare that someone is using genocidal rhetoric against a specific group of people, that is slander. And without a doubt, Hasan should go after them if that's indeed what he said, and I'm pretty sure he did.
Let's hear it.
But all of us need to call it out. I'm thinking about the New York Times doing a gauzy profile a few weeks ago of this gamer, Hasan Piker, who regularly employs awful genocidal rhetoric against Jewish people in the Jewish state. Like, extremists should not be empowered. People who spout prejudice should not be platformed. This is a moment when we need to look ourselves in the mirror and say, we've got to stop this because the consequences are deadly. But all of us need to call.
But I mean, do you see how he conflates like Jewish people broadly with a Jewish state, like the ethno-nationalist state of Israel? Yeah. And to be fair, like he's doing just like we were talking about with the South Africans, right? He's trying to make their inability to hold control over a state, a piece of land, as an ethno-nationalist state. Because we know that a lot of people in Israel who are Zionists think that the one state solution, the state where they have equal representation for Palestinians, equal representation for Israel, is the genocide they're referring to. They're not referring to the total eradication of Israelis, Jewish Israelis by Arabs. They're referring to a changing of the structure that prevents there from being an ethno-nationalist state, an apartheid state, which provides special rights for Israelis and that creates a permanent underclass of Palestinians. And unlike in the situation with the white South Africans, they are able to more readily reference and index the actual genocide that happened to Jewish people and cloak themselves in the veil of people who, are
Yeah, Randy Fine, by the way, in response to the killing of the Israeli embassy staff in Washington, a Republican congressman went on Fox News and suggested Gaza be nuked like Hiroshima and Nagasaki. This is deemed an appropriate response to the killing of 2 Zionists. Then what is an appropriate response to the murders of tens of thousands of Palestinians? Zionists routinely call for genocide after experiencing a fraction of the violence they subject Palestinians to daily. Hasan gets targeted by shitlib and neo-Nazi slop tubers and communities for being anti-genocide. Now Hasan supposedly regularly employs genocidal rhetoric. Give me a fucking break. Yeah. Yeah, this is basically, Adolf Hitler reincarnated.
The fact of the matter is the Palestinian cause is an evil one.
Yeah, and Congressman, there is a ceasefire deal on the table right now that the White House is hoping both Israel and Hamas will sign on to. Does this shooting change anything when it comes to the course of the war or the negotiations to end it?
Well, I think it speaks to the importance of the only end of the conflict is complete and total surrender by those who support Muslim terror. In World War II, we did not negotiate a surrender with the Nazis. We did not negotiate a surrender with the Japanese. We nuked the Japanese twice in order to get unconditional surrender. That needs to be the same here. There is something deeply, deeply wrong with this culture, and it needs to be defeated.
We heard in Brooks.
The fact of the matter.
Freak. Fucking freak, dude. Absolute freak. I do want to explain something to people, okay? I want to explain something to people. First of all, the edits on this was so damaging, okay? First of all, JD Vance comes in hot. My heart breaks for the 2 Jews who were murdered last night at the Capitol Jewish Museum. Anti-Semitic violence has no place in the United States. We're praying for their families and our friends at the Israeli embassy where the 2 victims work. Then he gets corrected. He goes, my heart breaks for Sarah Milgram and Yaron Lishinsky, who were murdered last night at the Capitol Jewish Museum. Anti-Semitic violence has no place in the United States. We're praying for their families and all of our friends at the Israeli embassy. Okay? Now, the thing is like, I want to make a comparison here to something important, okay? This is something that I've noticed and something that I've talked about, okay? Something that I've noticed and something that I've talked about is that in the United States of America, our interests are so invested in simply defending Israel, whatever violent form Israel takes, defending that unconditionally, that those who also defend Israel are considered a part of the in-group of being Jewish. You are more a Jew, even if you are Christian, even if you're a German Christian, you are more of a Jew in the eyes of all of these people that love Israel. Remember, way more Christian Zionists out there than there are Jewish Zionists. Important to recognize. But you are seen as more of a Jewish person than an Israeli Jew that got beat up by fucking Kahanists in Brooklyn 2 weeks ago when not a single peep was made by mainstream media. That was an Israeli Jewish woman that got beat up by rabid sociopathic Kahanist terrorists on Brooklyn streets. And not a single peep was made by mainstream media, despite the fact that she was literally a person who has an Israeli fucking passport. Why? Because she was an anti-Zionist. Okay? If you are a Jew and anti-Zionist, you're no longer a Jew in the eyes of those who want to make a statement about Israel. And if you're not Jewish, but you work for Israel, if you're not Jewish and you literally go and you fucking serve in the IDF, you are more of a Jewish person in the eyes of the media than someone who literally is an anti-Zionist Jew with a fucking Israeli passport. It is ridiculous. It is fucking ridiculous. Clearly, these motherfuckers don't give a shit about anti-Semitism, okay? They don't care. Like, what are we doing? What the fuck are we doing here? And the dangerous, underlying premise there is you're not a Jewish person if you're not pro-Israel, okay? The dangerous underlying premise here is the notion, the false notion that all Jews are monolithic and love Israel and love the child murder that Israel is doing. They are fully on board. It's like literally offensively saying, if you don't like ISIS, you're Islamophobic. It blows my fucking mind. And the people that present this argument are so brain broken. They're so oblivious to how much resentment has calcified against Israel for good reason that they don't realize that they are serving an anti-Semitic purpose when they behave like this, when they literally make blood libel the reality in the eyes of so many people that are uninitiated, that don't really think about these things at all. They don't recognize what they're doing in terms of manifesting more anti-Semitic thought. They realize don't be ridiculous? No, they don't. Plenty of people don't fucking realize what they're doing. I promise you they don't. Because at the end of the day, you think fucking liberal Zionist Jews that live in the United States of America are seeing the mountainous wave of anti-Semitism that will inevitably fire on them? You think, no, they don't realize it. They don't. They don't realize it at all. The Israeli government doesn't give a shit. Israeli government relies, like Zionists in Israel rely on this kind of anti-Semitic sentiment exploding in the Western world. This way, you have to go and defend, even if you're a Jew living in diaspora, you have to defend Israel. You have to fight for Israel because there's no other country that will save you. See, the Holocaust will happen. Look at all this anti-Semitism that's like exploding, right? That is the attitude that like the Israeli government broadly has. They don't mind anti-Semitism existing in the West. They actually benefit from it. Is this going to lead to a crystal knock? And if yes, why? I don't think so. I don't think this is... Obviously, it's affecting you, so it's not like anyone else is saying this, but it might be a good idea to slow your talking down just a little bit so you can catch something that'll clip before it actually gets clipped, especially if you're going to become a regular topic of the news law. But again, yeah, it's fine. I always stand with the Jewish community and every minority community. Just don't stand with the Israeli government, and I wish you'd stop conflating the two. Also, aren't you the guy who compared photo inverse young Jewish peace activists to far-right white supremacists? Also, you seem to always be keen to bash brown public Muslims on this platform, but I never see your snarky or critical quote tweets against openly anti-Semitic GOP politicians. Funny that. Yeah. He's duking it out. Jonathan is online. He's duking it out with Mehdi Hasan. Just like, look, I'll tell you the short-sightedness of this kind of sentiment. October 7 is a great example of the short-sightedness of this, okay? Because here's why October 7 is a great example of the short-sightedness of this kind of attitude. It's like a different version of it. You think... if you're an Israeli official like Benjamin Netanyahu or numerous other Israeli officials that have propped up Hamas because they're like, well, these guys are Islamist and they will not be able to garner support in the Western world in the same way that like a Ghassan Kanafani could, you know, in the same way that like secular or socialist Palestinian revolutionaries would be able to, right? I can't like his tweets. Did he just get banned? No one is banned. The platform is broken. Calm the fuck down. Okay? It's just, look, it's broken. Twitter is broken. Twitter is just shitting the bed, as always. Milking for all it's worth. Disgusting. Good Lord, this is broken record. How many years deep at this point? Just fucking fix the problem. Twitch rants don't count. No, it's not fine. What are you saying? You're mad at me? What do you want me to do? Like, oh, I'm sorry that fucking prominent like advocacy institutions are fucking trying to get me deplatformed. My bad, dude. Anyway. All right, let's just get back to the news coverage over it, okay? Let's just see what else the response is.
Anything about Elias Rodriguez. We expect to hear from law enforcement again later this morning, Gail.
Boy, Scott, thank you very much.
Sarah Milgram and Yaron Lashinsky were a young couple who worked at the Israeli embassy in Washington, D.C. Just yesterday morning, a colleague said, "We were still laughing together by the coffee corner."
For the record, I think my Twitter account is my Twitter desktop is like busted. That's it. That's the only thing that's like busted. It's not, my Twitter on my phone is fine.
Now all that remains is a picture. The couple were at an event last night at the Capitol Jewish Museum, right in the heart of DC. They left the building around 9 p.m. and was shot at close range by a man who lay in wait. Police said the gunman had been seen pacing back and forth outside the building, then approached a group of 4 people as they left, pulled out a handgun and shot 2 of them. Police have identified the suspect as 30-year-old Elias Rodriguez from Chicago. After the shooting, he entered the building, and at first, witnesses said he appeared distressed and gave him water.
The security guard happened to let this guy in. I guess they were thinking that he was a victim. So about 10 minutes later, when the cops actually came in, he said, "I did this." He said, "Sir, I'm unarmed." He put his hands up.
And then he reaches into his bag and pulls out a keffiyeh and says, "I did it. I did this for Gaza."
That traditional keffiyeh scarf to show solidarity with the people of Gaza was handed to police as the suspect was taken in.
Like, either this is an adventurist who fucking thought that he would get like Luigi Mangione level prominence off of this or something, or just a dude who thought that this was the best possible thing to do. But like I'm not Mr. False Flag at all, but like every single thing that he did in the aftermath of the shooting is so fucking crazy that it's like you could not have fucking designed a incident like this. You could not have designed a better false flag incident like this. I'm not saying it is a false flag incident at all. I'm not saying that. I think this is just a one dude who is genuine in his actions and maybe, you know, a little bit brain broken. Okay. But it is crazy. This was legit the worst thing that could happen to the movement. No, it's not. And you guys need to stop doing that. That's another thing that I don't like either. Okay. Stop. Have some conviction. Okay. Have conviction. Assume that your fellow man is not like a brain broken child. Okay? I ask you, does this change what Israel is doing on the ground in Gaza? Does this change the dynamic of what Israel is doing on the ground, which is an ethnic cleansing campaign? If the answer to that is no, then stop leaning into a nihilistic attitude. Stop leaning into a pessimistic attitude. Okay? It is ridiculous. I have one of the most prominent apartheid defense institutions in the United States of America actively calling for my deplatforming while calling me falsely a person who entertains or traffics in genocidal sentiment about Jews. That is a fucking insane, slanderous statement to make. And you don't see me backing away from my commentary, speaking on the atrocities that are unfolding. So why the fuck do you get afraid? If you think that if you just go along with this and start the process on conceding to power without ever even like conceding ahead of time, to power, then yeah, the goal is accomplished here.
Into custody and appeared to make his motivation clear.
Free Palestine! Free Palestine!
I can't get over the guys in there being like from Hamas. That's crazy.
Organisers said the event had been about humanitarian aid and trying to bring both sides together. Now a cold-blooded murder in the heart of Washington, D.C. has left the Jewish community in fear.
This thing is, I think, going to shake the whole community. Right now, it's like every trauma. It's a shock. Never seen this before. 2 Jews shot dead in the street in Washington, D.C., just like that. But we'll have to...
I think the ADL is relatively niche. The claims made by them and you is pretty sideline stuff, no offense. I think the main issue here is the mainstream media coverage on this. False flag or not, this immensely bad press, similar to Lake and Riley. It will be used to clamp down any Palestine speech. I know that this will be used to clamp down on Palestine speech. It is up to us, people like myself with a platform and people like you that will go out and fucking protest against that. That's the whole point that I'm trying to make here. Don't entertain these fucking notions ahead of time. That's the... Like, what do you... there is no reason to be like, wow, I guess, like, we should just give up. I guess we should just, like, stop protesting. You know what I mean? Let's obey in advance. This seems good. Two Jews. I thought one of them was a Christian. Yes, he is. He was a German Christian.
Process this. We'll have to come together as a community and be resilient, strong, and overcome the challenge.
Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu called the killing appalling anti-Semitic murder, while his foreign minister blamed critics of the Israeli government who he said incited the violence.
There is a direct line connecting anti-Semitic and anti-Israeli incitement to this murder. This incitement is also done by leaders and officials of many countries and international organizations.
Yeah. Like, exactly. No, this is the same as France being like, hey, we're not going to do a free trade agreement with you if you keep doing your endless child killing. This is the same as when the UK, which has contributed to the death and destruction directly with its surveillance missions that it does for Israel, okay, on the Gaza Strip, when they turn around and say, hey, I think you've killed one too many babies. We are going to reconsider our free trade agreement in the future. Like, not the existing relationship that we have, but the future relationship we might have with you in terms of free trade. Maybe we're not going to do that. That is the responsible party here. Everyone and anyone that has ever said anything against Israel is actually responsible for this. Get the fuck out of here. This is such cynical propaganda. Who is responsible for the deaths of tens of thousands of Palestinian children? No one, because Israel is a natural disaster. You must understand. It had to do this. What else could it have done after October 7? Because never forget, nothing justifies October 7, and everything Israel does is justified because of October 7. That's the argument here. And this only works if you don't think the Palestinians that are victim to Israel's ethnic cleansing campaign are human beings. And many people seemingly don't care about this. They don't actually see that. So instead of worrying about what the fuck people are doing, instead of like entertaining the emotional blackmail that cynically is being applied by the fucking State of Israel Ministry of Foreign Affairs, okay? Instead of entertaining these like cynical fucking attempts at emotional blackmail from the state that is a Nazi state doing a fucking genocide, just shut the fuck up and get to work. Okay, keep protesting and don't stop the goddamn pressure, especially when this is perhaps one of the first instances where there are plenty of foreign leaders in the West that have actually taken action against Israel, albeit optically, but still, it's not insignificant. Also, the event wasn't about humanitarian aid or bringing Israelis and Palestinians together. Channel 4 is just lying. I know.
Especially from Europe.
This week, Keir Starmer said he was horrified by Israel's escalation of the war in Gaza.
Where the level of suffering, innocent children being bombed again, is utterly intolerable.
But today, he too condemned the attack as anti-Semitic and evil. Today, the FBI raided the home in Chicago where the suspect Elias Rodriguez is believed to live. He wasn't on any police watch list, but he was.
It's also extra crazy. Again, it's extra fucking nutty. Like, dude. One of the first victims post October 7 in the Western world was a 7-year-old child. Okay, that got stabbed to death by his landlord. Like, nobody gives a fuck. Nobody gives a fuck when Muslim kids, babies are fucking murdered, okay? Nobody cares. Nobody cares about Islamophobia, not even a little bit. Like, what are we talking about here, dude? It's crazy. Zionists killed a 6-year-old Palestinian kid in the suburbs of Chicago. 3 Arab Americans wearing keffiyehs were shot in Boston and are now wheelchair bound for life. Now we will observe how they assign different values to human lives and apply the label of terrorism selectively. Like, think about the universal condemnation. Not my expectation isn't that, like, people aren't going to condemn this. Of course, it's a fucking murder in the middle of the night, okay? Obviously, in the like right steps away from the fucking White House. Like, yeah, of course, it is worthy of condemnation from politicians, especially. It's just that it is not even remotely comparable. Not even like when Muslims or Arabs are fucking murdered or are victims of hate crimes, it does not get elevated to this fucking status at all. Okay? It does not ever get elevated to the status at all. And not only that, but the reason why I'm bringing this up is specifically because we're talking about Islamophobia. We're talking about fucking Islamophobia in the Western world. This is before we even talk about what Israel is doing. Because Israel is a criminal entity, okay? That's it. And defenders of Israel, no matter where they are, no matter what their background is, are defending a Nazi state doing a live-streamed Holocaust. This is the reality. Anyone that tries to move the attention away from said reality, is just fucking delusional or cynical. That is the main problem. Yeah, it wasn't Boston. It was Burlington is where the 3 kids wearing a keffiyeh were shot. Yeah, and here, this is the expectation that these people are actually important or noteworthy is gone. 61 martyrs as a result of Israeli airstrikes on the Gaza Strip since dawn today. The names of 2 Israeli embassy staff are all over the global media, where you won't find the names of any of the 61 people counting and killed by the Israeli army today. Those people also had dreams. Those people that were killed were also human beings. Those people also probably wanted to maybe one day get engaged to their fiance. They had girlfriends and boyfriends. They had mothers. They had fathers. They had their favorite books. But we don't even think about that. Because there is no fucking parity here with the humanity. Palestinians are never treated as humans. A single death is a tragedy. 1 million deaths is a statistic. And this is precisely how Israel operates. Yeah. And yes, I saw his account. His last retweet was literally denying the famine that was taking place in Gaza. This doesn't mean like, I'm not saying like, oh, just justified, whatever. That's not my point. But understand that like, understand that the hyper focus on this, or the attention being placed on this, is very cynical. It's not because these guys are pacifists, okay? They're not. They're not fucking pacifists. They're not humanists. They simply want to defend Israel, and they will use any victim to push for that cause. What a lot of Israel defenders are doing is just trying to, what a lot of Israel defenders are doing in this circumstance is just basically trying to engage in emotional blackmail, but also simultaneously demand deplatforming of anyone and everyone that has ever said anything negative about Israel. This is a state, okay? A state represents a political ideology. A state is comprised of individuals. A state is not a representation of religion, okay? ISIS is not representative of Islam, neither is Saudi Arabia representative of Islam. And Israel is not representative of Judaism.
Once a member of a left-wing group known for sharing anti-Israeli rhetoric, and posted a manifesto on X last night condemning Israel and referring to an...
Yeah, he defended the murder of the Red Cross workers, celebrated the murder of Hasan. Like, of course he did. He works for the fucking Israeli embassy. He is... The dude that died is literally... this is... The dude that died was demonstrated in the classic case of the zealotry of a convert, okay? Zealotry of the revert. He's basically, if roles were reversed, he would be treated, if this wasn't about Israel, and if Judaism was not applied as like a defensive shield here, you would look at him like Johnny Jihad, you know what I mean? Like the classic like Salafist white guy who reverts to Islam and then goes and joins ISIS. Okay, that's because that's what he did. That was his. Be careful with using the post facto uncovered posts of the victims in any way, even if you say it's not a justification. There's zero evidence the shooter knew the people. Yeah, no, I know that. It's not a part of this calculation at all. I don't know what the shooter's calculation is. I suspect that he saw that it was a diplomat event and was like, maybe I'll be able to get a fucking Israeli diplomat here. Okay? That was his goal. That was ultimately his goal. This is adventurism regardless. It's not a way to build a cohesive movement, a coherent movement. That's why I'm while Channel 4 is actively trying to bring this back to like PSL, for example, no fucking organizer would ever do such a thing. Okay? No organizer would ever do such a thing. I'm simply talking about the difference between like this and Luigi Mangione, for example, and also simultaneously talking about the media narratives and what trappings not to fall into.
Armed act that was apparently about to happen. In the early hours, President Trump said the killings were obviously anti-Semitism, and hatred and radicalism, he said, have no place in the USA, while his Attorney General visited this scene this morning.
What we saw last night was disgusting. I saw a young man's body being taken away who was about to get engaged. He had an entire life in front of him, and that was taken away. The hate has got to stop, and it has to stop now. And this person will be prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law.
As she spoke, officials were conducting the Jewish ritual of painstakingly clearing the site where the couple perished. A couple that were due to travel to Jerusalem to get engaged next week. The gold ring already bought by 30-year-old Yaron for his 26-year-old fiancée.
I'm gonna cover the manifesto as well, because Kane Klippenstein posted the manifesto. Don't worry.
To be Sarah. Now, both their young lives taken in a seemingly never-ending cycle of hatred and violence. Well, that corner behind me that you can see there is the exact spot where the young couple were killed last night. And in the last...
Yeah, people forget that Israel targeted a diplomatic Iranian consulate and killed a whopping 16 people. In fact, the New York Times tried to justify it. Exactly. Israel bombed an Iranian embassy complex. Is that allowed? Israel gets to do whatever the fuck it wants, especially over there. Israel could probably do whatever the fuck it wants, even over here, but that's a totally separate question. That's a totally separate dynamic. But just make no mistake, yes, Israel is an extension of the United States empire, and they get to do whatever the fuck they want because it's a continuation of what America is doing. Okay? Yeah, Krang made the same point here as well. Where is it? Compare the media's reaction to 2 Israeli embassy workers being murdered last night to the reaction when Israel literally bombed an embassy last year, killing all 16 workers inside. The contrast will be striking. To be clear, killing embassy workers or civilians of any kind is evil. It's evil when it's done to Israel. It's evil when it's done by Israel. I wonder if supporters of Israel agree with me on that. No, of course they don't. And they don't have to. That's the problem. Just like they will always say, oh, do you condemn October 7? Do you condemn Hamas? Do you condemn Hamas? But no one is ever entertained about being... No one is ever asked to condemn Israel. There will come a day when those condemnations will come. I don't know which... I don't know how. I don't know what kind of framework those condemnations will come through. But, of course, immediately people start talking about, it's scary being an American Jew right now. We go to synagogues that are fortified with armed guards and police. Kids go to schools that have layers of security. Campuses and cities are filled with anti-Semitism. This is the world I grew up in. It's disgusting and disheartening. This is Jake Sherman from NBC News. This isn't the world I grew up in. It's disgusting and disheartening. I don't know how it will end. To which Noah Colwyn, friend of the show, responds, it's not scary being a U.S. Jew right now. We have more privilege and physical security than most of the world has ever known. Talk like this is ridiculous and only makes sense if you ignore the genocide that Netanyahu, the guy Jake fawningly interviewed last year, is overseeing. I think if Jake Sherman really cares about anti-Semitism, then he should consider what it means to suggest the fate of American Jews in the hands of how people respond to Israeli policy. It is this conflation that is deadly, and it is deadly for people who aren't me or Jake. Yeah, also, Noah's dad is a fucking rabbi, for the record. My father is a rabbi. I go to services regularly, and there has been a police presence in synagogues I've been at my whole life. It's crazy how everyone asks for my Jew card instead of responds to the content of my argument. When's the last time you walked through a synagogue or for services, Noah? Did it feel normal to have to walk through a metal detector? To be fair, one of the differences between our side and their side is that our side values moral consistency while theirs don't, so it doesn't behoove us to slide to their level of moral inconsistency, which is why I don't think these deaths should be justified in any way if you're a true leftist. No, I'm not. I'm not justifying it anyway. I'm invested in the cynical ways in which the media is using this as an opportunity, giving it any fucking oxygen beyond, like this is pure adventurist, this is a pure act of adventurism is ridiculous. And no, Megaphonics is not saying that I'm justifying it. It is important, however, to understand the context in which these kinds of acts take place. Okay? Because this person is not a fucking Nazi. Because in previous circumstances, if we are talking about anti-Semitic incidents like the synagogue shooting, right? That's a fucking Nazi. That's a neo-Nazi that has been radicalized into assuming that all of societal's ails are directly the responsibility of a select few Jewish people, okay? That person believed the Great Replacement theory, the idea that Jews were actually importing the third world into the United States of America. A theory, a dangerous fascist theory that is trafficked by the likes of Donald Trump and Tucker Carlson with regular frequency with no contest, right? That led to the synagogue shooting. This person, on the other hand, is acting out in a violent manner, in an illegal and violent manner, against who he perceived to be responsible for Israel's crimes. Is this wrong? Sure, it is, okay? Because I don't know what he knew. I have no idea. We'll find out. Okay. But I'm sure that my initial speculation is that he goes to this event. He's like, oh, it's an Israeli diplomats event. I'm sure there will be Israeli diplomats there. Okay. It's important to understand. It's important to understand the context in which this kind of violence is manifesting. Just like it's important to understand what those who are invested in defending Israel are using this to say. And they are using this as an opportunity to go back to a permanent victimhood cycle for poor Israel, the Israeli state, and its defenders. Okay? I am not in the business of vigilante justice. I'm not in the business of vigilante justice. Having said that, it's important to understand where this resentment is coming from. I'm in the business of real justice. Real justice means that the legal bodies, the international governing bodies, put an end to this fucking Holocaust. Okay? That's it. It is ridiculous. Israeli officials are immediately honing in on the angle that campus protests for Gaza organized by terrorists were directly responsible for the killing of 2 Israeli embassy staffers tonight. Yeah. The government will most likely use this as an opportunity, potentially. I don't know. I'm saying most likely the government will use this. The federal government will use this as an opportunity to go after PSL and to go after any kind of fucking organizing that takes place against Israel in this country. It's very clear that they are interested in this anyway. Israel in New York says, we are devastated by the horrific act of violence that occurred this evening at a Jewish event at a Capitol Jewish Museum in Washington, D.C., where 2 staff members of the Israeli embassy were shot at close range. Consul General in New York, Akunis. This is a direct result of severe incitement and unprecedented riots organized by terrorists on U.S. campuses. Unfortunately, there were those who listened to the calls of intifada, even here. Right-wingers always understand stochastic terrorism only when they can appropriate it for bullshit narratives. Yes. Netanyahu just claimed Free Palestine is a Nazi slogan. Are you afraid the feds are going to come after you? You guys need to stop centering me in this discourse, okay? You need to stop centering me in this fucking discourse. What we have seen tonight is the outcome of incitement on campus, as Danny Danon. I expect that the authorities will take strong measures, also against those who incite violence against Jews, against the state of Israel. Violence against Jews is very different than violence against the state of Israel. What do you mean violence against the state of Israel? What is violence against the state of Israel? Like, what the fuck are you saying? New York Times insinuates the couple was pro-Palestine. The woman's family is anti-Trump. Interesting. They were days away from getting engaged. Then they were killed in D.C. Also, what do you mean they were fucking pro-Palestine? They were getting married in Jerusalem. He wanted to fucking propose to her in Jerusalem. They work for the Israeli embassy. I'm sorry. That's insane. It's just, again, propaganda.
Last half hour or so, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu of Israel has appeared on television and given a very angry, fiery statement in which he has lambasted international leaders, including Sir Keir Starmer, for their criticism of Israel this week, and said to them in line...
Yeah, this is why it was important to see this person's background, for the record. For those of you who are asking why you say this, like why you show this, I'm showing this because they're doing this, okay? They're doing this. The New York Times is doing this. So I need you to understand that that is a fucking lie, okay? A person that works in the Israeli embassy is most likely not pro-Palestine, okay? I don't think that's an unfair assessment to make. Not talking about like the shooter's motives here, okay? But you are out of your fucking mind. Like, what the fuck do you mean? Contrary to bogus claims of the UN, there's enough food in Gaza for a long period of time if Hamas lets civilians have it. The IDF did not randomly attack an ambulance on March 23rd. Let me walk through what happened step by step. Over 6 months ago, Hossam Basel Abdul Karim Shabbat's role within the Hamas terrorist organization was exposed here. The ICC is utterly corrupt and worthy of contempt. Confirming what we knew all along, Hamas embeds itself along Gaza civilians. Hospitals are not off limits. Like, what? The reason why the New York Times is saying that, this is what I was talking about earlier, man. What good is showing any of this? Megaphonics, do you not understand? I'm saying this has nothing to do with the shooter's motives and everything to do with disparaging what the New York Times propaganda is. Listen to my words. I just told you. The New York Times is making it seem as though these guys were on a pathway to forging peace and they were real humanitarians in an effort to present a false narrative. That's it. I'm not saying that the shooter was aware of any of this. And even if he was aware of this, like, does that justify it? You know? I do understand. I'm not saying we do character rehab. I'm just saying it has no relation to their victimhood. No, I don't disagree with you. I'm simply stating that the reason why I'm mentioning this is because the New York Times' coverage on it is lying. Okay, a big part of what I do here, as you know, is to go through media narratives on any event and how they present, how they structure a narrative. Did they catch a shooter? Yes, he gave himself up and then said, free, free Palestine. In any case, after this coverage is done, we'll get to after this coverage is done, we'll get to the shooter's motives.
Of what happened here last night, that they were now on the wrong side of history. Let's hear a clip from the Prime Minister now.
They want Israel to stand down and accept that Hamas's army of mass murderers will survive, rebuild, and repeat the October 7th massacre again and again and again, because that's what Hamas has vowed to do.
Okay, dude.
I say to President Macron, Prime Minister Carney, and Prime Minister Starmer, when mass murderers, rapists, baby killers, and kidnappers thank you.
Bro, that's you, though. Like, that's literally you and the Israeli forces 1,000,000 times over. With Hamas, the evidence that there was like systematic and directed mass rapes that took place on October 7 or beyond is there's no evidence to suggest that at all, right? This isn't to say that there was no sexual violence that has taken place in captivity or even on October 7, except even for the evidence of that, their own prosecutors are having a hard time prosecuting this stuff. It's fucking crazy because the amount of evidence, like, there's video footage. There's video footage of Israeli occupying force concentration camp guards raping Palestinians. There was a fucking pro-rape riot. What the fuck do you mean? People like Netanyahu and those who defend Israel simply rely on people not knowing the truth about what goes on in Israel. That's it.
You're on the wrong side of justice. You're on the wrong side of humanity. and you're on the wrong side of history.
Well, we were also here earlier when the Israeli ambassador came to visit the scene, and we asked him that given the event in that building there last night was all about bridging the divide and about humanitarian...
Oh my God, dude, shut the fuck up. Oh my God. It's always like these are the fucking peacekeepers, you know? These were the guys who were... They were just on the verge. They were just on the verge of actually finding a solution to Israel's ethnic cleansing campaign. The Israeli diplomats event was just on the verge of finding a solution to Benjamin Netanyahu's final solution that he has openly stated his desires for. This is Channel 4, and Channel 4 normally is probably one of the most like critical in the Western press out of all of the outlets that are critical, or out of all the outlets that cover anything that Israel does. Channel 4 is usually one of the most critical. Okay, and it's clear that this kind of victimhood narrative for the Israeli state is very effective. Not to say the victimhood narrative for the people that died, okay? But like, it's very clear that they're not just saying like, look, this is an act of violence. It's born out of the anger and resentment that a lot of people feel. It's, you could say it's unjustifiable, all of that. But then simultaneously fucking refuse to reset your coverage on the children that are being fucking slaughtered by Israel every day. It is ridiculous.
Aid was now the time.
But yeah, this is precisely the reason why it's important for people to understand that like this isn't a justification of the shooter, but it's important to cut through that media narrative of like these guys were just invested in fucking building bridges. Like, get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of here. I mean, look, if you're gonna lie about it, I have to correct the record. You know what I mean?
For Israel to really knuckle down.
Like, for example, people are like, oh, this person was Jewish and he was killed for being Jewish or whatever the fuck. Like, no, he wasn't. He was not Jewish. He was a German Christian. Okay.
And try and get a ceasefire. He told us pointedly that Israel was always looking for a ceasefire and said that they were tired of what he called the obsessive barrage of criticism against his country. As for the suspect, he is due to appear in court later today, and the White House has just promised that he will be punished, they say, to the full extent of the law.
Siobhan, thank you very much indeed there from Washington. Well, before Prime Minister Netanyahu...
Yeah, his dad was Jewish, his mom was Christian, a practicing evangelical. Yeah, and he I think he's like now, he was like on the process of potentially converting to Judaism or something. I don't fully understand the details.
His statement. I spoke to Labour peer Lord Levy, a leading voice in the British Jewish community. His cousin Emily Damari was taken hostage by Hamas on October the 7th and released this January. He has condemned the Israeli government's assault on Gaza and has come out in support of the British government's move to suspend trade talks with Israel. I asked him if, as a member of the Jewish community, he feels increasingly unsafe.
To wake up, as I did this morning, and see a tragedy of two very wonderful young lives being taken in such horrific circumstances in Washington, I mean, one just has to pinch oneself as to what is going on in the world. It's absolutely horrendous. Two innocent lives just taken in cold blood like that. And you ask the question about safety and security. We're in a very unsafe world, and security has to be a concern for all of us, no matter who we are. But particularly if we are of the Jewish faith, if we're openly Jewish, and frankly, known to be Jewish.
The Israeli government, various members of the Israeli government have responded to the events in Washington in a number of ways. But essentially what they're all trying to do, and I'll read out a couple of quotes in a minute, is to link criticism of Israel and Israeli policy in the war against Hamas.
I think a big part of the reason why they're relegating this back, like the responsibility of this back to the victims being Jewish or the event being like a peace event or any number of different things, is because they don't want to say this guy is pissed off about Israel's genocide and engaged in an act of vigilante justice, because if they were to say that truthfully, that narrative would not benefit Israel, because that narrative, which is the truth, by the way, whether you think it's justifiable or not, does not matter. That is just the truth, okay? This isn't to say that what he did was justifiable or awesome at all. I'm not saying that at all. However, that is the reasoning. And there's a reason why the media doesn't want to say that that is the reasoning. The reason why the media doesn't want to say that that is the reasoning is because that narrative would not actually translate in any meaningful capacity to defense of Israel. Okay? It wouldn't. It would not be useful to Israel's interests. Okay? You are too far gone. I'm out. See, this is what I mean. Do you want me to lie to you? Do you want me to say that this was a person that was a fucking neo-Nazi that like just hates Jews and went and looked after and went and found Jews and was like, I'm going to kill some Jews? Like, you think that was the goal here? I mean, he has a fucking manifesto. We're going to read it in a second. Like when it... Oh my God. It is important to identify why these kinds of events happen if you don't want it to happen in the future. Okay?
Hamas in Gaza with this attack. The Minister for Diaspora Affairs has directly named Keir Starmer, Emmanuel Macron, and Mark Carney for their criticism of Israel, and said that if they hadn't criticized, more or less, if they hadn't criticized Israel in this way, these attacks might not have happened. Do you think that's a fair point to be made by the Israeli government?
Frankly, for him to say what he said is absolutely outrageous. To blame Prime Minister Starmer, President Macron, and Prime Minister Carney, these three who are absolutely wanting peace. But then you take the other side of the coin, and Yair Golan has said what Netanyahu and his government are doing, they, because of what is going on in Gaza, are, unfortunately, they are the catalyst for what happened and what is going on.
I mean, the Prime Minister, Benjamin Netanyahu, without naming Keir Starmer or Emmanuel Macron, essentially said that criticism of Israel at the moment is tantamount to a blood libel that leads to these kind of attacks. This is the head of the government making...
Yeah, like, come on. What are we doing here? What the fuck are we doing here? Like, oh, it's blood libel to say the truth about what Israel is doing because Israel has packaged everything it's doing with Judaism. No, dude, I think it's blood libel to be like Israel is doing a ethnic cleansing at the behest of Judaism. I think that's the real fucking blood libel. But the unfortunate reality is that mainstream discourse never actually hones in on this insane fucking thing. That's the actual anti-Semitism. That is how you make Jews less safe all around the world.
The same point.
Netanyahu's game is always to go on the attack. It doesn't matter who he attacks, as long as he tries to prove that he is right. And again, for him to criticize like that and use that sort of vocabulary, that to me is extreme. And it just saddens me, Matt, that we're in this position, that a prime minister can say these things.
What's the difference between him and Luigi? I mean, the immediate difference between him and Luigi is that he went after, like, his targeting, I don't think is the same as Luigi. Luigi killed the CEO of United Healthcare. This guy camped outside of an event with Israeli diplomats inside. Like, it's like if Luigi Mangione, allegedly, Luigi Mangione did this, okay? Allegedly, Luigi Mangione did this, okay? But it's like, this would be if Luigi Mangione allegedly, fucking camped outside of the event that he was camping outside of, was like some fucking low-level accountant that works for United Healthcare. You know what I mean? Do they bear some responsibility for the acts of United Healthcare? Certainly. But don't you recognize both are vigilante acts, right? Both are vigilante acts. But don't you feel like there's a difference there in terms of like how quickly people understood what the fuck was going on with United Healthcare CEO versus the narratives that are forming around this now? No, it's not, dude. What the fuck? Dude was an iOS soldier. I understand that. But you also have to, again, try to comprehend the attitude of the Westerners that are like, if your goal is to make an argument, okay? And if you are asking me what the differences are, once again, there's a big difference between Luigi Mangione in this circumstance, and the circumstance is that these are fucking low-level embassy workers. And you also have to contend with how people actually analyze the situation. That's it.
He's the Prime Minister of Israel. Let him look in the mirror. Let him see what he's done over this last period of time, and then perhaps let him reflect.
I guess the bigger point here is that ever since October the 7th and the massacre by...
The shooter didn't know that, and the woman wasn't a soldier. Lamont, what, chat? Chill? I mean, chat is not going to chill on this, but chat should chill on this, especially considering the extra attention that I have and this community has today, okay? Everything you say in this chat today will be used against me, will be used against like the pro-Palestine movement. It will be used as evidence for deplatforming because a lot of these guys don't give a fuck about what took place last night beyond how much they can use this as a mechanism for deplatforming pro-Palestinian voices. Okay?
Hamas, in which your own cousin was caught up in. She was a hostage, released recently, Emily Damari. But ever since then, the Israeli government has been very clear that criticism of its policies, criticism of it, is tantamount to anti-Semitism or anti-Zionism. And do you think it is possible to criticize the government of Israel without being anti-Semitic?
Of course one can be critical of a government. Of course one can be critical.
Yeah. Well, yes and no. You know? I love when people say, like, of course one can be critical of the Israeli government, except in most circumstances where one is critical of the Israeli government, I will say that they are being anti-Semitic regardless. You know, you can be critical of the Israeli government if you dare, if you fucking dare. And if you're critical of the Israeli government, it must be within the neat little confines that I decide. I saw someone saying the shooter was your fan before you even went live. Yeah, I know, except the shooter, it doesn't even fucking follow me. So, fun little connection for a lot of opportunists here to, again, try to desperately what the fuck is this? Look for a way to deplatform a prominent pro-Palestinian voice. Yeah. And Israel high, of course.
Critical of Israel. Israelis are critical of their government. Israelis are critical of things that are going on in Israel. Does that make someone who's critical of something that's going on in Israel an anti-Semite? Absolutely not. If you're critical of this government in this country, does that mean you're anti-British or you're against the country? No, it means you're critical of a stand the government is taking.
You work very closely with the Blair government. You work very closely, with the incredible tangle of Middle Eastern politics to try and, help bring about some kind of solution there. Do you think it is time for this government now, the government of Sir Keir Starmer, to recognize the Palestinian state?
Ultimately, should there be a Palestinian state? Yes, there should be. On what terms should it be? On what basis should it be? That is a very complicated subject. But certainly when I was doing what I was doing as Blair's envoy, there was absolute serious talk about the possibility of a two-state solution, i.e. for there to be a state of Palestine.
Dude.
And if there can be a way forward where Israel can live side by side with a Palestinian.
I didn't realize it was complicated. My bad, dude. Shit. This is, we already talked about this. This is what the conflation of anti-Semitism and anti-Zionism has wrought. Media and political elites unable to evaluate how they might have brought the genocide home, just circling the wagons, a symphony of self-pity with no real answer to why this happened. You never know that the American Jewish Committee has been an enthusiastic supporter of the genocide based on today's responses and accomplice to mass murder, says Noah Colwyn. Yeah, two-state solution in 2025 is crazy when Israel has literally... when Israel has literally completely destroyed any sort of notion of any statehood for the Palestinians. And also the Israeli leadership is openly saying like, no state for the Palestinians. We're going to ethnically cleanse them. Like these conversations are so far removed from the reality. Okay. These conversations are so fucking far removed from the reality. Like, there is a fucking Holocaust happening, man. What do you mean, a state? What are you talking about? The only reason why this conversation, this back and forth can take place is because most people are completely and utterly oblivious to what goes on. They are oblivious to the death and destruction.
In state, but with all the security protections necessary for Israel, but for Palestinians also to be able to lead their lives in a way that they have hope and aspiration for the future with all the region. There has to be peace in this region. It's a wonderful part of the world, Matt. And the only way forward is for peace for all of the peoples in that region.
Lord Levy, thank you very much for your time.
Matt, thank you, sir.
All right, let's bring in Katie Kalisher.
Why are people saying the victims are pro-Palestine? Because they're lying, and they also personally understand how fucking negative the association with Israel is, which is why this kind of cynical framing is so crazy to me. The people that were killed were not pro-Palestine, okay? Not that it fucking matters. The shooter had no idea or assessment as far as we know. What the fuck are we doing? What's crazy about it is the reason why they have to say that, the reason why they have to package the narrative this way is because it's so insidious to defend Israel in 2025 after 19 months of live-streamed child holocaust is such an insidious and such a cynical affair that you have to literally act as though this person wasn't actually motivated by whether you think it's justifiable or not, doesn't matter. This person wasn't motivated by what he had seen, okay? What the violence that Israel's brought about to the people of Palestine, and instead by pure virile anti-Semitism, and that the victims themselves were actually fucking pro-Palestine. It's ridiculous. Both of these narratives are wrong, okay? I'm not making a value judgment on the shooter's actions, but the idea that both the fucking shooter was purely fucking motivated by anti-Semitic reasoning, that he just like wanted to kill Jews randomly and he chose this event because there would be Jews at this event, and also the very fact that the people that he ended up killing were all pro-Palestinian peace activists is fucking ridiculous. It's ridiculous.
Was inside the Capitol Jewish Museum when those gunshots were ringing out, and she actually was the one who took that video that we've been showing of this suspect being arrested and yelling "Free Palestine." Katie, thank you so much for sending us the video and coming on with us this morning.
Sure. Good morning.
Good morning. What was going through your head? Describe what's happening here.
So I was at the museum for this nice event, and suddenly we heard some gunshots coming from outside the building, maybe 10, 15 gunshots. And we didn't really understand what's going on, but there was a man who came in, and he's like saying, like, call the police, and he's covered in rain, and he looks very distressed. And so we're trying to offer him some help, and even one of my friends asks him, like, are you okay? Can I get you some water? And he's like, yeah, actually, that'd be great. And I'm like, so do you like this museum? And he's like, kind of playing dumb with me. He's like, oh, what kind of museum is this? And I'm like, it's a Jewish museum. And he asks, do you think that's why they did it, in reference to the gunshots we had heard? And I was like, yeah, maybe. I don't know, but I don't think so. I hope not. And that's when he reaches into his bag and pulls out a keffiyeh and says to me, I did it. I did this for Gaza. And then he starts shouting, free Palestine. And the police show up and arrest him.
So, Katie, I want to, I mean, that what you just described.
You were talking to the suspect.
You were talking to the alleged killer right there. Now that you know that he is the person, he had just killed two people outside of it, you were standing right in front of him. You could have easily been the next person. Have you thought about that?
Absolutely.
And what goes through your head?
I feel very lucky to be alive. And I feel extremely sad for the victims, their families. It could have been me.
Katie, can I ask you something? When you looked at this guy, did you see a deranged individual? I mean, how do you shoot somebody and be that calm afterwards? What did you see when you looked at him?
He wasn't calm. He looked very scared, but I thought it was because he had just witnessed a murder. I didn't think for a second he was actually the murderer.
Wow. And then he said he admitted it to you, which means you'll probably be called into court and you'll have to testify about this, because it sounds like he said, I did it for, did he say Hamas or did he say Gaza?
I did it for Gaza.
For Gaza.
Real quickly, Katie, before we let you go, can you explain what happened after he confessed to you guys? How long did it take for authorities to get there? What happened in the facility? Were there guards already there to take him away? Or were you just in his mercy at that moment?
There were guards that had actually let him into the building, which seems like a bad idea now in retrospect, but I think that they were just coming from a...
Why are they fantasizing about her being the next victim? What the fuck? I mean, it's the same principle behind Hamas as well. It's just like, this shooter is Hamas. The shooter is Hamas. Everyone is Hamas. College campus protesters are Hamas. PSL is Hamas. I'm Hamas. I'm HasanAbi. Like, the whole purpose of this affair is to actively vilify college campus protesters by tying every single person that is looking at the genocide that is unfolding and find it to be repulsive. And saying, claiming that, you know, bro, don't say that right now. Obviously, I don't believe this. I'm saying that is the narrative. That is the narrative. And we will get to the fucking manifesto in a second to disparage some of these narratives.
Of humanity and thinking that, oh, this person...
He's not dead, by the way. He's gonna have his day in court unless, you know, he gets clapped, but...
the street when these gunshots were happening, let's keep him safe also.
Katie, what was happening?
They moved us all into like an area, and we're trying to keep us safe.
How long did
not
y'all have to stay?
understanding that we were in the room for 10 whole minutes with the murderer.
Huh. And then,
Wow,
he was
10 minutes?
he was put in that room with y'all?
Yes, we were all in the room together.
And he had a gun on him?
I'm not sure if he had the gun on him still at that moment or if he left it outside.
Gosh, when you left,
Katie,
sorry, Ryan,
maybe.
go ahead.
Yeah. I was just saying, Katie. So when you're looking at him, someone's been shot. Did you hear any gunshot noises? Where are the bodies of the couple? And you said 10 minutes, and there was no ambulance in 10 minutes, and there was no police for 10 minutes.
Something like that.
So if you were seeing him for 10 minutes, did you know that there were bodies outside?
I didn't understand what was going on. In fact, I really didn't get it that he was a murderer until I had spoken to the police. I thought that, when you go to these Jewish events or pro-Israel events of any kind, there's often protesters that are...
They're both trying to do what you're saying and also making it ridiculous, like Israeli shooting each other, thinking the other was Palestinian Florida some months back. Yeah. It's not, if it's not a narrative that suits Israel's purpose of like creating a sense of victimhood around those who are pro-Israel, this kind of mainstream narrative is very quickly discarded. That is the reason why there was only like a little bit of conversation around the Florida shooting that took place. And initially, there was reporting on it because they thought, oh, this is an anti-Semitic incident against 2 Israeli Jews. Turns out the guy who shot them was also a pro-Israel Jewish person who thought that the people he was shooting at were Arab Hamas supporters. Both parties thought the other was Hamas, ironically enough. That's why there was media coverage around it. And then once the truth came out, they very quickly stopped talking about it because it's not useful. This, on the other hand, is useful. This is a very useful story to Israel's purpose. To present the victims as like pro-Palestinian is so utterly nefarious too.
Going to be harassing us. So I thought that I actually thought the gunshots and this protester guy were separate.
So, Katie, you've had some time to reflect now that this has happened, and you were right there in front of the killer. And you've been going to these pro-Israeli, I think, events, and you've seen the counter-protesters. You speak about the chanting that's been going on there.
Yeah, this is just the same. Yeah, when someone says from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free, it's just like being shot to death. Hasan, do you think they'll treat him differently from Luigi? Yes. Yes. I think that the overall narrative, especially as it pertains to like American foreign policy, is always going to be different. The media is way better equipped at creating a victimhood narrative around people who are pro-Israel. They do this all the fucking time, as opposed to like a CEO of a healthcare company. And the other difference here, of course, is that like if this was like Itamar Ben-Gvir or something, then the media narrative would be the media would have a much harder time going against the shooter in the eyes of like many people. Having said that, in this circumstance, like it's easy to present these people as like random victims of vigilante violence, and then also change the motivation of the shooter to something different, something that people have seen time and time again, because Jews have been victim to random acts of violence in this country.
What do you think about the state of America now that this is allowed? This is a clear escalation. We have the killing now of 2 Israelis. Do you feel safe? Do you think more needs to be done?
I think that anti-Semitism is out of control in this country. This is not the first time that I've been victim to an anti-Semitic attack. I'm actually lesbian, and I go to a lot of nightclubs in
Oh my God, Fox News. Like, dude, by the way, Fox News, all of a sudden, Fox News is like, oh my God, we, of course, are famously very pro LGBTQ friendly here. Like they love, dude, Fox News loves identity politics now. Oh my God.
DC, and in fact, the LGBT community has been quite unwelcoming to me as a Jewish person. I've been asked to leave the clubs because of necklaces that I wear, and this is just not the first time, and I don't think it's going to be the last time that I'm going to be witness to an anti-Semitic attack.
Wow, Katie, I can't imagine what you're going through this morning. I know you're so fortunate and you feel blessed to be.
Yeah, I've been kicked out of gay parties and events for wearing my dog tag, my IDF dog tag. This is the work of Hamas. Yeah, the ADL is already exploiting the murder of 2 Israeli embassy staffers to demand more limits on free speech, specifically demanding Israel critics with large platforms such as Hasan the Hun be banned from speaking. Can't even wait 24 hours before demanding censorship. Obviously, that's what's going on, and we already covered it. Brown Joe Gary, this is a disgusting projection. Few orgs have done more to endanger Jewish people than the ADL with their efforts to conflate a religion with a genocidal apartheid state, Free Palestine. So, here, let's click off this. Where is the manifesto? I know it's on Ken's Substack. I'm trying to find. Oh, here. The manifesto is indeed that of the Israeli embassy shooter. He previously used his email address, elias94@gmail.com, for the account Kyoto Loather, but oh shit, it got suspended in the meantime. He claims, banned after DMing death threats to Will Stansel. Okay, well, we can't actually read it from that any longer because his account got nuked. But here is the alleged manifesto written by Elias Rodriguez. Kenny Clips has it. Suspecting the killing of 2 Israeli embassy staffers in Washington, D.C. I believe the document to be authentic for several reasons, including the fact that it is signed by Rodriguez and timestamped well before he was named by law enforcement or any media. I am publishing it here not to glorify the violence, which I find abhorrent and condemn, but so the public can better understand the truth of what happened. Refusing to confront the content of these texts often creates an information vacuum that is quickly filled by hoax documents, conspiracy theories, or selective leaks from authorities that can distort the facts. I believe that sunlight is the best disinfectant, especially when politics is involved, as the document makes it clear the case here. Metropolitan Police Chief Pamela A. Smith identified Rodriguez as a 30-year-old man from Chicago who she says shouted free Palestine at the scene. The manifesto echoes this message, citing the war in Gaza as a central grievance and framing the killings as an act of political protest. Below is the document in full. Apparently lived 2 blocks from me. FBI was at his place this morning. Yeah, and I have another one of your neighbors in here on the docket as well. DC shooter's neighbor speaks, calling for an immediate ceasefire in Gaza. Where the fuck did it go? Oh, here. Before reading the manifesto, I think it's important to remind people that adventurism and propaganda of the deed is overwhelmingly ineffective as tactics. Anarchists were wrong about adventurism, such as ad hoc actions mainly just gives the state an excuse to do repression. Yes. I, of course, will not stand for any kind of state repression in this circumstance. Why are you doing cooked? He was not following me. What the fuck do you mean? He was, however, following a bunch of... he was following Joe Weisenthal, you know what I mean? That's why it's so crazy that these motherfuckers are like lying and saying that this guy was a fan of mine or something. He was a Sneeko fan? No, he wasn't. I don't think he was a Sneeko fan at all. I'd be surprised. You get Thanos snapped if you ever spoke your name on the internet. You know what's fucking crazy about that, by the way? There are literal white supremacist shooters who have identified why they are doing this act of like insane white supremacist violence, whether it be like shooting a mall in El Paso or shooting a fucking synagogue or shooting a black church or whatever. And they will openly be like, I'm doing this because Tim Pool. I'm doing this because I love Tim Pool and I think Tim Pool is right. I'm doing this because Ben Shapiro convinced me to do this. And none of that is ever litigated. None of that. Okay. That's First Amendment protected. That connection is not stochastic terrorism. That doesn't work. Meanwhile, all of those people will then turn around without even a shred of decency, a hint of irony whatsoever, and turn around and be like, this guy, he's Hasan. Instead of Hamas, I'm saying Hasan. Classic. Anyway, yeah, with no evidence whatsoever, I suspect this is the type of person who thinks I'm too much of a pussy for fucking even saying that there were acts that were atrocities that were akin to acts of terror on October 7. It's like the type of person who thinks like I'm too much of a pussy, for the record. Anyway, let's start. Halantar is a word that means something like thunder or lightning. In the wake of an act, people look for a text to fix its meaning. So here's an attempt. The atrocities committed by Israelis against Palestine defy description and defy quantification. Instead of reading descriptions mostly, we watch them unfold on video, sometimes live. After a few months of rapidly mounting death tolls, Israel had obliterated the capacity to even continue counting the dead, which has served its genocide well. At the time of the writing, the Gaza Health Ministry records 53,000 killed by traumatic force, at least 10,000 lie under rubble, and who knows how many thousands more dead of preventable disease, hunger, with tens of thousands now at the risk of imminent famine due to the Israeli blockade. All enabled by Western and Arab government complicity. The Gaza Information Office includes the 10,000 under the rubble with the dead in their own count. In news reports, there have been those 10,000 under the rubble for months now, despite the continual making of more rubble and repeated bombing of rubble again and again, and the bombings of tents amid the rubble, like the Yemen death toll, which had been frozen at some few thousand for few years under the Saudi, US, UK bombardment before being belatedly revealed to stand at 500,000 dead. All of these figures are almost surely a criminal undercount. I have no trouble believing the estimates that put the toll at 100,000 or more. More have been murdered since March of this year than in the Protective Edge and Kasled put together. These are two previous sieges that Israel implemented on Gaza in the past. Okay? What more at this point can one say about the proportion of mangled and burned and exploded human beings whom were children? We who let this happen will never deserve the Palestinians' forgiveness. They've let us know as much. An armed action is not necessarily a military action. It usually is not. Usually it is theater and a spectacle. A quality it shares with many unarmed actions. Nonviolent protests in the opening weeks of the genocide seem to signal some sort of turning point. Never before had so many tens of thousands joined the sides of Palestinians in the streets across the West. Never before had so many American politicians been forced to concede that, rhetorically at least, the Palestinians were human beings too. But thus far, the rhetoric has not amounted to much. The Israelis themselves boast about their own shock at the free hand the Americans have given them to exterminate the Palestinians. Public opinion has shifted against the genocidal apartheid state, and the American government has simply shrugged. They'll do without public opinion then, criminalize it where they can, suffocate it with bland reassurances that they're doing all they can to restrain Israel where it cannot criminalize protests outright. Aaron Bushnell and others sacrificed themselves in the hopes of stopping the massacre, and the state works to make us feel their sacrifice was made in vain, that there is no hope in escalating for Gaza, and no point in bringing the war home. We can't let them succeed. Their sacrifices were not made in vain. The impunity that representatives of our government feel at abetting the slaughter should be revealed as an illusion then. The impunity we see is the worst for those of us in immediate proximity to the genocidaires. A surgeon who treated victims of the Mayan genocide by the Guatemalan state recounts an instant in which he was operating on a patient who'd been critically injured during a massacre when, suddenly, armed gunmen entered the room and shot the patient to death on his operating table, laughing as they killed him. The physician said the worst part was seeing the killers, well known to him, openly swagger down local streets in the years after. Elsewhere, a man of conscience once attempted to throw Robert McNamara off a Martha's Vineyard-bound ferry into the sea, incensed at the same impunity and arrogance he saw in that butcher of Vietnam as he sat in the ferry's lounge laughing with his friends. The man took issue with McNamara's very posture, telling you, my history is fine, and I can be slumped over a bar like this with my good friend Ralph here, and you'll have to lump it. The man did not succeed in heaving McNamara off a catwalk into the water. The former Secretary of State managed to cling to the railing and clamber back to his feet, but the assailant explicated the value of the attempt by saying, well, I got him outside, just the two of us, and suddenly his history wasn't so fine, was it? A word about the morality of armed demonstration. Those of us against the genocide take satisfaction in arguing that the perpetrators and abettors have forfeited their humanity. I sympathize with this viewpoint and understand its value in soothing the psyche, which cannot bear to accept the atrocities it witnesses, even mediated through the screen. But inhumanity has long since shown itself to be shockingly common, mundane, prosaically human. A perpetrator may then be a loving parent, a filial child, a generous and charitable friend, an amiable stranger, capable of moral strength at times when it suits him, and sometimes even when it does not, and yet be a monster all the same. Humanity does not exempt one from accountability. The action would have been morally justified taken 11 years ago during Protective Edge, around the time I personally became acutely aware of our brutal conduct in Palestine. But I think to most Americans, such an action would have been illegible, would seem insane. I am glad that today, at least, there are many Americans for which the action will be highly legible and in some funny way, the only sane thing to do. I love you, Mom, Dad, baby sis, the rest of my familia, including you. And then it says, censored. Free Palestine, Elias Rodriguez. Now, the reason why I read this manifesto, and we have obviously read the manifestos of white nationalist shooters as well, is oftentimes to understand that is oftentimes to understand the mindset of this person, especially when there are a lot of mainstream narratives that will immediately design an alternative scenario. I don't think that this person acted out on an anti-Semitic desire or is a fucking Nazi or anything like that. But that is dangerous in a separate way, okay? The very fact that a person who is this legible, okay, the very fact that a person who has their shit together enough to be able to write a fucking, write prose such as this one, in the act of vengeance, in the act of vigilante justice in his own mind, is meaningful in and of itself. It's meaningful because it means that there are people who haven't fucking lost their minds that also see and are choosing to take action such as this, taking action such as this that is terrifying for the average person, okay, regardless of what their position is. One thing I will say about this manifesto is that it is shockingly well written and thought out for being a shooter manifesto. Exactly, because this is the reason why I'm reading this. The reason why I read this is specifically so that you understand that, like, there is a shit ton of people that are like, no, this is done. This is conducted. The shooter's actions were directly about finding some Jewish victim to kill. Okay, it's deliberate. It's very clear. It's clear what his reasoning is. You don't have to agree with what he did. And I'm not urging you to, okay? I'm not saying that at all. But it is deliberate. Now, ask yourself why the media is not saying that the shooter did this because they were distraught with the violence that they had seen unfolded in Gaza. By his own admission. They don't have an issue saying the shooter is a fucking white supremacist when the shooter is a white supremacist. When a shooter writes a manifesto and they're a fucking white supremacist, okay, the media will at least take parts of that manifesto to dive deep into the consciousness of the fucking stochastic terrorist. They don't have an issue then. They will openly be like, this is a white supremacist shooter. He went to a fucking area where there were black and brown people, and they wanted to kill as many black and brown people as possible to fucking spark like a race riot or whatever fucking dumb shit that these crackheads believe, okay? The reason why the media won't actually fucking cover the purpose here is because they are worried about copycats, number one, even though they're obviously worried about copycats in every single circumstance. That's an understandable fear to have. But more importantly than copycats, the reason why the motivation here is left to whatever the Israeli government is saying, even though they're fucking thousands of miles away, the reason why the narrative is set in this way is because this, if shown to the average American is not exactly favorable on Israel. The average American is not exactly going to, they're already selfish. They're already violent. We are predisposed to violence in this country. We have an incredible amount of tolerance for violent acts. That's the reason why they don't want to fucking, mention this shit. That's the reason why they won't talk about this. Having said that, regardless of his manifesto, there are obvious differences between him and Luigi Mangione. One of the largest differences between him and Luigi Mangione is the fact that his victims, or at least the event that he was targeting, at least was like somewhat relevant to Israel, but it does not matter because the people that he was targeting, just like Luigi Mangione was targeting United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson, okay? Allegedly, Luigi Mangione was allegedly targeting United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson at a healthcare conference that Brian Thompson was attending. But Luigi Mangione allegedly, or whoever the shooter is for the United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson, whoever the shooter is, maybe not Luigi Mangione, allegedly, didn't just go to that conference and shoot whoever came out, okay? There is a major difference. There is a major difference in these two events. Do you see what I'm saying? That's it. Because the reality of the matter is, while Americans are very draconian, there was a reason why they were favorable to Luigi Mangione's position. They immediately understood, allegedly, before we even knew who Luigi Mangione was, once the name of the victim came out, once the name of the murder victim came out, Brian Thompson, everybody knew what the fuck was up. Shooter outed as a 4chaner, likely Habbo Hotel in Nazi 88 via Chad Loader on Blue Sky. I don't know about all that. Please check logs. I'm serious. Says Barack Hussein Obama. Okay, yes, I know Harvard is no longer allowed to have international students. I know. Come on, no one knew who Brian Thompson was until after he died? No, my point is, it wasn't his name that was relevant. It was his position in society. Everybody knew what was up when they were like, this is Brian Thompson. Who is that? United Healthcare CEO. Oh, I know why that took place. That's what I mean. In any case, in any case, ultimately, knowing full well what the government will do with this information, knowing full well what institutions are doing with this information, organizations like the ADL are trying to get out of this information, two things should come to mind. One, be careful with what you say, even if you are exaggerating or even if you're joking, especially if you have even an anonymous account, because anything and everything you say will always be used against you. That's number one. And number two, do not fucking allow any oxygen for victimhood narratives as it pertains to Israel. Okay? That's it. The idea that this is a neo-Nazi that came after Jewish people deliberately looking for Jews to kill, like all of that stuff is incorrect. This is not a value judgment on the actions of the shooter. But it's obvious that this was a person that was brain broken by a lot of the realities that are unfolding in Gaza. And now it's being used by those who seek to defend Israel to try and turn around and further prosecute those who say free Palestine. So many of the Hasbro accounts on the timeline are either A, coming after me and numerous other pro-Palestinian content creators and speakers, but they're also just saying insane shit like the keffiyeh is actually the Nazi armband, or the mention of free Palestine should be fucking considered like it's the mention of free Palestine should be considered as though in the same wavelength as the same wavelength as like a neo-Nazi sentiment.
We have 2 people dead in D.C. We have 50,000 dead in Gaza. And how many children starved to death last night? In 1956, Israel invaded Sinai. They invaded Gaza. The United States president at the time, Dwight Eisenhower, put his foot down. And he told the French and the British, get the heck out of the Suez Canal. And he told Israel to get the heck out of Sinai and out of Gaza. Now, where would we be today?
This person is the DC shooter's neighbor. This is the DC shooter's neighbor. Okay? Here's what he's saying.
If we had a president that could have said that 2 years ago.
Excuse me, can you describe again the Elias personality that you met?
Quiet and friendly. Quiet and friendly. Yeah, yeah.
What's your age, if you don't mind us asking?
71. Yeah. Yeah. I'm the guy with all the signs in the window.
What do you hope happens next?
Ceasefire. No more deaths. No more deaths in D.C. No more deaths in Gaza.
What about with your neighbor?
I don't know.
If you could.
You always bring up how our politicians don't respond to this 80-20 issue of stopping weapon shipment to Israel. I think a lot of this reflects that feeling of disenfranchisement people are feeling right now, especially this being despite being this a gross condemnable act. Yeah, that's what it is. That is what it is. Okay. The reality of the matter is there's only so much death and destruction people watch unfold in front of their eyes, so much moral culpability they experience, and when they go through those motions, like there is inevitably always going to be, especially in a country as violent as America, especially in a country where the violent narratives are so normalized, there's going to be someone who takes matters in their own fucking hands and engages in vigilante justice. The purpose of avoiding vigilante justice, the purpose of demanding a ceasefire or legal organs of justice to actually take control over the situation of Israel's endless murder and death and destruction is so that there isn't chaos, so that there isn't vigilante justice. It's the same thing I said after Luigi Mangione. While these two things are not comparable in that same vein, what did I say? It's like the way to avoid this kind of chaotic situation from taking place is to ensure that people have, to ensure that the moral option, which is to allow people to have health care, to wait, hold on. Doors open. This isn't to say that like more of this will happen. I don't know. I don't think so, but I don't know. I have no idea. But there are eventually going to be people that feel so fucking hopeless in all of this, okay?
Say something to him right now. What would you want to communicate to him? What would you have said if you, like you said earlier, could have talked to him?
Oh, I would have repeated what I've already said. Guns and bombs are not going to end this genocide.
John, can you tell us whose apartment is that right there with the Rosanna Rodriguez signs?
Mine.
Okay.
Pretty good? Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Anyway, here, Israeli embassy staff shooting part of a wider trend of anti-Semitic attacks.
We're taking you live to West Jerusalem.
Were they official and are being downplayed as staff to seem more like regular people? No, I think they're just like low-level Israeli embassy employees. They're not like a significant cog in the machine or whatever. And not that it matters. Like they are still active participants of what Israel is doing. Obviously, they work in the fucking Israeli embassy, and that's not. They weren't like pro-Palestinian by any means. Not that this is like a death. Not that this means that it's a death sentence if you're not. That's not what I'm saying at all. But the reason why I go against that kind of narrative is because that's precisely what fucking the media is trying to claim is happening.
And a statement that's being given by Israel's Foreign Minister Eli Cohen in the wake of the fatal shooting of 2 Israeli embassy staffers in Washington, D.C. Let's listen in.
For the suffering of Israelis and Palestinians alike. I say today to these leaders and officials, stop your incitement against Israel. Stop your false accusations. Strengthen Israel in its historic battle against excess of evil in the Middle East. I spoke several times this morning with our ambassador to the United States, Dr. Yehiel Leiter. I thank him for how he represents us in the United States. I thank him also today for the way he is supporting the embassy employee in these moments. I also spoke with our dear friend, the U.S. Ambassador to Israel, Mike Huckabee. Ambassador Huckabee updated me on the intensive investigations underway by several government agencies into this act of terrorism. The most senior officials in the American law enforcement system are closely monitoring this investigation.
I like that every no matter what happens, for an Israeli official, it's always, hey, this is a good opportunity to stop being mean to Israel. Anything, no matter what happens, they're like, it's actually, you are Hamas if you are being mean to Israel. Like, why would they bring up the French government? You know what I mean? The fuck does the French government have to do with this? What the fuck does the British government have to do with this? No, it's because the only thing they fucking care about is maintaining the unconditional support to Israel. That's it. They don't give a fuck about the guys that died at the embassy. Not at the embassy, sorry. The embassy workers that died. They don't care.
We appreciate this. Terrorism is chasing us everywhere, but we will not surrender to terrorism.
Okay, dude. You are the terrorist. You are doing the terrorism. Fuck you mean we will not surrender to terrorism? Yeah, you are doing terrorism, bro. What the fuck?
Since October 7th, Israel has been engaged in a battle on multiple fronts. We are fighting against those whose goal is the elimination of the Jewish state. We who swore never again will not allow this to happen. This is an opportunity to announce a conference against anti-Semitism that we will lead in Jerusalem next week. Part of Israel's
We have invited every neo-Nazi. Like, didn't they literally do this? Didn't they do this before and they had to cancel it? Or the attendees were just like straight up out and about fucking neo-Nazis? They had a hard time. A bunch of people had to like pull out because they were like, dude, what are you doing? They were like inviting fucking AFD officials and shit. They were inviting people who were, either defending or directly a part of like Vichy France, the regime, or were directly related. Crazy stuff.
presidency of the International Holocaust Remembrance Alliance. The conference will be attended by foreign ministers and other ministers of IRA member states. It will also include envoys for combating anti-Semitism and representatives of Jewish communities from these countries. The new anti-Semitism is also rising today on campuses, in the media, and on social networks. We are committed to fighting it with all our might. We thank the partners we have in the world for this fight. The Israeli people, I say this morning, hold your heads high. No other nation would have stood with such a courage, dedication, and resilience in what we have been through and are still going through during this last year and a half. Let us try to strengthen the unity among us so that we continue to stand successfully in the historic struggle that has been forced upon us. Am Israel Chai.
Thank you, Foreign Minister. We'll now take a few questions. Yes, please. The microphone is coming.
Thank you, Foreign Minister Dov Lieber with the Wall Street Journal. A few questions. One, can you give us a little more details about the event where the two victims were killed? What was the event about exactly? Two, do we know if the shooter was working alone? Was there any connection to any other organization? We know Iran, for example, has tried to target Israeli embassies around the world. Do you see any connection there? And lastly, I hear from Israelis, they don't feel safe in Israel, and they don't feel safe anywhere else in the world, anywhere they go. Why do you think particularly Israelis don't feel safe anywhere in the world? Why in this particular situation for the Israeli people?
All right, we've been listening to Gideon.
No, that's actually, by the way, at first I was going to criticize the reporter, but that's actually a really good fucking question. That's not a bad question at all. It's a question that also is like begging the answer. Let's be real. He's not like, I'm sure the government envoy is going to say it's because of unprecedented anti-Semitism. Everybody hates Jews, all that stuff. But like, I think a lot of people understand the real reason as to why that's taking place. No, not Iran. It directly cuts into the argument. It directly cuts into the argument that like Israel is actually the only state for Jewish safety. It's a really damaging argument for Israelis in general, for Jews across the board. Because it completely destroys that narrative that Israel must be defended, Israel must be violent because it's the only way to fucking defend Jews.
Saw Israel's foreign minister there in West Jerusalem talking in the wake of the fatal shooting of 2 Israeli embassy staffers in Washington, D.C. Earlier. He has been linking what he believes these attacks to a form of anti-Semitism that has also been repeated by Benjamin Netanyahu and also Isaac Herzog, the Israeli president as well. Hamda Salhout is covering the story for us. She's in Amman because the Israeli government banned Al Jazeera from reporting inside Israel itself and the occupied West Bank. So, Hamda, we are seeing lots of top officials, one after another, coming out and denouncing this attack. They are in no illusion in their minds, at least, that they see this as an anti-Semitic act of violence.
That's right. This has been condemned by Israeli officials in what they're calling an anti-Semitic act of violence. But what's interesting is that Israeli officials, including the foreign minister Gideon Saad, who's still in that press conference now, what they're saying is that accusations against Israel from around the world are what's contributing to this type of violence. And by accusations, we mean that these countries who've been calling on Israel, putting that pressure to get them to stop the war on Gaza and end the humanitarian aid blockade that has been ongoing for nearly 3 months. So Israeli officials are also pointing the finger at each other, members of the right, members of the left, who are saying that it's each side's rhetoric that is contributing to this. The left is saying that it's Benjamin Netanyahu's government's fault. And Netanyahu himself has been using this term blood libels since the beginning of the war. Whenever there's any sort of international pressure, whenever there's any sort of stance against Israeli policies, calling them blood libels and saying that those same remarks from different countries in the EU, in the West, in the region here, that's what's contributing to this type of violence. But the Israelis are also now answering questions. One of these reporters at this press conference is asking this Israeli government officials why Israelis say they don't feel safe in Israel and they don't feel safe abroad. And if you ask members on the political aisle on the left within Israel, they say it's because of Netanyahu's government. And if you speak to members on the right, they'll tell you it's because of accusations against Israel and against their war, a war that they are determined to continue fighting until this absolute victory that they've been talking about for more than a year and a half. So Israeli officials say that they're still looking into the matter, of course, that they condemn it, but that they are trying to gather as much information as possible moving forward to prevent this type of thing from happening again.
Of course, the investigation in the United States continues as we speak. Hamda, many thanks for that. Hamda Salhout in Amman.
Make sure to subscribe to our channel to get the latest news from Al Jazeera.
Yeah,
President Trump
saying that the motives here are anti-Semitism is incorrect. They're not. It's against Israel. This does not automatically justify it. Not every action you can do at the behest of being anti-Zionist is going to be appropriate, proportionate, valid. But if you are going to come in here and be like, this is an anti-Semitic incident, I'm going to tell you the truth. This was something that very clearly and very deliberately was done because of Israel. And of course, every politician is like, no, this is an anti-Semitic attack. Why does Zoran call it anti-Semitism? I don't know. Because he's running for a fucking mayor and he's scared. I think you're getting banned. Why would I get banned? The thing is, what worries people and what the reason is for why immediately people say this is an anti-Semitic incident and like, you know, pro-Israel people are under attack is because they worry that if they were to actually say, no, the shooter did this because he fucking hates what Israel's doing in Gaza, too many people would potentially say, yeah, I think that that is appropriate. I'm not saying I'm saying that. I'm not saying that. Okay. But I think the worry here is that if they were to tie this back to like what the shooter perceived to be justifiable use of force against anyone that is pro-Israel or anyone that is like working within the Israeli structure, people are too afraid that this would create more copycats. Okay? It doesn't, because the idea is that like Israel's popularity is in the shitter.
Is saddened and outraged over the brutal murder of 2 Israeli embassy staff here in Washington, D.C. last night. Yaron Lashinsky and Sarah Milgram were a beautiful young couple. In fact, we learned that Yaron was planning to propose to Sarah next week in Jerusalem. Yaron's father, Daniel, spoke about the young couple's devotion for one another this morning. He said, "They were in love, one for the other. The embassy told us they were like a star couple at the embassy. I never expected something like this. He had his whole life before him." These words, especially every parent knows, are heart-wrenching. The evil of anti-Semitism must be eradicated from our society. I spoke to the Attorney General this morning. The Department of Justice will be prosecuting the perpetrator responsible for this to the fullest extent of the law. Hatred has no place in the United States of America under President Donald Trump.
All right, here we go. I'm Jeanine Pirro, the United States Attorney. Welcome. Our community today is reeling.
Yeah. Yep. That's real. U.S. Attorney Jeanine Pirro. Nope, you are not imagining it. Yes, she is now officially a U.S. attorney. Yes, she most likely is drunk. Next question.
As a result of one person's actions, 2 families now are left to grieve for dreams that will never be realized. And as I speak right now, there is an individual who is being presented in court and charged with various crimes. 31-year-old Elias Rodriguez of Chicago, Illinois, is now charged by complaint after his initial appearance before U.S. Magistrate Judge Matthew Sharbaugh with the following: murder in the first degree for the murder of 30-year-old Yaron Lashinsky, a foreign official and official guest of the United States. Mr. Lashinsky was here on official business for the State of Israel. The defendant Rodriguez is also charged with 2 counts of murder in the first degree for both Yaron Lashinsky along with 26-year-old Sarah Lynn Milgram of Kansas. In addition, there are several felony firearms charges for discharging a firearm in the middle of a violent crime and for causing the death of an individual through the use of that firearm. Now, this investigation is continuing, and as you can see, we have most of the stakeholders here today who will be given an opportunity to speak with you. But what I want to be clear about today, since this is the first time you're hearing from me,
it would be illegal for her to drive. Not illegal for her to do this press conference, but I suspect it's illegal for her to drive right now at this point. Another DUI hire
is that this is a horrific crime, and these crimes are not going to be tolerated by me and by this office. A young couple at the beginning of their life's journey, about to be engaged in another country, had their bodies removed in the cold of the night in a foreign city in a body bag. We are not going to tolerate that anymore. And I am not unaware, based upon my own background, of the repercussions of this kind of case. This is the kind of case that picks at old sores and old scars, because these kinds of cases remind us of what has happened in the past that we can never and must never forget.
Yes, right now is the CEO and National Director of the Anti-Defamation League, Jonathan Greenblatt.
Bro, they'll be like, this is just like the Holocaust. Well, the literal Holocaust is happening, and they're like, that's not like the Holocaust. Like, the second iteration of the Holocaust is currently unfolding in Gaza. They'd be like, that's not like the Holocaust. You know what it's like the Holocaust? This incident that took place last night. Insane.
Jonathan, thank you for being here. But, I mean, what do you do with this? It is just horrific.
Look, first of all, I think all of our hearts break for the young couple who was killed, for everyone in the Washington, D.C. community. I mean, think about it. These people, their only offense was going to the Jewish museum. They were killed because they attended a Jewish event. I mean, I gotta say, Kate, in many ways, this was inevitable. I mean, think about the data. We've talked about it before. ADL systematically tracks anti-Semitic incidents. We have seen a historic rise. 5 out of the last 6 years, we've reached record numbers. And look, 6 weeks ago, a man firebombed the governor's mansion in Harrisburg and tried to kill Josh Shapiro.
Okay, that dude was insane, by the way. Like, it's more dangerous that you got dudes who aren't insane doing this. Because the dude who did this last night is not insane. Like, the guy who fucking firebombed Josh Shapiro's governor's mansion was like so mentally ill. He thought that Josh Shapiro was like actively trying to kidnap his daughters or some shit. This, on the other hand, is not the work of an insane person. People like Greenblatt are allowed to interchange Jewish and Israeli with no repercussion, but you're not allowed to. I don't think anyone should be allowed to, obviously. Yeah, I mean, he's doing it as a defensive posture. That's what it is. Ironically enough, he probably would go after super fucking hard the likes of neo-Nazis who do the same thing.
His family. And that was 6 weeks ago. 6 months ago, the FBI detained a man with explosives in his car in Gainesville, Florida. He was going to head down to the AIPAC office to murder people. I mean, look, this happened just a few blocks from the U.S. Capitol. I mean, this is terrifying, and it's just got to stop.
I mean, what does it, you talk about the record number of incidents and you put out this report. It's the highest number of anti-Semitic incidents that you guys have seen since, in what is it, the 46 years that ADL has even been tracking anti-Semitic incidents. But are they also becoming more violent? I mean, two people are dead this morning.
That's a great point. So yes, they are becoming more violent. We've seen a rise in harassment and vandalism, but it's the violence that it almost seems inevitable, Kate. Like, look, I'm angry today. I'm angry because we have been saying this. You know, when people scream lies, or protesters about the Jewish people or the Jewish state, accuse us of being Zionists and committing genocide, these lies have consequences. And repeating them and normalizing them, those who tell us that anti-Zionism is a legitimate political ideology, it's not. Those who say that chanting intifada revolution is legitimate.
What a fucking piece of shit this guy is. It's crazy. He's literally, oh God, he is fucking farming this shit. He's farming this so hard. He's like, one other thing. I went down to my favorite halal guys, halal brothers stop, and they shorted me $5. And they gotta fucking stop doing that. You know? That's bullshit. This is the peak of anti-Semitism. He's like, whatever irrelevant thing is out there that he thinks is really fucked up is now peak anti-Semitism. Like, he just genuinely said accusing Israel of committing a genocide is peak anti-Semitism. It's violent and dehumanizing rhetoric. It's just the truth. That's crazy that he's like, no, that's why, you know, this is really fucked up. It's not the actual reality that's fucked up. It's that people look at that reality and go, that's really fucked up. I don't like this. Please stop. That's the real messed up thing here. On the issue of Israel, there is not much daylight between Fox News and CNN for this reason. Now, every now and then, CNN will have the likes of someone like myself on. Obviously, Fox News would never have someone like myself on. They would only have me on in a negative fashion, you know. But usually, there is not much difference. Like, what is the difference here? Like, Jonathan Greenblatt would say the exact same shit right here as he would on fucking Fox News. This is what the same shit that Fox News says.
It's not. And so when you call for violence, we shouldn't be surprised when violence actually ensues. And now we've lost two beautiful young people as a result, and it's a tragedy for the whole country.
There is a question if there was any security failure, if this person was on anyone's radar. That I don't think is yet to know unless you've heard anything.
Well,
but what do you I mean, have you heard anything?
Well, look, the ADL Center on Extremism monitors extremist groups like the Party of Socialism and Liberation, or PSL, that this man was associated with. He was associated with another, that is an anti-capitalist, anti-Western, and anti-Zionist group which regularly employs anti-Semitic rhetoric. So we know people.
Yep, that's the real goal here, by the way. He's there to turn around and be like, we have to put an end to this PSL business. We have to put an end to this PSL business, dude. We got to stop it, you know? Dead in its tracks. They're organizing too much against Israel and America. And America, remember, they're anti-America. They're anti-capitalist. They're so scary. All of which is supposed to be protected speech, by the way, even though throughout American history, it rarely ever was. But
PSL. And look, there are extremists on all sides. The fringes seem to be incredibly empowered today. But all of us need to call it out. I'm thinking about the New York Times doing a gauzy profile a few weeks ago of this gamer, Hasan Piker, who regularly employs awful genocidal rhetoric against Jewish people in the Jewish state. Like,
I think this is like not only defamation against me, but I think it's also defamation against the New York Times too. Because they also wrote my dehumanizing anti-Semitic sentiment. Of course, they wrote it in the most New York Times way possible, but they put it in the record where they said I accuse Israel of doing a genocide. You know? Because if that's his fucking framework, did you know that that was coming? Yeah, I saw it this morning. It is defamation. He's a fucking slanderous piece of shit. I am not a gamer. No. Okay, all jokes aside. No, in all sincerity, like, the idea that I'm using dehumanizing anti-Semitic statements is fucking gross. It's disgusting. I'm someone who has spent a big chunk of my professional media career fighting against anti-Semitism and still continue to do so. And that's not just like a defense mechanism here. Like, this is something that I do take seriously and something that I do care about. He's just a monstrous piece of shit who doesn't care about the truth. And only cares about cutting propaganda for Israel. And obviously he sees me as a fucking major threat. Like, we're talking about a guy who flies back and forth between Israel. Like, this dude literally plays a formative role in Hasbara. And the only reason why he's saying that, the only reason why he's fucking saying that is because I'm an anti-Zionist and I'm anti-genocide. The irony, of course, is that this is exactly the kind of animosity that you bring towards Jewish people who don't deserve it by making this false fucking conflation. Does the ADL officially conflate anti-Zionism with anti-Semitism? They didn't used to, but they do now. Yeah. Remember when this dipshit defended Elon Musk, for the record? When Elon Musk hit the fucking double sig Heil, this guy came out and defended him. He said he's just like a little autistic, you know? It is what it is. I wonder why. A lot of us Jews who have complicated feelings about Israel outside of politics still look at what Israel is doing and condemn it because genocide is literally antithetical to our beliefs and should never be enacted in the name of our people. Yeah. Yeah, remember, this is what he said about Elon Musk. I am unconditionally anti-genocide. I am unconditionally anti-Zionist. Look at the words he used to describe me. Now look and compare the words he used to describe Elon Musk hitting the double Sig Heil in front of the entire world. The double Sig Heil in front of the entire world at the inauguration. This is a delicate moment. It's a new day, yet so many are on edge. Our politics are inflamed, and social media only adds to the anxiety. It seems that Elon Musk made an awkward gesture in a moment of enthusiasm. Not a Nazi salute, but again, we appreciate that people are on edge. In this moment, all sides should give another a bit of grace. This is a new beginning. Let's hope for healing and work towards unity for months and years ahead.
Extremists should not be empowered. People who spout prejudice.
Yeah, notice how they're not. Normally, the ADL, at the very least, okay, would talk about like things that white supremacists are talking about. Because like they have a glossary and a database for hatred. And they need to have that. Because if they don't have that, then they're not a serious institution. Then they're just doing pro-Israel propaganda. So obviously, in an effort to justify their position as an institution that cares about anti-Semitism, they're normally supposed to constantly be updating their glossary or constantly be calling out like new waves of neo-Nazi movements and sentiments. It's not just about anti-Semitism. Have they talked about the white genocide theory? Have they? Just saying. Have they recently? Donald Trump straight up had the South African leadership over to fucking lie about white genocide taking place in South Africa. They've basically dropped the ball on combating anti-Semitism in every way, shape, and form. They are so singularly focused on attacking pro-Palestinian content creators and pro-Palestinian protesters. They're so singularly focused on that right now that like they're not even entertaining the other side of the story, even if it's for optics. Because if they were to at least consistently undermine neo-Nazi movements and stuff, there would probably be more Jews on board. There'd probably be more people who are like, yeah, you know what, the ADL, sometimes they go a little overboard, but like I agree with them. They do care about anti-Semitism. They've dropped that. They don't even give a fuck. They literally don't care to even present themselves as though they are in any way, shape, or form against anti-Semitism. While also contributing to anti-Semitic conflations. Between Zionism and Judaism. Yeah. When Elon Musk was milking kill DeBoer clips on Twitter, I did find an old ADL post that made the white genocide argument that was used by American neo-Nazis. But now that the U.S. government is taking in South African refugees, silence. Yeah, of course. It is so obvious. Dude, even the dumbest guy knows this guy doesn't give a fuck about anti-Semitism. Come on.
Should not be platformed. This is a moment when we need to look ourselves in the mirror and say, we've got to stop this because the consequences are deadly.
Because reality is security is already heightened at Jewish institutions, synagogues, all over the place. If you go into a synagogue...
I like that she didn't even push back, by the way, which is, again, journalistic malpractice. Shouts out to the CNN anchor who was just letting my man go off and defame the fuck out of me. Like, what are you doing? There are other journalists on your platform that have literally asked me to go on their shows. There are other journalists on your platform that have done extensive coverage on what I do, including me targeting fucking disinformation and anti-Semitic narratives. It's not just Donny O'Sullivan either. There's plenty of other. It's like crazy that you just like let him fucking spit like this. Ay, ay, ay.
Kate. You're going through magnetometer and you're walking past police. Which
it's like, I'm not done. I want to keep going back to this Hasan guy. He fucking sucks. Can we just talk more about him? He's about to like pull a Ethan Klein and start talking about my feet or something. You know what I mean? He's literally about to, he's about to be like, listen, Kate, we're not done here. Okay. Have you seen this guy's fucking armpits? Have you seen this guy's armpits? Why is he posting his armpits on the timeline? He's so stupid and so sexy. I fucking hate it. I hate it. I hate it so much. Stupid, sexy.
We always
Hasan.
thank them for their time. Yeah. How much more secure are all these Jewish institutions going to have to get? But
think about that. Last year we had more than 1,700 incidents at Jewish institutions, Kate. More than 1,700. Every Jewish institution has metal detectors, bulletproof glass, like police presence. It's not normal. We shouldn't normalize it. We've got to do something before it gets even worse.
It's horrible today because 2 people are dead.
Like two things can be two things can be true at the same time. Because like I don't fucking lean too hard into like the Jewish exceptionalism narratives unless we're talking directly about Israel, in which case obviously Jews are the supremacist force in that conversation. But if we're talking about the United States of America, I mean, Israel is a Jewish ethno-state, obviously. It's like the joke that I make where I'm like, Jews control the media in Israel is true, right? Having said that, two things can be true at the same time, that like Jewish people can be a marginalized identity historically, while also simultaneously being firmly within the confines of whiteness in this country. Because it is true, Jews are white. They are perceived as white. And not only are they perceived as white, because of this double status of both being perceived as white, being a part of the white in-group, and also the careful attention that is designed around the marginalized identity of Jews, they get to use this they get to burn a candle on both ends sometimes like this, where it's like, oh, dude, what the fuck? You're saying something about Israel. That's anti-Semitism. Now I'm going to use my institutional muscle to demand you get deplatformed. It's fucking ridiculous. What are we doing? What are we doing? Like, that's why, on the one hand, it's understandable for Jews to say they don't feel safe, or they don't feel like they feel that there is a additional threat because everyone fucking associates them with Israel. Okay, and there are plenty of Jews in this community that say that. That's understandable. Okay, but as I've said time and time again from the beginning of October 7, that the real threat to Jews in this fucking country does not come from people being mean to them if they are pro-Israel at a fucking campus protest. With the exception of this last night's incident, the real threat to Jews have always been fucking neo-Nazis. It's never pro-Palestinian Jews. It's never pro-Palestinian Muslims. It's fucking neo-Nazis. It's so ridiculous to just be like, no, you don't understand, dude. You don't understand. The anti-Semitic incidents are overwhelmingly being done by pro-Palestinian protesters. Okay, but the range of anti-Semitism for you is quite literally saying from the river to the sea, Palestine should be free next to a Jewish person, all the way to literally killing a Jewish person outside of a fucking synagogue. The real fucking shit is happening at that level, not at the fucking speech level. Okay? Well, and this isn't even to say that there isn't a speech that is anti-Semitic. You know what I mean? Like saying the K word or whatever the fuck. You know what I mean? Like, there are anti-Semitic acts. But the idea that the range of anti-Semitism goes from valid statements about what Israel is doing to literal, actual anti-Semitism gives the game away. It's ridiculous. And last but not least, there is no institutional defense of this. There's only institutional defense of anti-Semitic microaggressions. If we're going to go down to that level, right? There's only institutional defense of anti-Semitic microaggressions as long as the person doing it is a Republican that's pro-Israel. Okay? Like, the greatest evidence of this is Trump being like, Jews are money people. They're the money people. I love them. I love the Jews. If I lose the election, it's because of you Jews. You control the media. You should control it better in my favor. Then it's fine. You know what I mean? It's like you'll get a slight nod from Jonathan Greenblatt and be like, oh, Mr. President, please don't say that. Mr. President, please don't say that. That makes me feel bad, you know? So, obviously, this kind of stuff is so ridiculous, you know? What is this? Apology accepted? I am done with anti-Semitism. Apology accepted. It's still time to talk. Your invitation to the Adam Friedland Show is still active. Your move, sir. I'm ready. Pretty sure the synagogue shooter in 2018 is pro-Trump? Yes. The synagogue shooter, the Tree of Life shooter, was literally a pro-Trump guy who decided to take matters into his own hands because he literally said it's not enough. Like, he's still letting these fucking Jews do immigrant caravans into the country at a time when the Republican Party's messaging was the Great Replacement is real and it's happening. And they wouldn't say like Jews are doing it. They would just say one Jew is doing it, George Soros. They wouldn't say that like all Jews are responsible. They would just say one Jew is responsible, George fucking Soros. He's doing unlimited third world migration into the United States of America because he's, as a Jew, he hates Western society and Western civilization. And, you know, he wants it to be destroyed by the masses of the third world. That is at the heart of the Great Replacement theory. It is quite literally the rallying cry for fucking neo-Nazis. But of course, none of it matters because if the people that are repeating it are also pro-Israel, nobody ever chirps about it. If we're honest about the synagogue shooter and his origins, we can be honest about the groups that the shooter was a part of last night. Wait, what? I did. I am. People are yelling at me because I am. People are saying, no, you have to say he's being anti-Semitic. What? I did. He was a part of PSL up until 2017. He left PSL, but it's very obvious that this shooter was an anti-Zionist. I'm not saying he wasn't an anti-Zionist. I am, however, saying that he was not motivated. Careful with them clicks, young man. I know, I almost fucking modded this person. He was not a PSL member. He was affiliated with the Party for Socialism and Liberation up until 2017. He was not a member. He was affiliated with the Party for Socialism and Liberation until 2017. He was no longer affiliated after 2017. All right? I can't, dude, you know what's crazy about this? Like, I am open about this person's like motivations as far as I can read, as far as I can see. And it's crazy to me that chatter is like, nope, that's not enough. Like, what do you mean? Are you saying that you want me to say that he actually is like a neo-Nazi or something? Like he was, that he was just like thirsty for Jewish blood or something? Is that what you think was going on? No, sometimes adventurists, or in many instances, adventurists will often engage in acts of violence that are not productive, okay? Engage in acts of violence that are ultimately harmful even.
According to his work bio online at History Makers, lives in the Avondale neighborhood of Chicago. That's law enforcement visiting his place on Thursday morning. He was associated.
What are your thoughts on Twitter calling it a false flag? I mean, I get why people think that. I don't agree with that, but I understand why people think that. One, because first of all, I don't think it's a false flag. I don't. I get why people think that, but I don't think it's a false flag. And here's why. Because he makes it very clear why he's doing that, okay? He makes it very clear why he did this action in his manifesto. Twitter is also incredibly invested in like narratives, okay? They love conspiracy. Americans love conspiracy in general. Like, I'll give you the greatest example of this, okay? I'll give you the greatest example of this. And I talked about this at my meeting this morning with some producers. If I were to tell you a group of shadowy individuals get together multiple times a year to design a society and how it should continue to move, and they make decisions about our lives that we have no say on, and then I were to tell you it's happening at the Davos summit, people would be like, ugh, shut up. Or if I were to tell you it's capital owners, people would be like, oh, shut the fuck up. But if I were to say it's the Jews, then everyone's like, oh, yeah. Oh, it must be the Jews. You're right. Oh, because people love these fucking idiotic conspiracies because the truth is boring and banal, okay? That's it. That's why people look at the World Economic Forum and they go, oh, this is the work of communist Jews. How are you saying that about the World Economic Forum, an institution designed specifically to make sure that the neoliberal monoculture continues as the hegemonic force of existence? Ridiculous. Entirely comprised of capital owners. No matter what their ethnic background is or religion is or whatever their creed is, they are all capital owners. I mean, this is an obviously pro-Palestine, anti-Zionist way, but it was an inevitability that someone would do vigilante violence in the name of Palestine. In fact, I hate to say it, but I'm kind of surprised it's taken this long for something this serious to happen. I mean, it's true. And the reality of the matter is, the less people, the more people use this to clamp down, the more people use this to fucking clamp down on pro-Palestinian speech, or the more people use this against people like myself who are obviously not anti-Semitic and simply just anti-Israel, anti-Zionist, anti-genocide. Like, the more people do that, the only available alternatives are going to be the fucking anti-Semitic right-wingers, okay? Anti-Semitic, out and about, weirdo fucking right-wingers. Especially when that narrative is something that bigoted Americans are so easy to adopt. That framework is so perfect for Americans to engage with.
With the Party for Socialism and Liberation, which is a far-left group that regularly posts anti-Israeli rhetoric on social media. The group claims on social media Rodriguez was not a member and his association with it ended in 2017. Reports say he did attend at least one Black Lives Matter protest in Chicago in front of the house of then-Mayor Rahm Emanuel. He currently works at the Chicago-based American Osteopathic Information Association as an administration specialist. His employer says, "We were shocked and saddened to learn that our employee has been arrested as a suspect in this horrific crime. We're ready to cooperate with the investigation. We extend our deepest sympathy to the victims' loved ones." Previously, Rodriguez worked for the History Makers.
Also, the reason why people are saying it's a fucking false flag, the reason why people are saying it's a false flag is because he literally fucking shot the people, went inside, was like, I did it, then had a fucking keffiyeh that he had on him, dropped the keffiyeh, someone else picked it up, said free Palestine. Oh my God, someone said from Hamas in the chat. Oh, they're joking. Okay, never mind. Because that's what the other people in that room were saying, which I thought was fucking crazy. Yeah, that person's just making a joke. But isn't that exactly what he would do if he was doing it for the propaganda of the deed as well? Yes. I think so. That's why I'm saying I don't think it's a false flag. But it's so perfectly designed as a way for pro-Israel groups to just turn around. pro-Israel groups to just fucking turn around and use the clamp down on any kind of speech. Like Benjamin Netanyahu came out and immediately was like, well, there it is. Saying free Palestine is basically the same as saying Heil Hitler. No, it's not. That's a totally separate thing. Like, they leaned into it so aggressively.
As a production and logistics coordinator and oral history researcher. It's also based in Chicago and is a national nonprofit which preserves untold stories of both well-known and unsung African Americans. He also spent 3 years at Coupon Cabin as a senior content associate and training coordinator. Rodriguez only has 8 connections on his LinkedIn page and hasn't posted anything for months.
Chicago. Anyway, here is what Dana Fash is saying about this. Of course, classic.
Just heard the alleged.
Yeah, we should just fuck it, dude. If you say anything but Israel is awesome, you should just go to jail. I think that's what I think. I think like saying anything beyond I love Israel and Israel should kill more Palestinian children it should be met with criminal scrutiny, criminal punishment. Yeah. We will not stop until every single person is saying 10 M Israel highs a day, okay? This certainly will not breed resentment towards Jews and enmity towards Jews in America, because Americans are incredibly selfish people. I repeat this over and over again. And they, for the most part, don't care about wars that are going on over there, but they do care about it from the perspective of their tax dollars going over there. They care about it from the perspective of these foreigners fucking constantly bullying our politicians, okay? And they certainly do care about having free speech to a degree where if you start doing shit like this, Americans are going to be like, okay, well, fuck these guys. You know what I mean? Okay, you tell me that this unlimited baby murder that we're sponsoring is done for Jews. They're going to fucking learn the wrong lesson.
Killer saying free Palestine. We hear that on the streets. We hear that on college campuses. And there are a lot of people who have been worried that that has been turned into a call to arms and a call to action and violence. Others claim that it's not. What do you think now that we have seen this?
I think there's no question, whatever its initial intent and whatever people were saying initially or meant it.
By the way, Deborah Lipstadt is a fucking psycho. This is Biden's special envoy for monitoring and combating anti-Semitism. If you recall her name, you might actually remember her from saying things like, well, Trump is doing a lot of good combating anti-Semitism. Biden's envoy for combating anti-Semitism was claiming that Trump was doing a lot of good for anti-Semitism and for Israel, like moving the American embassy to Jerusalem. She's also famous for making a beeper joke in the aftermath of the terror attack that Mossad conducted in direct violation of international laws, booby-trapping pagers and beepers, or booby-trapping beepers that fucking healthcare personnel were using, as well as members of the Lebanese parliament that actually killed a child and exploded in crowded areas inside of Lebanon. If you remember, you know, that act of terror that even the former head of the CIA said was a terrifying precedent to set and was directly an act of terror that seemingly many members of the media, many prominent members of the media were joking about. Lost respect for Hasan yesterday as his limited understanding of what's actually happening in South Africa makes his opinion completely fucked. No, you didn't actually lose respect for me. I think you were too stupid to think I think you were too stupid to think that I would ever be in favor of silly notions of white genocide taking place in South Africa. Okay? If you understand my worldview even a little bit, no, I don't think that like the abolition of slavery is actually the enslavement of white people. I don't think that the abolition of Jim Crow laws is actually implementing Jim Crow laws on white people. I don't think giving some black people an upper hand in terms of like their college admissions is actually killing white people. I don't think that racism and reverse racism is the same thing. And I certainly don't believe that Trump's idiotic fucking notion of white genocide happening in South Africa even has any credence whatsoever. White South Africans don't even agree with it. Even fucking Boers and Afrikaners themselves don't agree with it. It's just a handful of like, what am I supposed to do? Believe like 1,000 Afrikaners, only 58 of which are escaping this fucking treacherous white genocide that's taking place? Nobody fucking believes it. Why am I supposed to entertain silly ass fucking notions? I work in security and face multiple situations of attacks on farmers on a daily basis. I'm not saying it's mass genocide, but it's there. Oh, wow. You mean to tell me that a country that is incredibly poor has a shit ton of attacks, a shit ton of violence? Wow. Shocking. I had no idea. Don't you think that there's a difference between crime born out of material inequalities and fucking systematic genocide directed towards the white population? These two things are not in the same fucking... These two things are not the same at all, okay? Do you feel like there is a genocide taking place in, I don't know, Chicago? Chatter even admits it's not a genocide, so why did he lose respect for Hasan? I don't know. Oh. An incredible amount of anti-white genocide is taking place in South Africa. That's why 8% of the population maintains 72% of the land in South Africa. Yeah. Famous instances of genocide have taken place exactly like this. Like, point to one fucking genocide that has had this exact same situation, please. Wild that white genocide was the red line.
It
yeah.
has become a call for violence, and not violence against Israelis, which is wrong.
Yeah, an extremely poor country has people that are attacking the landed gentry. Stop the fucking presses. Yeah, and even in that process, like, the overwhelming majority of victims are still black farmhands. So what the fuck's this guy talking about? Half of the white farm owners that die do not die in the hands of people that are like, oh, I can't wait to kill white people. They die in the hands of their fucking own family members, and then they're added on to the fucking white genocide narrative. What am I supposed to do? Believe this nonsense? Get the fuck out of here. It's the same exact fucking principle behind, like, October 7 was a genocidal act. Everything post October 7 that Israel has done, not a genocide. Like, okay, sure.
But violence against Jews. And anybody who tries to separate the two.
I mean, here, it's how fitting that we're having this conversation about this ridiculous notion of white genocide happening in South Africa. Meanwhile, Biden's fucking anti-Semitism envoy is on CNN alongside Dana Fash being like, you know what's the real genocide that's taking place? Don't say in Palestine. That's actually genocidal rhetoric. The real genocide is when you say Israel is doing a genocide, okay?
And try to say,
Doesn't fit your agenda, fake news. The president of South Africa literally called for the deaths of white South Americans. Wait, what? White South Americans? You mean white South Africans? And no, Malema is not the president of South Africa, you racist baboon. Shut the fuck up. That's so funny. This guy, of course, the people that believe that there is a white genocide taking place in South Africa are also too racist to recognize that the leader of the EFF is not the fucking leader of the ANC, nor is the leader of the fucking country. Remember when I told you this, by the way, yesterday when we were watching Donald Trump play that clip compilation, that dumb fuck racist Americans were going to be like, well, these two people are the same people, I think. Here, you got unbanned Burberry bloodstains. As a white South African myself, can the other white South Africans in the chat stop fucking whining about your own anecdotal evidence? Take your head out of your ass and look at the facts of our country. You are embarrassing as fuck.
I'm just against Palestine. I'm just, against Israel's policies in Palestine or in Gaza, and I'm not anti-Semitic. This was anti-Semitism, pure and simple. That he happened to have killed 2 Israeli staff members didn't matter. It was a Jewish event. They were targets.
This, as you know better than most, hardly happened in a vacuum. Things are happening so often that we often. Sometimes we become numb to it. To be honest. It normalized, exactly. So let's not participate in that, and let's just give some of the examples in just the past few.
Wait, what did she say?
They were targets. Jews. And anybody who tries to separate the two and try to say, oh, I'm just against Palestine, I'm just, against. Yeah, no, we're all anti-Semitic. You're right. Everyone's anti-Semitic if they say, what Israel's doing is fucked up. Like, doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Biden's anti-Semitism envoy, by the way. Israel's policies in Palestine or in Gaza.
Oh, that was the slip. She said Palestine and then had to correct herself. Yeah. Netanyahu's policies in Palestine. I mean, Gaza. That's not real. That's not. I'm sorry. Explain that. One marker for a lot of defenders, dick riders of Israel, is that they never say Palestine. They're worried that if they start saying Palestine, that there would be recognition of its existence. Because they do not recognize Palestine. They do not believe that it exists. It's fake. It's made up to them. Because when you do recognize that Palestine exists, all of a sudden, there are additional responsibilities, like sovereignty. If you're a nation state, a recognized nation state, if you're a recognized nation state with people, with a culture, then all of a sudden, what Israel's doing is really fucked up. You can't engage in mass displacement. If you call them Arabs or Gazans, then they are already a part of a larger group of Arabs that can be just sent to any other Arab nation. Really, who cares where they go?
And I'm not anti-Semitic. This was anti-Semitism, pure and simple. That he happened to have killed 2 Israeli staff members didn't matter. It was a Jewish event. They were targets.
This, as you know better than most, hardly happened in a vacuum.
Yeah, I don't know if I heard her right, but she said the reason why they were killed was actually because they were Jewish and they just so happened to be Israeli. Yeah. And the event itself was for promoting tolerance for Palestinians.
Things are happening so often that we sometimes we become numb to it. To be honest. It normalized, exactly. So let's not participate in that. And let's just give some of the examples in just the past few months. We saw a man arrested for allegedly planning a mass shooting at a New York Jewish center. Tel Aviv restaurant stabbing. The perpetrator arrived from the U.S. Then this is
Tel Aviv restaurant stabbing. Okay. The fuck? Yeah. If we're bringing up U.S.-born terrorism that takes place over there, oh boy, do you have a fucking long list, starting with Mayor Hasan. Okay, holy fuck. I mean, or any number of different Americans that flew to Tel Aviv instantly to be like, oh, dude, I can't wait to join in on the fucking fun of child Holocaust. That is, can't wait to join the ranks of the Israeli occupying force and do some fun little baby murder. Like, I don't think we should be playing this game of talking about incidents of terror. It was an event for diplomats, not humanitarian aid to Gaza. No, I know it was. They're just lying about that too.
just, again, the past several months. A man arrested for making terrorist threats to a Manhattan synagogue, the Berlin Holocaust Memorial. There was a stabbing there. And then, of course, an arson attack at Pennsylvania.
Wait, what? Is she claiming someone went into the Jewish nation to do anti-Semitism at some random restaurant? Yes. Tharzex, you saw that right. Yes. She's saying anti-Semitic acts of violence have increased dramatically, including a U.S. resident born in Morocco flying to Tel Aviv. Like, it's like, dude, it's like posting the Ansar Allah militancy in the Red Sea, and also the fucking hypersonic missiles they're lobbing in Israel's direction as like anti-Semitic incidents. The anti-Semitic hate crimes of Hezbollah must not go unnoticed. The fact that they have been bombing since October 7 Sheba farms and then other IDF military targets in northern Israel. Oh my God, the anti-Semitism, these anti-Semitic rockets. Because the best way to do racism is to fly where the disenfranchised people are the superior. Yeah. the anti-German Christian hate crimes of flying into Berlin in 1939. This is fucked up. We must stop this. Attacking German soldiers in 1938 because I just hate Christians so much. Darzex is Israeli, by the way, if I remember correctly. Man arrested for making terroristic threats at Manhattan synagogue, Berlin Memorial, Holocaust Memorial stabbing. I don't know what this one was, but it's in fucking Berlin. I don't know. Arson attack at Pennsylvania Governor Josh Shapiro's home. Bro. The arson attack at Governor Josh Shapiro's home was done by a guy who thought Josh Shapiro was right there, about to kidnap his daughters. Okay? This is basically akin to being like, I'm Jewish and I got in a car accident. This is an anti-Semitic hate crime. Like, what are you talking about? What is this fucking stat padding happening here? The dude literally was like, oh, Josh Shapiro is gang stalking me and my daughters. He thought Josh Shapiro was in his fucking walls.
Governor Josh Shapiro's home. Your whole life has been dedicated to education. But education seems to not even be close to enough.
Education, you can be a PhD and an SOB at the same time. You can be well-educated. Look, the first people to support Hitler in Nazi Germany were amongst the first, were the...
I mean, as is the case with many defenders of Israel, is pure projection, and I don't disagree with what she's saying, except it should be flipped on the likes of Deborah fucking Lipstadt, who is incredibly well educated. I think she was a Holocaust scholar, if I'm not mistaken, which is crazy because as an incredibly well educated person, her biases about Israel are shrouding her judgment. They're clouding her judgment. So yeah, you can be 100% well educated and have a PhD, but then be 100% an SOB.
University professors, they got on board right away. So education, of course, I believe in education. I wouldn't.
Also saying that, well, fucking the American government currently is literally fucking targeting PhDs and college campus protesters and unjustifiably jailing them for literally doing the brave thing that some college professors did in Nazi Germany against the displacement and false imprisonment of all Jewish PhDs. Like, literally, what she is criticizing is happening in America, but she likes it. She likes it. The idea that, like, educated PhDs supported Nazi Germany is, to a certain degree, correct. It is. We have covered this on the broadcast extensively. There were college campuses, there were colleges that immediately were like, well, we don't want to be harmed. We don't want our funding to go away, and we don't want additional legal scrutiny. So yeah, you can pack up all the Jewish professors and professors that are engaging in Jewish acts, such as, being communist or being socialist or whatever. They did that. And you know who else did that? Fucking Colombia. Okay? Colombia just did that to the Trump administration because there is another Holocaust taking place right now, and Israel is the one responsible for it, and all the naysayers are getting packed up.
Be doing education and working in that and trying to educate people if I didn't believe it, but it's not a magic bullet. We also have to inculcate, whether you're educated, whether you have years of postgraduate education or none at all, this is wrong. There is no but when it comes to killing people because of their ethnic, religious heritage. There is no but when it comes to raping women in the area next to Gaza on October 7th. There is no but about kidnapping children because they happen to be Jews. There is no but. This is unacceptable. Irrespective of how you feel about Israeli policies, irrespective of how you feel about the Israeli government, this is wrong, and there should be a universal outcry.
Yeah. I will not be satisfied until we arrest every single person that is not sitting around and saying they love that Israel is killing children. Okay? Mr. Second Slip Up. She said rape in Gaza. Oh. This lady had a Hollywood movie made about her? Yeah, because she fucking famously prosecuted a super famous, Lipstadt is a Holocaust scholar and was sued by David Irving, a Holocaust denier, for libel, and she won. Okay? David Irving is like a super famous Holocaust denier, okay? Super famous Holocaust denier. Like, this motherfucker was an award-winning Holocaust denier, okay? And Deborah Lipstadt actually successfully was able to win this libel suit that David Irving launched against the Irving v. Penguin Books case, in which Lipstadt, a Holocaust scholar, was sued by David Irving, a Holocaust denier, for libel. But beeper jokes are valid and good? Of course. It's a peak of humor, dude.
Last night in Washington, something horrific happened. A
demon.
Brutal terrorist shot in cold blood a young, beautiful couple. Yaron Lishinsky, and Sarah Milgram. Yaron had just bought an engagement ring for Sarah. He was planning to give it to her in Jerusalem next week. They were planning to start a new and happy life together. Well, that tragically did not happen. Yaron and Sarah weren't the victims of a random crime. The terrorist who cruelly gunned them down did so for one reason and one reason alone. He wanted to kill Jews. And as he was taken away, he chanted, "Free Palestine." This is exactly the same chant we heard on October 7th. On that day, thousands of terrorists stormed into Israel from Gaza. They beheaded men, they raped women, they burned babies alive, they butchered 1,200 innocent people and took 251 innocent people hostage to the dungeons of Gaza. A short time afterwards, Chancellor Scholz of Germany visited Israel. And after he saw the horrors, he said to me, "These Hamas terrorists are exactly like the Nazis." He was right. And if they could get away with it, these Hamas terrorists would have slaughtered every last Jew on earth. For these neo-Nazis, Free Palestine is just today's version of Heil Hitler. They don't want a Palestinian state. They want to destroy the Jewish state. They want to annihilate the Jewish people who've been in the land of Israel for 3,500 years. I could never understand how this simple truth evades the leaders of France, Britain, Canada, and others. They're now proposing to establish a Palestinian state and reward these murderers with the ultimate prize. Well, for 18 years, we had a de facto Palestinian state. It's called Gaza. And what did we get? Peace? No. We got the most savage slaughter of Jews since the Holocaust. You won't be surprised to learn that Hamas thanked President Macron and Prime Ministers Starmer and Carney for demanding that Israel end its war in Gaza.
Bro, this is how you know he's just like, he doesn't give a fuck about anything. This is how you know. I know he said saying free Palestine is like saying Heil Hitler. He's literally targeting every single thing that's pissing him off right now. Like, yeah, it's really fucked up, you guys. I can't believe you said we should stop starving children, okay? This is, what do you want? You want, oh God, you just want all Jews to die, huh? That's what you want. It's really fucked up, dude. How dare you? How dare you, England, who have supported us throughout this entire genocide, offering us fucking targets with your secret spying flight missions that you do over the Gaza Strip so that we can more expertly kill babies. How dare you turn around and tell us that we won't be able to do a free trade agreement later down the line in the future because of our endless thirst for baby murder? How dare you? What an anti-Semitic statement you have just said, sir. I can't believe it. I hear you got 2 people killed. Hope you get sent back to Turkey. Where did you hear that? He's like, hey man, I hallucinated an alternative reality, and I've decided that this reality is correct, and in which you will also now be getting deported, despite being an American citizen. So many things that you just made up have to, so many things have to come together.
Immediately. Hamas was right to thank them, because by issuing their demand, replete with a threat of sanctions against Israel, not Hamas, these 3 leaders effectively said they want Hamas to remain in power. They want Israel to stand down and accept that Hamas's army of mass murderers will survive, rebuild, and repeat the October 7th massacre again and again and again, because that's what Hamas has vowed to do. I say to President Macron, Prime Minister Carney, and Prime Minister Starmer, when mass murderers, rapists...
Oh, I can't listen to him, dude. I hate this piece of shit so much. What a ginormous monster he is. God, he fucking sucks so bad. Holy shit. He fucking sucks so bad, brother. Yikes.
Baby killers.
I'm done. I'm done with this here. Gaza gets limited aid after Israeli blockade, but is it too late?
They unloaded the few trucks that reached Khan Yunis under cover of darkness, armed guards defending the precious cargo. They wanted to get the flour to the bakeries immediately, but also daylight would increase the risk of riots or fighting. People in Gaza are hungry and desperate. At Deir al-Balah and across southern Gaza, they started baking without delay. The flour is being distributed to as many bakeries as possible by the World Food Programme.
The bread produced in this bakery will not be sold at the moment on the counters and the bakeries. It's going to be distributed through our existing network of partners, mainly the ones operating the hot meals kitchen, and given to the ones that are...
Remember, this is what Israel is doing, okay? This is what Israel is doing in Gaza right now. As Western media has completely been like, all right, this is, okay, sure. An afterthought. Channel 4 covered this for 2 minutes and 32 seconds. Channel 4, earlier in the day, as we watched, covered the Israeli ambassadors getting shot and killed for, I believe, what, like the entirety of the programming, 15 minutes?
Are mostly in it.
The Israel Defense Force plans to replace this network with its own food distribution system.
There's also
They say
this.
they want
There's also this, as I covered yesterday. Israeli protesters attempt to block aid trucks headed to Gaza.
to stop Hamas from stealing aid. But humanitarian agencies suspect the real reason is to force Gazans into military-controlled zones in the south and to dismantle a long-standing and effective system that employs as well as feeds Palestinians in Gaza. In Nusrat, every family had sent a young man to see if they could get bread. During the ceasefire, 600 trucks of food entered Gaza every day. Fewer than 100 after an 11-week blockade is nowhere near enough. In Khan Yunis, children rushed to a place where they'd heard there was hot soup. They scrambled for the scrapings. And most left disappointed and still hungry. At Nasser Hospital in Khan Yunis, amongst the wounded, they're now seeing an increasing number of malnourished children.
We're now facing a disaster, and it will be dire if there is a continuation in the block on food supplies. I predict there will be many victims because of food insecurity. Most people are now surviving off scraps of food or anything they have left.
If nutritional supplements and food get into Gaza, these children can pull through. But time is running short.
Let's go back to sleep, Rahaf. We're so tired.
This is Miss Rachel, hanging out with her new friend Rahaf. Miss Rachel is like YouTube's Mr. Rogers, with millions of subscribers and billions of views.
Can you nod yes?
And Rahaf is a 3-year-old double amputee from Gaza. She lost her legs when her home was bombed, and months later was medically evacuated to the U.S. Miss Rachel saw a video of the little girl, now living with her mom and a host family in Missouri, watching her show.
She's just so precious. Hopping like a bunny, and she was kind of hopping on the couch.
And arranged to have Rahaf come visit her in New York. Rahaf is part of a new group of fans Miss Rachel discovered last year, refugees of the war in Gaza.
I was tagged in a video of a toddler and a brother and a sister watching in a tent. And I saw the toddler swaying and the little girl smile, and I was just so touched that I could bring a little bit of joy to them during unimaginable circumstances.
Did you know that you had this audience?
No, I was...
Why are you saying mods to this guy? Dude, I can't believe the New York Times covered Miss Rachel, and then in the process of covering her, they literally got quotes from stopantisemitism.org. She is impossibly nice. It is shocking. I think New York Times, not CNN, New York Times, when they covered her, they literally covered her as they covered her as like being too sympathetic to the Palestinians. She's nicer than you. Many people are nicer than me. Do you think I'm a nice person? I'm a nice person overall, but I'm not going to be nice if someone is a fucking bully. I will bully bullies all the time. If you spent a good deal of your time and effort and energy shitting on vulnerable populations, marginalized populations, shitting on those who are defenseless, I'm going to shit on you. I'm not going to be nice to you. I'm not going to use nice words. It's bullshit. I have a tremendous amount of privilege, and I'm trying to use that to give voice to those who are otherwise voiceless in mainstream media. Okay? I'm going to defend those who are systematically disenfranchised. This is very frustrating for a lot of people who feel like a big man. They feel only big when they have someone else to put down and someone else to look down on. Okay? It's at the heart of the insecurity epidemic, especially amongst young men. Fuck those people. Of course, I'm not going to be nice. Pro-Israel groups are attacking an online children's educator for taking photos of herself with Palestinian child amputees and expressing sympathy with their suffering in general. These people have plumbed to the lowest depths of humanity. Last month, the advocacy group Stop Antisemitism labeled Accurso the anti-Semite of the week, and then the New York Post reporters sent a letter urging Attorney General Pam Bondi to investigate whether Accurso is receiving funding to further Hamas's agenda. Accurso posted nearly 50 times about the children of Gaza, most of which is filled with misinformation from Hamas. Only 5 times about the Israeli children of the group, which monitor statements about Israel on social media. Like, dude, giving any credence to Stop Anti-Semitism, you might as well fucking ask the local crackhead what they think about fucking Miss Rachel. What does the local crackhead think about Israel's genocide? Is it real? Do the Palestinians deserve less? You know? Is less more? Here's the local crackhead. Yeah, Stop Antisemitism isn't even a group. It's just one fucking psychopath from Long Island. At least the crackhead has only one agenda, okay? And that is to consume more crack. The ADL has a separate agenda. Stop Anti-Semitism has a separate agenda, and is certainly not to combat anti-Semitism, mind you. It is to combat correct messages about Israel. It is to combat the truth. Accurso, 42, in an email response, denied having received any money from Hamas. This accusation is not only absurd, it's patently false. Accurso said, the reason I post about Israeli children is because I care deeply about them. The accusation that I would be doing it for any other reason is outrageous and wrong. I've spent my life committed to the learning and well-being of children. I have always believed that safety and security are a basic human right for every child. So you see, caring about children in Gaza is a direct continuation of the work I've been doing most of my life. We don't care about only some of our students because of where those students are born. We care about every one of them. Of course, yes, for those who are pro-Israel, they're like, no, why do you care about the Palestinian children? You're humanizing them too much. They're supposed to be dehumanized. Please stop humanizing. Please stop humanizing the Palestinian children, okay? It's making our endless death and destruction campaign against Palestinian babies all the harder to sell to the American population, to the Western population. Please stop.
Completely surprised. Someone wrote, this made me realize that these kids are like mine and like ours. And I know so many parents that enjoy our show feel the same way. They say, as a mom,
Ms. Rachel seems to be someone who's really, really good-hearted, but in the context of everything that's going on, she says, I care about all children, but really she's talking about the children of Gaza. Stacey Hackner, a teacher of London Cheater, a school of Jewish instruction, said in an interview, that has left a lot of Jewish parents feeling quite isolated. Yeah. Taking money from Hamas is the funniest. Like, bro, do they even have money? How are they able? First of all, I love that argument because it's like, they'll be like Ethan was claiming that I was getting money potentially from the Houthis, okay? Poorest nation on the planet, and they're giving me money. Okay? At least with Qatar, like, it's a fucking, rich oil nation, right? Like, so that one, it makes more sense. But when these guys turn around and they're like, Hamas is giving you money, Iran is giving you money, the Houthis are giving you money, it's like, do you hear yourself? All you're doing is projecting that you're getting paid from AIPAC or some other like Israeli advocacy group. And you're like, everyone else must be doing it too. I'm doing it. She's like, I care about Palestinian children. And then people's response to that is, oh, so you want all Jews to be murdered, is like, that's just a self-report, man. You're like, you have tied those two things together. Like saying that like Palestinian children shouldn't fucking be murdered, slaughtered ruthlessly. If you think that automatically means that, a second Holocaust is going to happen. Well, it is happening to the Palestinians, but a third Holocaust is going to happen in the aftermath of that. If they stop the baby murder, you're a psychopath.
I just think about, I see my babies.
All children are worthy. She's posted more and more about Gaza as the war has gone on, highlighting the humanitarian crisis and launching a fundraiser for kids. She's gotten supportive comments, but there's also been backlash.
The bullying is so bad. It's so bad. But I can handle this.
You seemed very emotional about the bullying that you said you'd gotten for speaking out.
The idea that caring for one group of children means that you don't care for another group of children is false, and it's so hurtful because I care so deeply for all kids.
In April, an advocacy group called Stop Anti-Semitism called her a mouthpiece for Hamas.
A group accused you of essentially acting as a foreign agent and asked, for the Attorney General to investigate you for spreading propaganda.
Obviously, that's not true. I care deeply about all children, Israeli, Palestinian, Jewish, Muslim, Christian. I wouldn't be Miss Rachel if I didn't speak up for them and speak up for all of them.
Miss Rachel has also used her platform to express grief over the deaths of Israeli children and said she's met with the family of hostages still in captivity.
Oh, she's keeping the walker with her.
Here in the U.S., Rahaf was fit for prosthetics and has learned how to walk again. A group called Palestinian Children's Relief Fund helped her and her mom get out. But her dad and two brothers are still in Gaza.
ورهف محظوظة كتير طبعا إنه رهف قدرت تطلع بس في أطفال تانيين لسه موجودين بغزة وبتمنى إنه هدول الأطفال إنه يطلعوا يتعالجوا زي رهف. طبعا في أطفال كتير لسه ما زالوا طبعا تحت الركام. أنا بشوف هذا الإشي طبعا لأنه بشوف أولادي كيف.
Bro, white people have one speed, dude. All lives matter. You know what I mean? Everything. Hold on now. They'd be fucking all lives matter in the Holocaust, dude, if they knew exactly what the fuck was going on,
مجرد ما يحكوا مع رهف ولا حتى يشوفوها إنه ماسكة خبزة ولا بتاكل بصيروا يسألوا فيها. طبعا هذا الإشي كتير بوجعني.
Anything is possible for Rahaf, and she has healthy food, and she has clean water, and she has wonderful medical care. This girl is thriving. We have to do this for all kids because they all deserve that.
It's worse than that. Miss Rachel is effectively being forced to adopt an all lives matter stance, and that is too offensive. And that is too offensive to Israeli advocates responding with a white lives matter more. Yeah. That is what it is, dude. I don't want to watch that full video again. I almost cried last time I watched it. I'm sorry. I can't watch it again. The amputee baby. Mahmoud Khalil, in some good news, I guess, Mahmoud Khalil got to meet his newborn son as lawyers are fighting his deportation order.
University grad student as the immigration...
English HasanAbi has spoken.
Do not let yourself be fooled. This shooting of diplomats who worked for the Israeli government is not an example of anti-Semitism. The man was literally Christian. Here he is himself admitting it, and here is someone who knew him.
Yeah, he literally said, Israel is the only place in the Middle East where Christians can thrive. Not perfect, but livable. Speaking as a Christian myself. As for the rest of the Middle East, I would say it depends in what direction the Muslim world develops, more moderate or more fundamentalist. Meanwhile, this swagged out white boy was literally at the heart of fundamentalism in the Middle East, okay? Aligned with some of the most fundamentalist nations in the Middle East, the Gulf states, of course. But like the idea that like Israel is Jewish and therefore it is incapable of being fundamentalist is so fucking stupid. You got members of the Knesset arguing about how little women should be able to read. What the fuck are we doing? It is literally a religious ethno-state. It is by design. It is now in the Constitution. It's a constitutional religious ethno-state where the parties that are gaining more prominence, slowly but surely, are directly advocating for how women shouldn't be able to read, okay? What the fuck? What do you mean?
It. And here is someone who knew him saying that the guy was 100% a Christian and not Jewish. So don't let yourself be quickly fooled by the Israeli narrative that this is...
Yeah. He was raised in a household where I think his dad is Jewish. His mom is an evangelical Christian. And despite his upbringing as a Christian man, he went to Israel. He volunteered to fight within the Israeli occupying force. And then he joined the Israeli embassy.
This is an example of terrifying anti-Semitism on the streets. And I don't think I'll share it in this video, but here's Ken Klippenstein sharing the shooter's manifesto. This wasn't some crazed guy who wanted to go out and target Jewish people on the basis of their Jewishness. What it actually was someone undertaking what they saw as an act of protest against a government that is exterminating tens of thousands, if not over 100,000 people in the Gaza Strip, is openly saying that they want to control it and expel the population. This is what Israel says. This action didn't come from rising anti-Semitism.
Also, for the record, like, even if he was Jewish, that still would not change this. Like, even if he was Jewish, like, the shooter is very clearly saying that he was looking for someone that he could target specifically because of their involvement with Israel, and that this was an act of violence, as an act of protest against the state of Israel and its unjustifiable crimes. You don't have to agree with his methods. Okay, that's not what I'm saying, and it's not a justification, but you have to understand, like, this is probably worse for me to admit. It would be easier for me to say, like, nah, this guy wasn't an anti-Zionist, he's just some fucking Nazi, who cares, and move on. But the reason why I'm saying the truth here is not to be like, oh, this is a totally justifiable act, I'm 100% fucking defending it. The reason why I'm explaining it to you is because the media narratives that actually claim that he is being anti-Semitic and doing this are doing it so that they can conflate Judaism with Zionism once again. Because every single thing that happens has to be packaged around that fucking conflation. Okay? It has to be packaged around that conflation, because this is the way that Israel propagandizes is its position, okay?
Or chants on the street. This action came because Western governments were refusing to do anything about their complicity in Israel's extermination of the Palestinian people.
Wait, I'm lost. Why is the shooter's religion? It's not that the shooter's religion is important for Israel ideologically. It's that they want to say that this is an act of like random anti-Semitic attacks. Okay? They want to make it seem like all Jews are under threat all the time. All Jews are under threat all the time. This is why Israel has to continue being as violent as it is, and you can't say anything about it. You shouldn't say anything about it. Because if Israel didn't exist, then Jews would have nowhere to go. Then the fucking Holocaust would happen again.
Department looks to deport this legal permanent resident. The immigration judge today began the hearing by denying a government motion that would have prevented Mohammad Khalil from raising an asylum claim. The judge also heard witness testimony on Khalil's behalf. He was involved in pro-Palestinian protests on Columbia's campus last year. He's not been accused of a crime, but immigration officials arrested him last March in New York City, and he's been held in a Louisiana detention center ever since. Khalil was incarcerated when his son was born, but attorneys say he got to hold him for the first time today.
We do have breaking news now. The Trump administration is just...
Yeah, by the way, Trump is still doing crack cocaine on a daily basis. Because while we were in the process of covering all this stuff that took place, okay, we have yet another psychopathic decision coming down from the Trump administration, which has already been blocked by a judge, but still, Trump administration halts Harvard's ability to enroll international students. The move was a major escalation in the administration's efforts to pressure the college to fall in line with President Trump's demands, and I believe they are demanding that the international students re-enroll elsewhere or self-deport. That is fucking insane.
Just revoked Harvard University's ability to enroll any international students. The existing international students there have to transfer out, and no new ones can be accepted in.
This marks a sharp escalation in the ongoing battle between the White House and the nation's oldest university. CNN's Jeff Zeleny is at the White House. Jeff, tell us what's happening here.
Well, Brianna and Boris, there has been an ongoing fight between the White House and Harvard University over the curriculum, over the...
Under what law can he even do that? It's not like the government has that power. Does it even matter? I feel like he wakes up on one side of the bed and is just like, you know what? Today I've decided we're taking care of these fucking Harvard international students. Like, it literally doesn't make sense. It is not even positive in any way. Like, this is quite literally harming America's future and possible national security interests, as a matter of fact. You are literally turning around and saying, oh, some of the best and brightest that have come here from all around the planet, fuck them. I don't give a shit what their research is. Oh, are they working to cure cancer? Well, fuck you, dude. Why can't an American be doing that? It's insane. It makes no sense. It's a petty grievance that he has towards Harvard, because Harvard was like, okay, we'll follow through on a lot of the stuff you asked us about the whole anti-Semitism stuff. Under the guise of like combating anti-Semitism, we will actually change the leadership of the Middle Eastern Studies Institute. But if you keep asking for more, if you want us to do more like anti-woke shit, well, that's a bridge too far. We're going to actually fight back against that. And then Trump has been so pissed off about it that he's like revoking, I don't know, taking away all the grants from Harvard and deciding to do this now. He's fucking on crack.
The federal funding, and now over international students. As you said, this is a dramatic escalation. We are learning this announcement from the Department of Homeland Security. Secretary Kristi Noem making the announcement this afternoon, essentially giving a warning to Harvard that they are no longer allowed to admit international students. So she writes this in part: they have lost their student and exchange visitor program certification as a result of their failure to adhere to the law, she says. Let this serve as a warning to all universities and academic institutions across the country. So let's break that down a touch. She's accusing them, Harvard University.
Yeah, also Chinese students paying full tuition is a pillar in the financial aid system. This will destroy university funding. Exactly. Bro, you're gonna feel some type of way. There was also somebody else in the chat that was saying like, yeah, he's gonna take away someone's ABG and then that person is forever loyal to the Communist Party of China. That person is now an asset, okay, for the Chinese state. He's deporting Asian baby girls. This is unacceptable. A bridge too far. We must put an end to this right now.
University of failing to adhere to the law. Of course, there were some rules essentially that were put out as a strings, if you will, on federal funding for what type of a curriculum universities could use, what type of DEI programs they couldn't have. Of course, this all stems from protests on college campuses. Harvard University is pushing back very hard at this. Just a statement coming out just a few moments ago.
Like all internationals, Canadians, Israelis. Come on. Come on. Yeah, okay. Okay. Canadians, yes. Israelis, I think they'll probably not do that.
Harvard is saying that they will challenge this legally as well. And they go on to say this: the government's action is unlawful, Harvard says. We are fully committed to maintaining Harvard's ability to host international students and scholars who hail from more than 140 countries and enrich the university and this nation immeasurably. So how many students are we talking about here? Well, in this academic year alone, almost 30% of Harvard's student body were made up of international students, some 6,793, according to this year's academic record. So the government is saying that these students must transfer. We are told that they are likely to be able to transfer to another U.S. institution, not necessarily return to their home countries. But of course, this will be one of the many actions of this administration that will be challenged legally. But certainly, once again, a dramatic escalation from the U.S. government against Harvard. Boris and Brianna.
Certainly is, Jeff Zeleny. Thank you. And with us now to discuss is Ryan Enos, the professor of government at Harvard University. He's also a member of Harvard's chapter of the American Association of University Professors, which is currently suing the Trump.
No, of course this doesn't stand. Are you kidding me? It's perhaps the dumbest thing he's done so far. It's like writing an executive order to shut down Harvard. Okay, good luck. You know what I mean? No, this does not happen. Okay. Yeah, it's going to be another 9-0 Supreme Court slam dunk, I guess, for yet another enemy of Donald Trump.
Trump administration. Professor, thank you for being with us. This decision that Harvard can no longer enroll foreign students and existing foreign students have to transfer or lose their legal status. What's your reaction to this?
I think it's awful and it's outrageous. It's another pattern of the Trump administration taking authoritarian actions. In the United States, the president does not have the power to punish people, target people for punishment because he doesn't like their politics. And he's targeting Harvard because he...
Yeah. That's kind of the whole point, don't you think? That's kind of the entire... That is what he's doing.
He thinks he politically disagrees with them. It's a political vendetta. And he's doing this on the back of students who were admitted to Harvard from around the world for their merit, for things that they accomplished in life. And now he's trying to punish them, to hold them hostage, essentially to try to win what he considers to be this political fight with Harvard. That's what authoritarians do. It's not done by the rule of law.
Secretary Noem says the administration is holding Harvard accountable for fostering violence, anti-Semitism, and coordinating with the Chinese Communist Party on its campus. What do you say to that? I see you shaking your head.
Yeah, I mean, I could shake my head all day against those things. I would ask them what violence they're pointing to, what anti-Semitism they're pointing to, what coordination with the Chinese Communist Party they're pointing to. These are outrageous statements, and I think it's become increasingly clear that the public doesn't believe this. The American public doesn't believe this, and they are leveling these outrageous claims to try to win this political battle. And in a certain respect, I think we see this pattern with them. It doesn't matter whether these accusations they are making are true. they're all a pretext for this trying to punish Harvard and punish other universities as a way to bring them under their control. And as I said earlier, that is what authoritarians do. It's not the way things should be done in the United States.
Some of this may come down to what particular free speech may be allowed, but the secretary is also citing Harvard's own report. Harvard released 2 reports last month on anti-Israel bias, and there was another one on anti-Muslim, anti-Arab, and anti-Palestinian bias, finding in part that Jewish students had faced bias, suspicion, intimidation, alienation, shunning, contempt, and sometimes effective exclusion from various curricular and co-curricular parts of the university and its community. It also found that Arab, Muslim, and Palestinian students and faculty who voiced concern over rising death tolls in Gaza and the unfolding humanitarian crisis there overwhelmingly felt abandoned, and some believed they were actively silenced by Harvard administrators. What work do you think Harvard has to do on these issues?
You know, Harvard is a big, diverse place, bringing people together from across the world and from different communities across the United States, and putting them in a place where they live together and they study together and they work together. And then when things happen in the world, like happened in Gaza and happened in Israel, are going to touch our community. And of course, people are just going to disagree. And sometimes it's going to lead to things.
Yeah. Oh, brother. Yeah, Jake Sherman posted this. Bro, this is literally like, this was the same narrative that took place after Brian Thompson's assassination, right? We don't know who did it, obviously. Like, remember when people were like, oh, it's so scary, like media figures would say, like, it's so scary to be in the streets of New York City. And then people would just be like, what are you talking about? Like, what do you mean it's so scary to be on the streets of New York? Well, like, it's so dangerous to be a CEO in America. Like, it's so dangerous to be a CEO in America right now. We need to fucking create a new hotline for CEOs that are afraid. It's like, this isn't to undermine anti-Semitism and anti-Semitic incidents. Like, they do take place, but by and large, like, the idea that this is going to happen to you fucking randomly is insane. It's like when people were, after October 7th, they were like, oh no, a day of jihad is going to take place in the Upper West Side. Like, what the fuck are you on crack, dude? What the fuck are you saying? It is literally a safer place for Jews objectively than fucking Tel Aviv is, okay? Whether it is the safety and security that you have of never having to fucking hear psytrance music, okay? That's a big point of safety, I think. Or even getting spitted on because they accidentally thought you were Christian. Like, what are we talking about, dude? What the fuck is this shit? They gave us a day off at Google for the day of jihad. It was insane. That's amazing. Okay, but like, you know, don't look a gift horse in the mouth, okay? That's awesome. Like, you get a fucking day off, a paid day off from work because the day of jihad is taking place. Dude, how can people be so stupid? Oh my God. That's the part of the context nuke that I didn't even get to. Apparently, Ethan also brought that up. I haven't even seen that part yet. They weren't allowing people into my local park. I'm sick of you associating psytrance with Israel, you son of a bitch. I'm sorry. Have you seen Israeli music? It's all that, okay? Yeah, Google paid their employees to do jihad that day. I'm Muslim. What the fuck is a day of jihad? Are you guys all right? No, dude. Americans are fucking insane. They love being the main character of their own stories. After announcing that foreign students are being banned from Harvard, Noam warns this should be a warning to every other university to get your act together.
Are you now considering similar moves with other universities like Columbia that has allowed Jewish students to be threatened and made unsafe?
Absolutely. We are absolutely.
Are you sad you didn't get invited to Kaisenat Streamer University because of your divisive views? Yeah. When asked Kaisenat, when asked about Israel-Palestine, Kaisenat's answer was, it's complicated. Yeah. That's a good one. Okay, respect. Finally, someone with a fucking banger in the chat.
This should be a warning to every other university to get your act together. Get your act together, because we are coming to make sure that these programs, that you are facilitating an environment where students can learn.
No, I didn't get invited because I'm white. Kaisenat had a ban on white people, which I respect, for the record. If he were to do that out and about, I would support it. Okay, do it, King. Yeah, Kaisenat is anti-DEI. He doesn't want to fuck. He doesn't fuck with DEI. My dad is so convinced that Sharia will obliterate everyone on the planet. Like, he literally gives himself anxiety attacks over this fantasy. It's fucking insane. This is why I go back and forth on thinking that it's like more fun to be a Republican, because like if you go too far off the deep end, you like hallucinate a reality that scares you. You're like, I imagined this reality that doesn't exist, but that reality was very scary. I fucked myself up with this.
Where they're safe and that they're not discriminated against based on their race or their religion. Anti-Semitism will not be stood for, and any participation with a country or an entity or a terrorist group that hates America and perpetuates this kind.
Okay, but like a lot of people hate America for good reason. Like, if we're just like, I guess they're just saying de facto, like, no one is allowed. No other. I mean, Americans hate America. I hate America. What are we talking about?
Kind of violence, we will stop it, and we will not allow that to happen, especially in places where our kids need to grow up and really learn what this country is about, what the world is about, and what it means to promote freedom and liberty.
Could you foresee, or are you now considering similar moves with other universities like Columbia?
That shouldn't happen, like shunning and like, people yelling at each other, whatever types of things we want to cite in those.
Brother, they will cherry pick this. Fucking cherry pick my dick hole, dude. Get out of here. Oh no, they'll cherry pick me saying I hate America. Okay.
Words. And those are things we need to sort out, and we need to make happen less, because we're an academic community, and ultimately we should be.
I can't believe it. The people that are calling me a terrorist responsible for last night's events without any evidence whatsoever will then also put this in the clip comp, dude. No way.
We're going to turn now to breaking news from Capitol Hill, where moments ago, House Republicans, this is other breaking news from Capitol Hill, approved a sweeping domestic spending plan. They did it by just a single vote, one vote. It is a major priority of President Trump to get this done. And it continues a series of tax cuts and slashes spending on Medicaid and other safety net programs. Caitlin Huey-Burns is covering the debate that lasted all night. She's been up a long time, must be tired. Caitlin, good morning.
Hey, good morning to you, Tony. Yeah, very late night, very early morning here on Capitol Hill. But the president's so-called big, beautiful bill got a big boost in the House of Representatives, passing that big hurdle just moments ago. This is the culmination of very intense negotiations all week with various members of the Republican conference. But House Speaker Mike Johnson got the votes he needed to get this passed. Now, what this bill does, it cuts billions in federal spending to Medicaid, food stamps, and energy subsidies. It also
vote one by one. When are we having?
increases spending, though, on defense and immigration enforcement. And this is the key. It extends, makes permanent Trump's tax cuts that he passed during his first term, and also delivers on a key campaign promise to eliminate tax on tips and overtime pay. And now the president personally lobbied these members up until the last minute to get this bill through. Now, I should say that there is
I mean, they would have found it, but this Trump spending bill is fucking ridiculous, okay? And it's going to cut, I believe it's going to cut Medicaid for 14 million people.
a long way to go before this bill comes close to turning into law. It still has to go through the Senate, and lawmakers, Republicans over there, have said they're not going to support this bill as it currently stands.
Yep. Here is the U.S. just cut Medicaid coverage for HRT, a decision which would threaten access to for the 152,000 people it covers. Meanwhile, military aid to Israel is guaranteed through 2039. Grand total of $38 billion. It runs through fiscal 2028. A new 10-year MOU starting in fiscal 2029 will govern U.S. assistance to Israel for a decade after President Trump leaves office. I mean, it's pathetic. It's so pathetic. It's so ridiculous. Oh, yeah, this was funny. House Democrats just picked someone who's literally dying to be a ranking member of a powerful watchdog committee. Delete yourself. Delete your account. And Jerry Connolly's going to kick cancer's ass, said Susan Swecker. Mr. Hasan, the GOP at 1 a.m. on Wednesday adds $5.2 trillion to the deficit. The bond market just spikes. This will lead to higher prices, all to give the top 10% tax handouts and rob the bottom 20% by adding taxes is pure greed and pure evil. I mean, do I think it'll pass? This version? No. But some version of this will pass, I think. Because the Democrats also love fucking tax cuts for the wealthy. Make no mistake. While many Americans were still asleep, Republicans in the House of Representatives passed Trump's huge, horrible mega bill. It might be the worst, most damaging piece of legislation I've seen in nearly 60 years of politics. House Republican plan would take healthcare and food assistance away from people and only to pay for the tax cuts for the wealthy. Plan would cut health coverage by at least $800 billion and SNAP by roughly $300 billion while giving the wealthy $1.1 trillion in tax cuts. I don't know where this goes because, like, I don't understand how people don't, like, eventually people are going to feel the anger, right? But I guess they're just relying on consistently being able to shift their attention over to, like, vulnerable populations and Democrats' inability to communicate how damaging this is. Also, here's a new update. Major changes are in store for Democrats. Donors say they won't fund candidates who don't release comprehensive medicals. Biden operatives likely to be blacklisted. Primary schedule very much open to being changed. Democrats consider tearing up the playbook. Also, why the fuck is it when the donors... What? God, we are not a democracy, dude. This is purely an oligarchy. And if conditions get bad enough, we're just gonna have another bourgeois revolution in this country, it seems. No proletarian revolution here, let me tell you. Ain't no way. There's not a single congressional district in the U.S. where more than 15% of voters support cuts to SNAP, the federal program that provides food assistance to millions of low-income Americans. Oh, God, I have a fucking headache. This shit sucks so bad.
And so a long way to go, Nate.
Caitlin, thank you.
Breaking news out of a military housing community.
Yeah, video shows house on fire after jet crashes in the San Diego neighborhood. Another fucking another jet in flames. I'm skipping that. It's like every other goddamn day. Who cares? President Trump has tense exchange with South Africa's president in the Oval Office. We watched it live. I'm going to use this as a refresher, and then I'm going to go into a lot of the things that he brought up, including the clip copy that he brought up in the process of owning the South African president in the marketplace of ideas.
Turning now to the fallout from another tense meeting between President Trump and a foreign leader that took an unexpected turn. This time, the president accused South Africa's president of allowing genocide against white farmers, a claim that is not supported by any evidence.
It's so funny. It's just like, he just made it up, dude. Like, a bunch of Nazis made it up, and he just fucking went along with it. Insane. Total insanity.
Zhang is at the White House. Ouija, good morning.
Hey, good morning, Nate. Good morning to everybody. South Africa's president came here with a delegation of professional golfers and businessmen ready to talk about trade and investment. But the meeting quickly turned into a showdown as President Trump claimed the leader was allowing genocide.
It started as a friendly meeting.
It's a great honor to be with the president of South Africa.
But when South African President Cyril Ramaphosa denied unsubstantiated claims of genocide in his country, President Trump dove into a prepared response.
Turn the lights down.
Armed with unsourced videos and news articles.
Death. Death.
Trump.
Oh, God. Fucking clown show. Fucking clown show. Clown show. Every global leader will be ritualistically humiliated, okay?
Trump accused Ramaphosa's government of seizing land and allowing white South African farmers to be persecuted.
You're taking people's land away.
We have not.
From them. And those people, in many cases, are being executed. They're being executed. And they happen to be white, and most of them happen to be farmers.
Earlier this month, Trump welcomed dozens of white South Africans to the U.S., giving them refugee status and claiming they were victims of racial discrimination.
Whether they're white or black makes no difference to me, but white farmers are being brutally killed.
But data shows there is no evidence of targeted violence against white people who own more than half of the farmland in the country, yet make up less than 10% of the population. And while crime rates are high in South Africa, Ramaphosa pushed back against Trump's claim, saying it's not racially motivated.
People who do get killed, unfortunately through criminal activity, are not only white people. Majority of them are black people.
Trump was asked if he's concluded genocide is happening.
Well, I haven't made up my mind.
After leaving the White House, Ramaphosa made his position clear.
There's just no genocide in South Africa.
But during that Oval Office meeting, President Trump became angry when a reporter asked about the defense secretary formally accepting a $400 million jet from Qatar that Trump wants to use as Air Force One. A spokesman says the Pentagon will work to ensure there are proper security measures and mission requirements. But many lawmakers on both sides question the safety and legality of accepting that plane. Gail.
All right, Weisha, thank you very much.
You would have seen a video played in the Oval Office.
All right, so this is the first fact check. Okay. Even if this was happening, I'd be like, fair, Haitian Revolution was absolutely justified. It's not happening. There is no entertaining of this happening. It's not. And no, it's like what's happening is what has started to happen was the talks, the consideration of purchasing farmland for market price. Okay? Purchasing farmland for market price. It hasn't even begun yet. And the reason for why that must happen, which, by the way, is a constitutionally protected right that came after the dissolution of the apartheid, and it just never happened to take place. All right, hold on. Eminent domain for the sake of reparations. That's the scariest sentence ever for white people. I know.
In a meeting between President Cyril Ramaphosa and his delegation from South Africa, who met with our US counterpart, President Donald Trump. The video shown by the White House emphasized a lot of things, including statements made by EFF leader or Commander-in-Chief Julius Malema, as well as former President Jacob Zuma. But the one thing that President Trump touched on was a video that was taken from the sky in a helicopter, and it showed a road and crosses on either side of this road as hundreds, if not thousands, of vehicles lined this road.
Those people were all killed.
Have they told you where that is, Mr. President? No, I'd like to know where that is.
Now, that video was taken in September 2020. It was taken on a rural road in the Normandin area, which is in northern KwaZulu-Natal, in an area known as Newcastle. And that video was taken in response to a murder that was committed earlier that week. On August 30th, 2020, Glenn and Vida Rafferty, a progressive couple in the Normandin area, were murdered at their farm. They were killed along with their dog as intruders entered their home and ransacked their place and stole a number of items and goods before fleeing in Glenn's vehicle. The vehicle was found later abandoned, and 2 years later, subsequently, 3 people were arrested and charged with the murder as well as robbery with aggravating circumstances and sentenced respectively. But that specific protest you saw in the video, right, was a multiracial protest. According to the Institute for Race Relations, who were there on the day of the protest took place the following weekend on September the 5th, the Saturday. And this was in response to people trying to make government aware of the plight of farmers in the country and trying to raise awareness around farm murders. Now, Glenn and Vida were murdered on August 30th on the Sunday. On Wednesday, September 2nd, the former Minister for Police, Bheki Cele, together with Fani Masemola, met with the Rafferty family in Normandin. I was there. I was a reporter in KwaZulu-Natal at the time. I attended that meeting that Cele had with the family, as well as an open engagement and dialogue that he had with farmers as well as farm workers in the community. So there was a response from South Africa and the government to that specific incident. Cele saying at the time that there had been about 7 murders within that area in probably a year. And of those 7 murders, they had made basically arrests in every case. So there was attention being given to it.
You only see negative things about farm murders and politicians and everything else on TV. And this is an experience I don't wish on anybody, but our experience has been very positive. The police have been amazing. It's just nice to know that the senseless murder of our friends is being taken seriously.
There's claims that each cross on either side of the road represent people who were murdered in farm attacks. That's not the case. The organizers, who the Institute for Race Relations spoke to at the time, said they were merely just trying to raise awareness. And those crosses were just trying to raise attention as to the plight of farm workers and the dangerous conditions they live in. But our crime stats clearly show that there's no white genocide happening in South Africa, and specifically targeting farmers. Last year, in the third quarter of 2024, 12 farm murders were committed in South Africa, and these were farm workers as well. Of those 12, and bearing in mind that 7,000 people were murdered in the third quarter of 2024, only one was a farm owner. The rest were farm workers. The rest were people who lived on small holdings and rural areas that can be considered as farm holdings. It must also be noted that President Donald Trump held up a number of articles claiming to show white genocide happening in South Africa. Some of these articles weren't even from South African media or reputable media houses in South Africa. One article we looked at was published from the DRC. It didn't have anything to do with South Africa. South Africa's got a crime problem. We don't have a farm murder problem. And that's the truth. For Eyewitness News.
I want to say I can't believe like how stupid the country has gotten, but honestly, it's expected. It's expected. It makes sense. Man, U.S. is nothing but a laughing stock of the whole world now. We're laughing, but like the dead white farmers were taken in the Congo. Trump's image of dead white farmers came from Congo, not South Africa. One of the many falsehoods in his Oval Office performance yesterday. Also, that doesn't even fucking matter. Oh, somebody needs to do it. What the fuck? This has 500,000 views.
Across the internet, thousands and thousands of people are making the same plea.
Yo, can somebody just do it? Can somebody, anybody, just do it?
Somebody's got to do it. There has to be somebody out there that is willing to do it.
Who's going to take the initiative to do it? We all know it needs to be done, and somebody needs to do it.
If someone does it before the summertime, it's going to be like that one summer when everyone was playing Pokemon Go and everyone was a friend.
Gotta do it. For the good of everybody.
Do it, please. You know exactly what I'm talking about.
Yeah, they're talking about Nike. They're talking about Nike shoes. Right? That's what they're talking about.
I'm not saying somebody should. Nobody should.
I 100% dare you to name one thing that you hope happens in 2025.
That's crazy.
On X, TikTok, Instagram, and in comment sections all over, people are begging, pleading for someone out there to just do it. In these pleas, the subject is never stated, the action is never spelled out, but somehow we all know exactly what's being said. But in case you are somehow still in the dark, these memes are about unaliving Trump. And sorry to say it in very dumb algo speak terms, but I don't want this video to get taken down from YouTube. What we're witnessing is not just an absurd or ironic online trend. It's something much, much deeper. We are living in a political tinderbox. Trump is back in power, enacting policies that undermine civil liberty.
Nike team, marketing team having a crisis? No, it was literally, they already had that in the UK because the UK had a marathon, like a very famous marathon in England, I think. And at the end line, it said, never again until next year. And all of the pro-Israel people lost their fucking minds where they were like, how dare you? How dare you say never again? That's our thing. Like, you're literally hoping that another Holocaust happens. You're hoping that another October 7 happens. Clearly, that's what you want. It was so insane. There have been so many schizo moments that have taken place since October 7, 2023. And because they just like endlessly compound on top of one another, we have no capacity to like look at any of these moments and go, yeah, that was really weird, huh? Yeah, and Nike apologized too, which is, oh my God. It's like I will never forget that in the immediate aftermath of October 7, Bill Smokes Crackman, also known as Bill A. Pac-Man, came out and was like, we have to basically kill or exile every Harvard student that participated in the writing of a think piece that was so identical to the Haaretz editorial board's opinion after October 7 that it almost looked plagiarized, okay? Like, it was a one-to-one verbatim copy of basically what I've said since October 7 as well, where it's like these kinds of violent events are only happening because of Israel's 75-year occupation at the time. And that was such an insane thing to hear, I guess, for the likes of Bill Smoke, Crackman, and many others, that they just had doxing trucks. They instantly, all of these like Knesset grant funded organizations like Canary Mission and shit that just straight up dox people. Like it's insane. It's basically like having a little Mossad agent operating inside of U.S. soil, but their job is not to like kill you with a pager or something, but instead is just to like hopefully ruin your life, that you're never employed for the rest of your life, and then like maybe someone else will kill you in the process. And those guys were fucking running around with like doxing trucks on college campuses. Chatters in this community were getting doxed for participating in any kind of protest whatsoever that wasn't like that just simply wasn't demanding that Israel murder every Palestinian child. It was so crazy. It was such an insane moment. And there have been insane moments like that, like almost every other week or every 2 weeks since then. Oh.
Environmental
here's
protections,
an
and our
example.
economy. Elon Musk is gutting the federal government while billionaires rob us blind. Institutions that were built to serve as guardrails are bending and breaking, while Democrats are not even symbolically resisting. The courts are caving, the press is depleted, and the idea of accountability feels like a joke. Dissent is being criminalized, speech is being surveilled, and legal U.S. residents are literally being deported for thought crimes. These memes are symbols of a society teetering on the edge. Memes have always reflected cultural moods, but these posts are about something more than that. They tap into this belief that the system is beyond repair and that nothing short of a seismic, violent shift will change the direction that we're heading in. In this video, I'm going to attempt to dissect this belief and unpack exactly what led us here. I'm not going to get into whether these memes and posts are moral, legal, or even advisable, but what I want you to understand is where these memes are coming from and what they say about the cultural and political moment that we're currently living in. Because these memes are not just about unaliving Trump. They are about collective trauma, political cynicism, our decaying faith in democratic institutions, and so much more. To start, I want to talk about exactly how and when millions of people lost faith in the system. This was not an overnight phenomenon. There were pivotal events over the past few years that pushed people to this moment. And I don't think that you can look at the "someone should do it" memes without examining the major cultural and political turning points that we've recently lived through. To begin with, we have to go back to March 2020 when COVID hit. And before you tune out because I said the word COVID, listen to me. The year 2020 is actually a time in history that the entire US government, the mainstream media, and pretty much everyone in power has spent billions and billions of dollars waging a massive propaganda war to try to make you forget. And that propaganda campaign has worked on a lot of you, because the period in time that most of America has memory hold was actually pretty revolutionary. In the early months of spring 2020, when COVID began to spread, the U.S. witnessed a momentary glimpse into a more equitable society. The entire U.S. government was taking care of its people in ways that it hadn't before. The U.S. government has spent so many years since blasting the public with propaganda that a lot of people today have forgotten just how revolutionary 2020 was. Policies that we were always told were absolutely impossible in America suddenly came to fruition. I want to go through a few notable ones. There was the CARES Act, enacted in March 2020, which provided direct financial assistance to struggling workers by extending unemployment benefits and offering an additional $600 per week. The Families First Coronavirus Response Act, which also passed in 2020, mandated paid sick leave and increased funding for food assistance programs, lifting countless people out of poverty. On a state level in 2020, states like New Mexico
Can't have that. Too much.
Began offering,
and even then there was so much more given to businesses too, as an incredible Hasan, I do not agree with anything you say ever. I doubt it. Hasan, I don't agree with you. You have a very bigoted opinion on this subject. I hate you, Hasan. You literally said that yesterday. Okay. Well, I love you, chatter. I love you. Do you disagree with that? I believe you should love yourself just like I love you. Now what? I think you are handsome and special. Checkmate. Do you disagree? Fuck. Let's continue.
Bring free childcare, a policy that lifted approximately 120,000 people above the poverty line. The state even began taking budget surplus directly from oil and gas revenue to fund early childhood education. This stuff was so progressive, I actually can't even imagine it happening now, which is again because of the downstream effects of all of this propaganda trying to make us forget this stuff. Other states, including Connecticut, implemented universal free school meal programs, ensuring that all students had access to hot, nutritious meals, regardless of income, for the first time. These policies and dozens more resulted in a...
How do you feel about Taylor Lorenz? I love her. She is I think she's the best media and culture journalist out there, straight up. And I think that her getting fired from or getting let go from Washington Post for a private post, for a private Instagram story she made about calling Joe Biden a war criminal correctly, okay, was a major, major issue. Like, mainstream media lost the best media and culture reporter out there, okay? Straight up. You might not agree with everything that she says. You might get mad at her from time to time, but she is a fucking brilliant journalist, okay? It does not matter. She is a brilliant fucking journalist at a time when, and I say this all the time, at a time when there is so much need to understand what goes on in the online space, because the online space is the most important part of people's lives now. It sucks, but it's the truth. Just like it was the truth when she called Joe Biden a war criminal, for the record, in a private Instagram story for her friends only, for her close friends only.
Significant reduction of food insecurity across America. In 2020, SNAP benefits were increased and helped feed over 15 million young people. From 2020 to 2021, the expansion of food programs across the U.S. resulted in 2.4 million households no longer being food insecure. I can't explain how life-changing this stuff was for millions and millions of people in America. And people weren't just being fed. Millions were also suddenly able to get health care in 2020. The government made it easier than ever to enroll in Medicare and Medicaid, which resulted in millions of people who had been previously unable to afford health insurance suddenly able to get care. The government invested $145 million in expanding telehealth services, meaning millions of disabled and housebound people could finally access care, some for the first time in decades. In 2020, housing insecurity plummeted thanks to federal policies like the Treasury Department's ERA program, which provided over $46 billion to support housing stability for renters. There was a nationwide eviction moratorium, and the government rolled out a suite of tenant protections. California, actually, where I live, helped thousands of previously unhoused people gain access to permanent housing. I don't want to go on too much, but these are just a sliver of the policies that we saw the government enact during the early days of the pandemic. And they showed everyone in America for the first time ever what was actually possible if we allocated just a fraction of the billions and billions of dollars that we spend on the military and things like tax cuts for the rich towards the public good. I just want to talk about 2020 a tiny bit more for a couple minutes because, again, there's this multi-billion-dollar propaganda campaign to try to make you forget all of this stuff. And it's really important to remember what happened that year if you want to understand why we are where we are today. In 2020, as millions of people shifted to remote work or faced unemployment, they began to question traditional structures of labor and productivity. People started to realize that the economy could function differently and that it could prioritize human well-being over relentless productivity. These mass realizations sparked widespread discussions about about systemic inequality and the role of the government in addressing it. Mutual aid networks flourished throughout 2020. Communities organized to provide each other with food, medical supplies, and support. We were all encouraged to mask and protect each other from airborne disease, not just kill our neighbors and service workers with unmitigated COVID spread. These grassroots efforts exemplified the potential for collective action and solidarity. In 2020, we also saw the rise of the nature is healing meme, which spoke to the environmental impact humans were having on our planet. As skies cleared with fewer people commuting to their offices, carbon emissions dropped, and many wondered out loud, what if we didn't go back to normal? What if normal was the problem? Climate disasters, from wildfires in California to hurricanes devastating Central America, reminded us all how urgent the climate crisis had become. The climate movement gained momentum in 2020 as people started to argue that the economy should be restructured to be both greener and fairer. As everyone became extremely online, people began to leverage the internet as a powerful social justice tool. TikTok became a tool for IRL organizing and protest planning. Masses of people began connecting with each other online and building support networks. Suddenly, people realized that the internet could be a weapon against elite systems. The online world became the default reality overnight, and people leveraged social platforms to speak truth to power. The murder of George Floyd in May 2020 served as a catalyst for nationwide protests against racial injustice and police brutality. Millions participated in demonstrations demanding accountability and systemic change. The sheer scale of protests in 2020 reflected a profound shift. In 2020, phrases like white privilege, systemic oppression, and defund the police entered the mainstream. Institutions from corporations to universities rushed to acknowledge their role in perpetuating injustice. A lot of it was performative, but some of it was real. Again, in 2020, for the first time, millions of people began questioning the legitimacy of systems that were long seen as unchangeable. Why is healthcare tied to employment? Why do billionaires exist in a world where children go hungry? Why do we spend more on police and prisons than on schools and housing? 2020 marked a turning point, a realization that the world as it was wasn't working for most people, and that another, better world was possible, one where people are valued more than profits. Millions of people began to see clearly what had been hidden in plain sight for decades. Of course, not everyone embraced this moment. The backlash was real and predictable. The term woke was treated like a slur in some circles and a way to dismiss the very real empathy and awareness that defined this era. But the pushback only confirmed that a major power shift was underway. People were finally beginning to seek systemic change, but then the boot came down hard. Biden was elected that fall and began working overtime to dismantle.
One of the, I don't know, maybe I criticize Dems too much and people will get mad at me for saying this, but I think two key moments that have completely destroyed any sort of American progressivism. The two key moments were, I think, first, Obama shuttering Obama for America, okay, and refusing to use the grassroots movement that actually gave him this massive victory that we haven't seen since, and hyper focusing on doing third way neoliberalism when he was in power, and like maybe a little bit of incremental change. And I think the other moment was Biden. I've talked about this quite a bit, but everything that Taylor said here, especially on top of the mass grassroots initiatives that took place, like people fucking storming the streets and losing their minds over this like horrifying reality of police brutality, the Black Lives Matter movements, the anger and resentment people felt, that amounted to nothing. Biden came in, ran on funding the police more, and in the process, they just bullied and yelled at like their activist base over and over again. They didn't even do 8 Can't Wait, which was supposed to be like a counter, like a neutered version of the demands that were being made. And they spent every fucking moment of that media cycle shitting on the activist left. So for people whose first foray into social justice that was, born out of the COVID lockdowns and the Black Lives Matter movement, for those people, they took it to the streets. They did everything right. They took it to the streets. They protested. They got beat up. They got tear gassed. And then they held their nose and voted for this geriatric man. They did everything right. They did it by the book. They did civil disobedience. And on top of that, they went and they voted. And nothing came of it. Not a fraction, not a margin of change, not a crumb of fucking change. I think that kind of neutering of progressive idealism is really dangerous. Why would people not feel betrayed? The very fact that there are still people like myself and you guys in this community that are still maintaining some fucking sense of hope is shocking. Okay? The resilience that people in this community have and the commitment that they have to continuously organizing is unironically not the norm. No wonder people become more nihilistic every fucking day. And that nihilism leads people down a dangerous path of right-wing reactionary sentiment. Not saying I agree with this, but thoughts. President Biden, greatest progressive president in my lifetime. Okay, dude. Toughest on Russia since Reagan. This is the mentally ill JFK descendant, right? That's who this guy is. He's the TikTok heartthrob. He carries himself like a fucking crackhead yoga mom. But I think because he's like a Kennedy, his grandson, yeah, because he's a Kennedy, like, and he kind of looks handsome, people just give him a lot more attention than he deserves. He is a TikTok heartthrob, yeah. He also said he wants to do his own aunt. Nice. The Democrats are actively making people more apathetic, as you said. I fear that the Democrats being so dense right now will create yet another generation of doomers, of new voters who genuinely believe politicians can't be moved left until 3-4 election cycles go past and they completely give up. I hope that they instead seek to make change locally and through direct action, but I doubt that'll solve this problem entirely for normies. Yeah. And when will you be collabing? I don't know.
Dismantled the social safety net that had expanded in 2020. This is when we saw the beginning of the disenchantment that would ultimately result in these assassinations.
What the fuck is Bernard doing? He's just on crack, dude. He's smoking on that loud. That's what he's doing. He's like, you know, when you're in the August years of your life, you just kind of let people do whatever the fuck they want to do. This is what Bernie's on. He's on that tip. He's like, passed by unanimous consent, i.e. he didn't specifically vote yes, he just didn't vote no. No, I understand. He's not even entertaining fucking saying something about it.
Assassination memes. Immediately after taking office, Biden falsely
What's wrong with getting rid of tax on tips? I don't know, man. So many fucking things. The problem with tips, the problem with the way that the tip structure works is that it's unsustainable and it allows the fucking business. Every single person that goes, hell yeah, I can't believe there's no tax on tips, are the exact same people who complain about, like, why is there a tip on everything? I go to the coffee shop and the barista hands me a coffee, and then there's a 25% tip on my coffee. I don't understand it. It's like, yeah, dude, what do you think is going on? Oh, don't spin the iPad in my direction. Yeah, there you go. There you go. Let's not force business owners to actually pay living fucking wages to their goddamn employees and instead put this tip culture shit on steroids.
Declared the pandemic over in order to force people back to work. Officials began blasting the public with far-right propaganda on COVID, lying to them about the disease, and convincing people to sacrifice their health and their bodies for the stock market. The message was clear. Forget 2020. It's back to work, now with even fewer health protections and no meaningful treatments for the brand new, highly transmissible airborne virus that ravages your heart, neurological system, and immune system and is still spreading at pandemic levels, even today in 2025. Jamie Cohen, a media studies professor at CUNY Queens College, told me, quote, Biden rushed the end of the safety protocols in part because people started...
Yeah, look. Call me selfish. I don't care. I'm unironically going to be tipping 60% everywhere if no tax on tips gets signed. None of us were tipping based on taxes, based on the total of the bills and service. This is just rent seeking through the government to make non-tipped employees subsidize tipped employees. And this can be remedied by lowering the tip amount. I'm out of this conversation. I already have told you, I think tips it's charity and it should be done if you have the capacity to do so. That's why I tip at that level. Where I worked at many restaurants and it sucks when at the end of the day, your boss takes 6 to 8% of my tips. We're not getting rid of tips. You know that. And if every billionaire corporation isn't paying taxes, why make the poorest hurt more? Do you not understand this is a race to the bottom? You've completely given up. This is how the Republicans win. You're like, fuck it, you know? All it does is keep your wages low. That's it. We will never get fucking permanent increases to the minimum wage.
to gain a sense of consciousness. Biden and other elite leaders realized the collective power that the public had in 2020, especially online. People were realizing that we too could have the social safety net that many other countries in the world benefit from. And it's a conscious choice by people in power not to let us have it. People on the left and the right also gained clarity about who was really in charge and who controls those levers. But while Biden could force people back to work in unsafe conditions, he couldn't force them to be less online. And by 2021, we were already seeing that there was no longer any distinction between the offline and online worlds. The wall between the two was completely obliterated. And nowhere was this more apparent than at the Capitol on January 6, 2021. As protesters stormed the building that day, they carried flags and wore t-shirts emblazoned with memes like Pepe the Frog and the Kekistan flag, which originated in extremist online subcultures. Reactionary influencers live streamed the insurrection as fans rewarded them with digital gifts and money, depending on how far they made it into the building. This convergence of internet culture and physical action signaled a new era where internet...
Look, I will continue on the tipping thing. Like I said, I will continue to max out. But I also still understand that at the legislative level, we should be moving away from tipping and instead to permanent living wages, an increase of the minimum wage. Okay? That's it. I'm still maxing out. Make no mistake. But you know.
Modern ideologies could precipitate real-world upheaval at scale. The insurrection proved without a doubt that the internet's influence extended far beyond screens and could manifest in tangible, often violent actions. The event also marked a moment where a significant portion of the populace began to perceive violence as a viable means to achieve political ends. Surveys conducted around this period revealed that approximately 40% of Republicans and 41% of independents believed that violence against the government could be justified. This idea that violence is the answer or that violence is necessary for political change is not typical in a functioning democracy. And this was back in 2021. A Pew Research poll at the time showed that the American public's confidence in the government had reached its lowest point in decades. There was a widespread perception by late 2021 that our government was driven almost wholly by self-interest and corruption, leading to distrust in the entire system. Ariel Hassel, assistant professor of communication and media at the University of Michigan, conducted a study at the time that found that cynicism was skyrocketing, and pretty much everyone was starting to see our political system as a farce. This cynicism was being seen outside the political arena too, in things like the rise of meme stocks and the great GameStop pump around this time. Online communities like the subreddit Wall Street Bets were suddenly bringing institutional stock market investors and trading apps like Robinhood to their knees. People, especially young people, began to see that everything could be manipulated and nothing mattered. The entire idea of working a 9-to-5 for 40 years just to one day retire in a meager house before dying of lack of health insurance seems like a scam when you could just make millions overnight pumping AMC without ever even going to college. The crypto boom throughout 2021 and 2022 exacerbated this nihilistic sentiment. This period led to what was essentially a mass blackpilling, a term that denotes a deep-seated cynicism and disillusionment with systemic structures. This disillusionment manifested in various ways. Most people, including most liberals and leftists even, retreated into full-on COVID denial. Overwhelmed by the scale of public health challenges and apparent indifference of leadership to mass death, they drank down right-wing propaganda. Others vocalized their dissent, trying to explain that COVID never ended. It didn't just go away. The government just wants you to ignore it and to keep working. They only face backlash and abuse. This environment of gaslighting and suppression amplified people's feelings of isolation. By 2022, pressure built and people could feel that life was never going back to normal. The ground had fundamentally shifted beneath them. Something felt off and wrong. It was different, but it was hard to pinpoint what. These feelings were immortalized in the meme that year that became known as the vibe shift. Denialism took hold, and this is when the memory holding of 2020 really accelerated. People were pressured to rip off their masks, throw caution to the wind, and stop caring about others. The public dealt with their collective trauma through hedonistic nihilism and deep narcissism. This was also reflected in a slew of memes that became popular around that time, all of which prioritized centering yourself above others. Pretty much everyone had main character syndrome, and there was this heavy refocus on individualism. The juxtaposition of mass death from unmitigated COVID spread and government inaction, coupled with a seemingly rigged financial and political system, fostered a sense of betrayal. Nothing matters anymore, so you might as well enjoy life. Unalive your neighbor by infecting them with a deadly disease. Who cares about vulnerable people anymore? Just get yours. Our entire economic and political system is being held together by a string, and all you can depend on is yourself. But while everyone was dancing their pain away in 2022, elites were reclaiming their power. In October 2022, Elon Musk arrived at Twitter HQ in San Francisco carrying a bathroom sink. In the first few months after taking over the company, he rolled back DEI policies and allowed hordes of white supremacists and extremists back onto his platform. He revamped the algorithm to boost billionaires and downrank progressive activists. He banned a slew of journalists, including me, for reporting critically on him and other tech leaders. Far-right extremists that were previously marginalized were suddenly waging successful comebacks by capitalizing on the manufactured backlash to woke. Alex Jones was replatformed in 2023 as influencers like Andrew Tate surged in popularity.
Yeah, it became a campaign of vengeance, which is reactionary politics in its purest form, where living in filth is seen as a virtue, being uncool is seen as a virtue, like Elon, the way he presents himself, the way he carries himself. Like anything that triggers the libs, including shitting in your own diapers and smelling like dookie, is now, as long as it like offends the sensibilities of liberals around, or maybe liberals imagined, all of a sudden is now a cool thing. Very weird phenomena. I don't understand it. It's like anti-human. All of this is now seen as a positive.
Billionaires like Musk were able to operate seemingly with impunity, and Democrats who were ostensibly in charge weren't doing anything about it. By the summer of 2023, you could see this nihilism and anti-elite sentiment creeping out all over the internet. In June 2023, the implosion of the Ocean Gate Titan submarine, piloted by billionaire Stockton Rush on a vanity expedition to view the Titanic, became an immediate meme. Within minutes of the news breaking, people were joking about imploding billionaires all over TikTok, Twitter, and Instagram. People posted with glee about, quote, natural selection. They made playlists joking about it and posted lists of other billionaires they hoped would take a submarine ride. People weren't openly calling for billionaires to be executed yet, but they were certainly celebrating when they died. I would argue that the submarine memes of 2023 were the moment that it became clear that millions of people online believed that maybe the rich shouldn't make it out alive. That same month, we saw people rally around orcas who inexplicably began attacking and sinking yachts. Memes and parody news sites joked about the orcas literally eating the rich. By the end of that summer, Burning Man was engulfed in mud due to heavy rainfall, and the entire internet once again began relishing in rich people's suffering. The perceived irony of a gathering that championed radical self-reliance yet attracted tech elites arriving in private jets and luxury RVs was too much. The Schadenfreude wasn't just merely about the festival. It reflected a broader societal disdain for the wealthy, particularly those seen as out of touch or hypocritical. Then October 7th happened. Palestinians who had been oppressed, tortured, and ethnically cleansed by Israel's apartheid regime for decades fought back. Israel responded by committing a live-streamed genocide for the entire world to see, slaughtering tens of thousands of innocent children and committing grave atrocities and war crimes. Israel murdered hundreds of journalists, bombed schools and hospitals, and did it all in the open for anyone with internet access to witness. But that's not how the mainstream media reported it. Suddenly, U.S. airwaves were flooded with pro-Israel propaganda. Papers like the New York Times began pushing outright lies and easily debunked hoaxes in an effort to manufacture consent for the war crimes and ethnic cleansing of Palestinians. College students and other people who spoke out against this were met with extreme violence from the police. Young students at Columbia University faced federal charges for peaceful protests, and the government under Biden began cracking down aggressively on speech. At the same time,
No, but he was such a good ally. Him and Ethan Klein are the two stalwart allies of the Palestinians, low key, but also high key. The greatest.
RICO charges were being levied at protesters fighting against Cop City in Atlanta, and people who spoke up about social justice were fired from their jobs and blacklisted from industries. It was a radicalizing moment on the internet. Suddenly, people could see that our system is actually totally comfortable with violence, as long as the violence is perpetuated against vulnerable and oppressed people. It's only violence against powerful people that's punished. Kyle Rittenhouse, for instance, was acquitted of all charges for shooting an anti-fascist protester dead, while peaceful college students were ending up in jail. Witnessing the most graphic and horrific war crimes in Palestine constantly via their phones also normalized violence to the American public in a way that I don't think it ever had been before. I think finally people were able to see exactly how violent and hypocritical the US empire is, and how cavalier people in power are about that hypocrisy. You can see these beliefs reflected in polls throughout 2023. For instance, a 2023 survey by the Public Religion Research Institute showed that about a quarter of U.S. citizens agreed that Americans, quote, may have to resort to violence in order to save our country. This was up sharply from just 15% in 2021. And I also just want to stress again how high both of these numbers are for a country that's theoretically a democracy. Like in normal democracies, you don't have these high numbers. By 2024, a pervasive sense of disillusionment had taken hold. Joe Biden's decision to seek re-election despite widespread concerns about his age and cognitive abilities caused people to question whether our democratic system was really working. His disastrous debate performance and revelations about the Democratic Party's efforts to downplay his mental issues only sowed more distrust. For most of 2024, it felt like we were a nation sleepwalking with no one at the helm. When Trump was shot at a Pennsylvania rally in July of 2024, blood wasn't even dry on his ear before it had become a meme. People bemoaned the fact that he hadn't turned his head even slightly to the side, which would have had deadly consequences. The assassination attempt normalized discourse about Trump's death and fed these overall nihilistic sentiments. Later that summer, throughout Kamala Harris's campaign, the Democratic Party further disenfranchised people by refusing to listen to voters' concerns about Gaza, COVID, and more. In what became an infamous meme in August 2024, Democratic delegates literally plugged their ears to drown out anti-genocide protesters. It sent a clear message to the American...
Oh God, this was such a classic. I've just realized by listening to her recount the incidents of the last several years, and I believe we are already living in barbarism. Yes.
American public, we will not listen to you, and we do not care what you have to say. People's growing disenfranchisement with the system extended to the electoral process itself. Polls at the time indicated that only 30...
I mean, it's the JFK quote, right? Those who make peaceful revolution impossible make violent retribution inevitable. And that's where we're at, you know? Our campaign bent over backwards to accommodate them. It's such a fucking ridiculous lie that they were telling. And yes, I do blame the Democrats for this. Violent, not retribution, revolution. I apologize. Like, I do blame the Democrats for this because they are supposed to be the counterbalance to the growing fascist movement, okay? And they're not. They're participants. That's what Mike said. Yeah, that's a very classic quote that everyone says. I've said it many times as well. We didn't come up with it. JFK didn't even come up with it. He's just paraphrasing. I think Nelson Mandela's also said it, but obviously JFK wasn't paraphrasing Nelson Mandela. But many people have said it because it's correct. So this is what it is. It's like Democrats don't realize that their controlled opposition positioning and the hurdle that they present themselves as to any sort of like serious progressive momentum in this country is leading people down this inevitability of adventurism and random sporadic bouts of violence that sometimes will be directional or ideologically leftist and in most circumstances will not. It's just, it's not real justice. And without some serious organizing, the inevitable backlash to that will shape the new fascist governance, the new fascist form of governance. Because the government will use any and every opportunity to expand its awesome powers. And I think we're going to see exactly what that looks like with the Palestinian movement and where it goes from this day on.
37% of Americans.
Karl Marx, stupid ass, thought pleb revolution would work in the USA. Okay, to be fair, he, much like many other revolutionary figures, was a bit of an Ameriboo of sorts. Also, at the time, the Republican Party in its inception was literally a proletarian party that talked about the abolition of chattel slavery in the South and the abolition of wage slavery in the North. Very different Republican Party back then. And he was parasocial for Abe. Little bro. He thought he could get responses from Abe Lincoln. Little bro thought, if I send him some letters, maybe Abe will notice me. Notice me, Abe. Abe, notice me.
Americans believed the 2024 elections would be both honest and open. 43% had serious doubts about our democracy. These numbers reflect a significant decline in trust. This skepticism was exacerbated by concerns over media transparency and the manipulation of information. By the end of 2024, a record number of people reported feeling powerless and disillusioned, viewing our political system as irreparably broken and unresponsive to their needs. As the academic Jamie Cohen told me, quote, much like many authoritarian countries, people realized America is a democracy in name only. Then, on December 4th, 2024, United Health CEO Brian Thompson was shot dead in the street. Within days, the police had apprehended Luigi Mangione as their prime suspect. Even before his arrest, the killing became a meme, and millions rallied behind Mangione's alleged actions. The public and legal response to Mangione once again revealed the massive disparity between how people in power treat different victims of violence. Mangione currently faces federal and state charges including murder and terrorism. Attorney General Pam Bondi announced that the state would pursue the death penalty. Meanwhile, the week Mangione was arrested, Daniel Penny, a former white Marine, was acquitted after choking Jordan Neely, a black homeless man experiencing a mental health crisis on the subway, to death. As Cohen told me, quote, it felt like there was no such thing as penalty any longer unless you're saying something that criticizes people in power or supports social justice.
Yep.
Just a few months later, in February 2025, the U.S. government responded to the escalating Tesla takedown protests protests with severe crackdowns, and officials began labeling acts of vandalism against Tesla cars as domestic terrorism. Trump warned that people who harmed Tesla cars could face up to 20 years in prison, potentially serving sentences in El Salvador. The FBI established a specialized task force to investigate incidents of Tesla car attacks. At the same time, innocent lawful residents of this country began getting deported for thought crimes. Chaotic tariff policies have plunged our economy into chaos. We have witnessed the massive undue firing of federal workers and are experiencing unprecedented crackdowns on speech. All of these tensions reached a boiling point by March when the "someone's gotta do it" memes really started to become pervasive. Posts endorsing political violence targeting Trump and, to a lesser extent, Elon Musk have racked up tens of millions of likes. These memes have become some of the most popular content online in recent months. By early April, outlets like the New York Post were already bemoaning the rising, quote, assassination culture on the left, as if the right hasn't embraced the same culture for years. The Network Contagion Research Institute and Rutgers University's Social Perception Lab recently issued a report about the rise in pro-assassination content online. The report found that 55% of left-of-center internet users considered the of Trump somewhat justified, while 48% felt the same about Elon Musk. The report explained that these attitudes are not isolated and are part of a broader political shift tied to feelings of powerlessness. The researchers emphasized the need for
It's kind of like this. Some people might get mad at me for saying this, but the Me Too movement happened because the legal system just was completely powerless in the face of powerful people using and abusing women whichever way they wanted to. People in positions of power were never getting properly prosecuted. And that is the reason why the Me Too movement came about, right? There was a point of inflection where I guess like the Harvey Weinstein situation was so overwhelming where people were just like, fuck this, right? And of course, as is the case with movements that are extrajudicial, movements that are outside of the justice system, the movements that are not systematized and processed, but mostly decentralized, it did actually get out of hand. Also, ironically enough, just like every other grassroots movement like Black Lives Matter, it was instantly co-opted and commodified by, I think it was Time's Up, which was entirely comprised of people that had worked with rapists in the past or ended up working with rapists later down the line, okay? Like powerful rapists. So that is what happened. And then the pendulum swung in the opposite direction because there was backlash to it because powerful people were able to universalize. Powerful people were able to universalize the blame and say, oh, they're not coming after me. They're coming after you as well. If you're like a random guy and you said nice tits to the counter at 7-Eleven, the cashier at 7-Eleven, like, you're gonna fucking be fired or whatever. They do this all the time. They do this with like cancel culture too. Like no like decentralized accountability can ever work. And I guess the reason why I'm bringing this up is because like this kind of stuff only happens because at a certain point people go, enough is enough. You know what I mean? There's only so much that people can withstand. There's only so much that people will withstand until they just take matters in their own hands. And if you don't want that kind of like decentralized chaos and people taking justice, or you're not beating the misogynist allegations, what did I say that is misogynistic? I quite literally described the normalization of rape, sexual assault, and sexual harassment in regular workplaces by powerful people against their female counterparts and subordinates. And then I talked about how the justice system was not serving any justice to the victims. The nice tits thing felt odd. What? Oh, shut up. I can't even use a fucking example. I can't even use an example of someone being misogynistic, but not to the same fucking degree as like a serial rapist or a sexual assaulter, and how people in positions of power that wanted to avoid accountability from decentralized movements such as this one were able to universalize with ridiculous fears that like you would also get cooked in the process. That's the argument. How am I supposed to give an example of misogyny? You really need to ignore stupidity more? I agree. I probably should. What is fucking going on? Hold on 1 second. Anyway, let's continue.
Proactive measures to counter this trend. They begged institutions to reinforce norms and promote, quote, constructive political dialogue. But that ship has sailed. Asking the public to uphold norms while Trump flouts due process on a near daily basis.
Oh, I believe this too. I've said this before as well. My longest standing belief is that since the anti-woke backlash started, if the Jeffrey Epstein was alive today, right-wingers would be tripping over themselves to rehabilitate his public image after an appearance on Joe Rogan podcast. And I think this is major proof of that. Yeah, I 100% believe this. I 100%. If Jeffrey Epstein didn't fucking get assassinated in prison and turned around and was like, I'm actually not woke, I'm actually a whistleblower, okay, against powerful individuals, okay, and then he got a fucking Joe Rogan spot, he absolutely would be championed as a fucking hero. I mean, look at the low budget Jeffrey Epstein, Andrew Tate, Russell Brand. There are so many prominent examples of this nonsense. And the Republicans will be eating that shit up, dude.
Is a joke. But the one thing that I actually do agree with the NCRI on is that the spread of content promoting political violence is a sign of a deeply, deeply unhealthy democratic society. Don Caldwell, editor-in-chief of Know Your Meme, said that the reason pro-assassination memes have become so popular is because they're cathartic. Especially when people feel powerless and there are events happening in the world that are out of their control, people use these memes as a release. Josh Citarella, a researcher who studies extremism, told me that these memes are exploding in popularity right now because, quote, the liberal project has basically failed. People do not believe in a lawful and orderly society anymore. The enormous accumulation of wealth and power by oligarchs invalidates the rule of law. The end result is that you can theoretically have executions in the public square. That's what we're going back to. People are advocating for these things on social media because the rules don't matter anymore. In a recent piece in The Nation titled "The Age of the Assassination Meme is Here," Alex Peter writes, quote, assassination discourse has become ambient, not quite satire, not quite sedition, a feeling, a refusal to say what you mean because meaning things can actually be dangerous. And yet people do mean things. The line between the person who's joking and the person who's serious has never been thinner. At the heart of all of this is a kind of disassociation. It's an inability to process the enormity of everything. The climate is collapsing. Fascism is rising. Healthcare is a game show. We're all screaming into the void. Is it really so surprising that the language of internet memes and murder has started to overlap? Peter notes that the phrase, quote, when it happens has become both a threat and a prayer. As Citarella explained, COVID, Gaza, and all the events over the past few years have revealed just how many people's lives are truly expendable. We see the government pushing the idea that poor, immunocompromised, disabled, and trans people are better off dead. Tens of thousands of innocent children in Gaza are deemed expendable. These memes are saying, okay, if slaughtering people is deemed acceptable by the state, then why can't we slaughter the people actually doing harm? Citarella said, quote, I think there was an era of liberal society in which there was a generally agreed upon value of the individual. You would even grant your enemies certain imbued or alienable rights. As much as people might have despised a certain person in power or whatever, they would also kind of have this moral conviction that they would not root for this person's bodily harm. The majority of people supported more discursive political means like voting and peaceful protests. But I don't think that's the consensus anymore. I think we're sitting on top of a pressure cooker. Advocating for political assassination assassinations is the most clear sign that millions of people no longer have hope in our system. If there was any sort of legible or coherent plan by people in power to improve things for average people and hold those like Trump and Elon to account, the public would have faith that someone, anyone, was steering the ship. But because there's no plan and no one in power, especially the Democrats, seem to want to save us, people are seeking extreme solutions. And I just want to point out, once again, that the right has long embraced this style of extreme rhetoric. They've openly supported violent vigilante justice for years by turning figures like Kyle Rittenhouse and Derek Chauvin into right-wing heroes, rewarding them with an endless stream of money and media opportunities. And to give you...
And George Zimmerman before then as well, like virtually every person that has killed a black person has become a fucking hero.
A few more examples. In 2019, Marjorie Taylor Greene posted a Facebook video accusing Nancy Pelosi of treason and saying that she had committed crimes punishable by death. Greene has advocated for the execution of prominent Democrats, including Barack Obama, Hillary Clinton, as well as FBI.
This always happens too. Like, they'll always be like, the left is so violent. The left is so violent. And it's like, dude, what the fuck are you talking about? Have you seen the average right winger? And the same shit happened with like Jeremy Corbyn. Like, I was reminded of the time when in the UK at the heat of Corbyn panic, there was a video that came out of like the special forces, like RAF soldiers shooting at a target, and then it flips over to the target and the target is Jeremy Corbyn. Like, shit like that was so fucking commonplace. People were just like so open to just making leftist figures like their fucking targets and shit. Whereas, God forbid you even say something about, I don't know, the UK's complicity in genocide. Oh.
Agents. Lauren Boebert and other Republican members of Congress flaunt guns openly and call for violence against migrants. In 2020, Donald Trump Jr. posted a photo on Instagram holding an AR-15 rifle adorned with Crusader imagery and the phrase "Do Vault," a slogan associated with the medieval Crusades that has been adopted by violent far-right extremist groups.
Well, good thing now a guy with a tattoo, with the tattoo on that of that phrase on his body is the, Secretary of Defense.
Kevin Roberts, the president of the Heritage Foundation, the architect of Project 2025, basically said that the United States is undergoing a second American revolution that might not be bloodless. Matt Shea, a former Republican Washington state representative, distributed a manifesto that advocated for the killing of all non-Christian males who refuse to follow biblical law. Republicans frequently speak about executing migrants, undocumented immigrants, disabled and trans people, and others who they feel are undesirable. For instance, in 2024, Republican Congressman Mike Collins tweeted about Chilean dictator Augusto Pinochet's practice of executing political opponents by throwing them from helicopters. He suggested killing a migrant arrested in New York by giving them, quote, a free helicopter ride. As the 2024 article in The Nation notes, quote, the state isn't anti-violence, it's anti-unsanctioned violence.
Yep.
Murder is only inappropriate if it happens.
Not to get all anarchist up in this bitch, but yes, the state maintains a monopoly on violence. And politics is, at its very essence, about who gets to do violence and who gets to be victims of violence. That's what it's about.
In the wrong direction. Hence, the rise of assassination memes. Jamie Cohen, the academic, said, quote, Gen Z especially feels powerless in this system, and they're posting this content because it's their way of expressing their emotions and feelings about not having power. There's a collective nihilism online right now, and these memes show people aren't alone in those thoughts. These memes may feel glib, but they exist within a framework of real political breakdown. They're a symptom of a profoundly sick society. But it's not sick in the way that most people would think. In my opinion, it's not sick that people want to unalive Trump and the billionaires who are responsible for so much suffering. It's sick that people in power have normalized such obscene levels of systemic violence, especially against marginalized groups. The "someone's gotta do it" memes also show how inadequate traditional political language is in describing what we're all going through right now. The ways that people, especially young people, express themselves online by being ambiguous, sarcastic, and kind of ironic are actually adaptive behaviors. People are trying to articulate the outrage and desperation that they feel at a time when too much directness will get you punished. That's why all these memes allow for a certain level of plausible deniability. This is also part of why attempts to suppress these types of memes, whether from the left or the right, tend to backfire. Treating them like traditional criminal threats rather than cultural signals misdiagnoses the root problem. It escalates distrust and it reinforces the perception that the system doesn't actually fear violence, it simply won't tolerate dissent. And I'd argue that the more expressions like this are punished, the more they're validated in the eyes of those who share the public's underlying frustrations. But what I hope I've shown you in this video is that the "someone needs to do it" meme is not just about venting frustration. It's a cultural phenomenon shaped by years of policy failure, betrayal, and institutional decay. It represents a widespread recognition that no meaningful change is coming from traditional political structures, especially the Democratic Party, and that basic terms of our social contract have eroded beyond repair. But if we want this energy to lead anywhere productive, we have to do more than just analyze the meme's popularity. We have to confront the larger question of what now? What should we actually do if nothing's changing? To answer that, we need to talk about the erosion of collective memory. One of the most significant political projects of the last 4 years has been the campaign to make us forget 2020. Forget the mutual aid, forget the federal eviction moratorium, forget the expanded unemployment benefits, forget the free childcare, forget the brief glimpse we had of a government responding to people's needs instead of corporate profits. Forget the spontaneous uprisings. Forget.
I wouldn't even say that it was like the government responding to people's needs. It was more so that it was forced to respond. It was forced to respond because, like, otherwise America would no longer be the primary consumption engine of the planet and the entire global marketplace would collapse.
Forget the decentralized
This
care
was an
networks.
excellent video.
Forget the sense that ordinary people were capable of extraordinary coordination, compassion, and solidarity. This revisionist erasure is essential to ushering in fascism, because if people remembered what was possible, they might demand it again. Instead, we've been fed a steady diet of manufactured moral panic controversies, false normalcy, and an intentional abandonment of public health and labor protections. The goal was never just to end pandemic safety measures. It was to obliterate the idea that a different kind of society had ever been glimpsed. But not everyone forgot, and that's part of why we're seeing the language of frustration grow sharper, darker, and harder to police. These memes are vague and ironic, but the emotion behind them is grief mixed with clarity. People see that the institutions meant to protect us won't, and the politicians meant to represent us don't. I see these memes as collective outrage begging for structure. This brings us to the ultimate challenge. How do we transform this bubbling outrage into systems that can survive and resist the slow collapse that we're all living through? This is not something we can vote our way out of. Both political parties have shown their willingness to align with fascism, ignore genocide, and abandon the disabled to mass death. No amount of messaging or getting out the vote will realign a system that views basic survival as a partisan issue. Instead, we have to rebuild what was briefly visible in 2020: community care, mutual aid, and horizontally organized support systems that bypass state structures and center vulnerable people. And while organizing things like a food drive or Venmoing a friend for groceries is really, really great, what we need most is to design durable, long-term frameworks for collective survival. This means infrastructure, supply chains, legal defense networks, tenant unions, recentering public health, and it means doing all of this while also being honest about the scale of collapse that we're facing. To do any of this, we have to undo the propaganda that told us that individualism is the rational response to state collapse. This means undoing years of propaganda claiming things like masking is a personal choice and not collective care, that solidarity is weakness, or that we need to sacrifice vulnerable groups so the rest of us can live in normalcy. This means refusing to normalize mass death, whether it's here or abroad. And it means refusing to throw trans and other vulnerable people under the bus just because a politician told you that that's the price of winning. We're running out of time to do this stuff. If we don't want to wake up in a fully authoritarian state, we have to stop waiting for top-down reform. If we let these memes and moments pass by without building on them, I think we're going to end up in a really bleak place. We're going to witness what usually happens when authoritarianism and oligarchs take power. most people will accept a slow decline. They'll retreat further into individualism and focus on caring for their immediate family over others and exit the political arena entirely. Authoritarianism rarely takes control through force. It's usually just through resignation. But these memes show how many people do still care. They prove that there is a desire for change, even if it hasn't yet found form. And as we build the structure and strategy, we need to recognize that the most subversive thing we can do right now is protect each other, because obviously no one in power will. Someone does need to do it. Not the thing that the meme implies, but the thing that no one wants to admit is necessary. Building something new outside the system with each other. Thanks for watching. Let me know what you think in the comments. And don't forget to subscribe to my tech and online culture newsletter, usermag.co.
Come on, let's get her over a 100K on the sub count, dude. Chat, go subscribe to Taylor Lorenz. She does incredible work. Oh my God, look at that. She's almost at 100K. Oof. She's over it now. Is she?
All across the internet.
Boom. There we go. Let's go, baby. Good job, Chad.
When you think of pop culture icons like Albert Einstein, Martin Luther King Jr., Tupac Shakur, Mark Twain, and Nelson Mandela, the first things that probably come to mind are physicist, peaceful activist, musician, author, and beloved politician. What likely doesn't come to mind are
that they're fucking card-carrying, commie, radical tankies. Freaking socialist, tanky, commie, anti-America. I hate all of them.
Labels like socialist, anti-capitalist, communist, anti-imperialist, or freedom fighter willing to take up arms. Why is that? Why is the mainstream narrative so eager to use these figures to serve its goals, yet when it comes time to acknowledge their radical politics, it suddenly can't be bothered, acting as if those parts of their legacy don't even exist? I mean, MLK, the dude's a hero. He championed civil rights at a time where the things he was saying were unpopular. He was incredibly brave and a symbol for perseverance in the fight for justice. Mainstream politicians today have no choice but to praise the man for his bravery and act as though they would have been on his side back in his day. But if history has shown us anything, it's that political moderates and status quo defenders are in favor of every human rights movement, except for the current one. And that's just it. All of the figures I'll be talking about in this video presented a challenge to the status quo. Their legacies are undeniable, and to avoid speaking about these figures would be impossible. So how does the mainstream narrative fit these radicals into public discourse? Well, it pretends that they weren't actually all too radical, that they weren't a threat to the status quo, that they were at most liberals, akin to the American Democratic Party, maybe. But this is a gross misrepresentation of history and a sanitization of the radical politics held by these beloved figures. If we're going to invoke the legacies of these icons, let's not do them the injustice of pretending that they were mere political moderates when...
Also, I wanna show you guys something. This fucking poll is actually nutty. I don't know how correct it is, but a new poll of Israeli Jews conducted by Penn State University reveals overwhelmingly 82% support for ethnic cleansing of Gazans, a solid majority support for ethnic cleansing of Israeli Arabs, nearly half, 47% support killing all Gazans in cities captured by the IDF. There's a breakdown of it I saw here. To the question, do you support the claim that the IDF in conquering enemy cities should act in a manner similar to the way the Israelites did when they conquered Jericho under the leadership of Joshua, i.e. to kill all its inhabitants? 47% of all respondents answered in the affirmative. The numbers are fucking nuts, dude. 65% of those surveyed answered that there is a current incarnation of Amalek, and of these 93% responded to the mitzvah to erase the memory of Amalek is also relevant to that contemporary Amalek. I don't know how I don't know the sample size. I'll have to look at it, but no. It's not. No, it's not Penn State University students polled, chatter. Penn State University conducted the poll amongst all Israelis, but I assume specifically Israeli Jews maybe in this. Yeah, yes to transfer. 82% of Jews in Israel favor deporting Gaza citizens. 20 years ago, Rabbi Yitzhak Ginsburg, the spiritual father of the Hilltop Youth, outlined a vision for the elimination of the democratic institutions and the establishment of Jewish supremacy. After October 7, it seems that this vision is coming true precisely before our eyes. In the midst of the protests against the disengagement plan, Rabbi Yitzhak Ginsburg delivered a sermon in the Rose Garden next to the Knesset. Ginsburg, the head of the old Yosef Chai Yeshiva in Yitzhar, published as a blessed man in honor of Baruch Goldstein, who, by the way, remember when I was talking about American imports that go to fucking go to historic Palestine to do depraved acts of ultra-violence? Baruch Goldstein is a great example of this, okay? When you take Jewish supremacy and American proclivity towards violence, and when you melt that into one fucking pot, you have on your hands an incredibly violent individual, okay? Like, so violent that Israeli society, at least in an effort to, maybe you'll say it's in an effort to save face, but like, they considered him a terrorist, okay? And his supporters were also considered terrorists. Now their supporters, like Itamar Ben-Gvir, who had a photo of Baruch Goldstein in his fucking house, is of course the Interior Security Minister, as you guys know. So obviously, they don't even, the masks are off at this point. Yeah, who was in administrative detention after Rabin's assassination and later also wrote a book that condoned the killing of women and children from among the Gentiles. Then in January 2005, he outlined his supporters in Jerusalem a vision that essentially gave a kiss of death to the founding and naive idea of secular Zionism, a Jewish and democratic state. The sermon, well, by the way, this is also the inability of Zionism to address its fundamental flaw, which is that it is inherently an ethno-religious supremacist ideology, because as John Kerry once famously said, you can either have a Jewish state or a democratic state. You can't have both. That's it. That's it. Jewish state, democratic state. Not both. But liberal Zionists don't understand that. Liberal Zionists, or at least maybe some of them do, but they just like shelter that side of their brain. They just stop that side of their brain from fucking talking. Or thinking, sorry. Because obviously, ethno-states, especially ethno-states built on top of indigenous land, are directly at odds with the notion of a secular democracy, or any democracy, as a matter of fact. Can't do that. Okay? The sermon today, known as the Time to Crack the Nut, sought to instill the idea of Jewish supremacy in the land of Israel and to prepare the hearts for mass killing of Palestinians and the complete ethnic cleansing of the land. Now on the verge of completing the cracking and the success of the rabbi's plan, it's worth revisiting the poet's intentions. Don't really care about his intentions. Let's get to the fucking, let's get to the polling here. To the question, do you support the claim that IDF when conquering an enemy city? We already covered that. It seems that Ginsburg and other Haredi rabbis can be especially proud of the change that has occurred in the Jewish population. 82% of those surveyed expressed their support for the forced expulsion of residents of the Gaza Strip. 82% of Israeli Jews support the forced expulsion of the residents of the Gaza Strip. Okay? Sample size is 2 paragraphs up. Just how appealing is the apocalyptic language offered by Ginsburg is to Israeli Jews from all walks of life who are thirsty for a solution to the Palestinian problem is shown by a survey conducted in March, which sought to examine a series of impolite questions, the place of which we would not recognize in surveys that are regularly conducted in Israel. The survey was conducted by one of the HMs at the request of Penn State University among 1,005 respondents. Decent sample size. That's crazy. It's not on the sample size alone. Oh my God. That is not a fucking... Gaia, what are you doing? Place. Crazy. Among 1,005 respondents who constitute a representative sample of the Jewish population in Israel. Kaya, Oh, fuck. So yeah, do you support the claim that the idea of conquering an enemy city? Seems that Ginsburg and other Haredi rabbis could be especially proud. 82% of those surveyed expressed support for the forced expulsion of residents of the Gaza Strip, and 56% supported the forced expulsion of Arab citizens of Israel. Arab citizens of Israel. 56% of Israeli Jews living in Israel, according to this poll conducted by Penn State University, support the forced expulsion of Arab citizens in Israel, as in those who are Christian or Muslim that have Israeli citizenship. The Palestinian citizens of Israel. In the 2003 survey, the positive answers to these questions were only 45% and 31%, respectively. Only. Holy fuck. That is an alarm bell ringing in 2003. No wonder it's got to this fucking point. Further evidence of Ginsburg's great victory can also be seen in the widespread adoption of positions supporting ethnic cleansing and genocide by the secular public, which has failed to present an alternative to Messianic Zionism in the form of an organized alternative anchored in the pursuit of human rights. 69% of secularists support the forcible expulsion of Gaza residents, and 31% of them see the extermination of Jericho residents as a precedent that the IDF should adopt. We are in the final stage of the Nazification of Israel. They are full blown, not oblivious, and actually championing the ethnic expulsion of all non-Jews. It is fucking crazy. Is this white supremacy? I mean, whiteness as a socio-political construct means the powerful in-group, and white would be a substitute for Jewish in this regard, considering that Israel is a Jewish ethno-state, a Jewish supremacist ethno-state. And therefore, I guess technically it would be the same. Not all Jews are white in the way that you understand it, obviously, but Jewish, by their own state designation, is a higher status than non-Jewish. This is why in Israel, the demographic designation applied is Jew or Arab. They say all Israelis that are not Jew are Arab. They categorize them all as Arab, and they categorize Jews as Jew, regardless of whether or not they have ethnic backgrounds from Arab countries or have Arab ethnic background in general. Itamar Ben-Gvir is another example that I keep using, but I will be using in this situation as well. He is from Iraq. He is Iraqi, Arab, Kurdish, and also Jewish. But in Israel, he is just Jewish. And no, most Israelis are not Ashkenazi. I don't know where the fuck you're getting this from. That is not true. Most Israelis in power, maybe, or Israel in its inception was supposed to be, Ashkenazi centered, but very quickly they realized that simply wasn't enough Ashkenazi Jews to populate the land. But no, the majority of Israeli Jews are not Ashkenazi. As a matter of fact, minority of Israeli Jews are Ashkenazi. The majority would be the Sephardic and Mizrahi Jews. Also, the Ashkenazi population numbers are a little iffy in and of itself. There's also a little bit of massaging of the numbers from Russia. Israel has done a lot of migration from Russia, especially after the dissolution of the USSR, but even before then, and certainly after, where people without even any Jewish ethnic or religious background were invited into the state of Israel to once again fulfill the ambitions of trying to make it as white as possible, to make Israel as white as possible. So are most Israelis not colonizers then? Well, let me explain it to you like this, okay? What do you think Turkey is doing in the North Syrian corridor right now? If Turkey were to permanently fucking occupy and ethnically displace the entire indigenous population of the Northern Syrian corridor and then put Turkish people there, would you say, well, they're not colonizers, it's just their fucking neighbor? No, of course you wouldn't say that. What do you mean? Do you think that only white people are capable of being colonizers? Do you think it means you can only do a settler colonial occupation if the people in the settler colonial entity are only Ashkenazi Jews coming from Europe or Eastern Europe or Russia? No, of course not. Sephardic and Mizrahi Jews are also, as long as they are not indigenous to historic Palestine, are settler colonial occupants. Yeah, does this chatter not know about Ireland, Lamau? Maybe. I think if they're indigenous to the land, then it's kind of fair game. Brother, what the fuck are you talking, or sister, what are you talking about? They're not indigenous to that land. You think all of that area is the same. That's not how this works. What? Like, okay, just why doesn't it all just become greater Saudi Arabia then? You know what I mean? Or fuck it. Why doesn't it all become greater Iran? Think. They're all from that area. You are so bad at explaining this. What the fuck are you saying? I'm giving historic examples as to why this is stupid. These are separate people from different parts of a fucking region that comprises all the way from Northern Africa all the way to Lebanon, okay? The notion that they are all from that area and therefore they're not actually engaging in the act of settler colonial violence is fucking idiotic. I gave an example of Turkey potentially doing something similar. I gave an example of Iran in a hypothetical taking the rest of the fucking region. After all, they're still from there, right? Obviously, those circumstances would be completely unacceptable. And the reason for why it would be unacceptable is because, well, they're not from there. That's a whole ass different state. What is this? It's ironic considering that this is precisely what Nazi Germany was doing with Lebensraum. Like the idea that there was this greater, greater Germanic European expansion campaign where we would just populate the rest of Eastern Europe with Germans, you know? Anyway. Yeah, Greater Israel. That's next. Why do you keep asking me about Neil Druckmann? I don't give a fuck about Neil Druckmann. All right, let's get back to this video.
Their radical beliefs were an inseparable part of who they were. From beloved authors like Mark Twain, who openly opposed American imperialism in the Philippines, calling himself an anti-imperialist, and declaring he was opposed to having the eagle put its talons on any other land, to socialist satirists like Kurt Vonnegut, to politicians like Nelson Mandela, who praised, supported, and trained alongside the armed resistance fighters of French-occupied Algeria. This video will offer a glimpse into the beliefs of these figures that are often censored. Quick disclaimer before we go any further, this video is not a blanket approval of the character of these figures. Many of them were flawed in their own ways, as we all are. I'll just be shining a light on the radical aspects of their characters that are purposefully forgotten. So before you feel the need to remind me that Albert Einstein's personal life was pretty questionable, yeah, I know, that has nothing to do with his politics. Speaking of his politics, what were they? When Albert wasn't writing about mass energy equivalence or the serpentine shape of streams, he didn't shy away from expressing his dislike toward capitalism. He disliked the fact that the ruling class could often trace their power back to colonial conquest. They seized for themselves a monopoly of the land and appointed a priesthood from among their own ranks. Einstein wrote in his 1949 essay, Why Socialism?, in which he set out to make the case for exactly what the title suggests. He affirmed the idea that human development was unfortunately still in a predatory phase due to the way that capitalism and rugged individualism stripped the individual away from society society and forced them to hyper-focus solely on themselves with little regard for the well-being of others. In Einstein's view, this played a role in the deterioration of the fabric of society and the dismantling of our humanity. Einstein argued that a capitalist economy was detrimental to a person's development and maturation, that it just wasn't good for us and it would not yield ideal results. He believed capitalism would cause us to retract from one another and become cold, callous, and indifferent to the suffering of our neighbors. He worried we would eventually forget that while individual achievements and liberties are valuable and worth striving for, they're ultimately made possible within the context of a broader society, and that society's well-being should not be ignored. The individual is able to think, feel, strive, and work by himself, but he depends so much upon society in his physical, intellectual, and emotional existence that it's impossible to think of him or to understand him outside the framework of society. It is society which provides man with food, clothing, a home, the tools of work, language, the forms of thought, and most of the content of thought. His life is made possible.
This guy seems kind of fucking woke, dude. I don't know about this guy. Bet he was a fucking anti-Semite too. That's how all these fucking woke socialists are like. You already know. You already know where this is going. Disgusting.
Possible through the labor and the accomplishments of the many millions past and present who are all hidden behind the small word, society. It is evident, therefore, that the dependence of the individual upon society is a fact of nature which cannot be abolished. Capitalism and its accompanying obsession with individualism, Einstein believed, would ultimately lead us to resent one another, to resent the very society that made possible all we enjoy and take for granted, by turning us against each other. The individual has become more conscious than ever of his dependence upon society, but he does not experience the dependence as a positive asset, as an organic tie, as a protective force, but rather as a threat to his natural rights, or even to his economic existence. To Einstein, this was more than just an economic discussion, though he did briefly address the logistics. It transcended that and became a question of salvaging the unique characteristics of humankind and preserving our ability to empathize and build with one another. The economic anarchy of capitalist society as it exists today is, in my opinion, the real source of the evil. We see before us a huge community of producers, the members of which are unceasingly striving to deprive each other of the fruits of their collective labor, not by force, but on the whole in faithful compliance with legally established rules. Private capital tends to become concentrated in few hands, he goes on to write. And to Einstein, this would inevitably lead to an oligarchy of private capital, the enormous power of which cannot be effectively checked even by a democratically organized political society. He foresaw that private capitalists would become powerful enough to buy off our schools, radio stations, newspapers, and even politicians. The inherently anti-democratic nature of a prolonged capitalist society is abundantly clear today, but keep in mind, he wrote this in 1949, and history, at least in my opinion, has vindicated him. The obsession with profit over utility, the overall instability of the capitalist mode of production leading to inevitable economic catastrophes, Einstein was very critical of it all, and the solution he proposed was socialism. I'm convinced that there is one way to eliminate these grave evils, namely through the establishment of a socialist economy, accompanied by an educational system which would be oriented towards social goals. In such an economy, the means of production are owned by society itself and are utilized in a planned fashion. He finishes off his essay by reminding us that a planned economy alone is not socialism, and that it must be implemented in a humanistic way that allows dignity and liberty to the individual. Hey, it's editor Isaac here. As I was teasing this video, the one that you're currently watching, someone put me onto a similar piece about Einstein with similar messaging, a lot more detail, and an incredible analysis by Dr. Fatima. And I wanted to share it with you guys because it's a really great video by a really great creator, so go check it out. So you might be wondering why I walked you through his essay instead of just leaving it at, yeah, dude was a socialist. And that's because it's important to understand just how much of a socialist he was, how deeply he despised capitalism, how strongly he believed it would literally deteriorate the essence of humanity if it wasn't discarded. He was actually such a troublemaker back in his day that the FBI compiled a massive file on him because of his radical views. Some even suspected he was a communist spy. But when we talk about him today, this side is strategically left out. Instead, his name is used as a synonym for genius by the very same groups of people who would hate the way he thought if they actually knew him. It's a pattern we see over and over. Radicals get sanded down, their politics erased so they can be safely celebrated without challenging the status quo. From musical legends like Tupac Shakur, whose affinity for revolutionary leftist causes is seldom acknowledged, to literary icons like Jean-Paul Sartre, whose writings now appear on the Instagram stories of liberals who would likely disapprove of everything he stood for if they actually knew what that was. I mean, this is hilarious. This guy spent the past 18 months calling any and everyone a terrorist sympathizer, then turns around and starts posting Sartre quotes on the gram, completely oblivious to Jean-Paul's strong support for anti-colonial armed resistance and the FLN in Algeria. If Sartre were alive today, H3H3 Productions would be making fucking content nukes about him. Another figure whose legacy is just too big to ignore, so instead it's sanitized and declawed, is the late, great Martin Luther King Jr. Every year around MLK Day, or the anniversary of his assassination, we get to see all the corporate media outlets run their annual segment about the man and how he would definitely hate the opposing political party if he were alive.
For the record, one of the grossest things that people do is talk about MLK with relation to Israel. And MLK definitely was weakest on Israel out of all these historic figures that we're talking about. Like weaker, I would say, like around, I don't know the full extent of Sartre's perspective on Israel, but there, like, I think he was, he definitely was Sartre was a little bit of a dick rider, if I recall correctly. MLK, on the other hand, also, MLK died the year after the 6 Day War. He didn't have a chance to see it all unfold. No, there are sentiments that MLK has made about the 6 Day War in particular, and like what Israel should do, which is to like give the land back, and that this will create further enmity and further anger and resentment towards Israel. But he certainly did not have the same moral clarity on Israel that he did with like fucking even the Vietnam War. Like MLK was anti-Vietnam War, pro-Cuba, but on Israel, he definitely had like a little bit too much of a religious interest. I wouldn't say he was pro-Israel, but he definitely wasn't as anti-Zionist as like Malcolm X was, for example. Having said that, you know, he don't got internet. You know what I mean? So what? This video isn't about that? No, I know. But I don't care. I'm still just adding additional... What? This is what I do. I add additional information that you might not know.
Today.
I was thinking, like, if he were alive today, I wonder what he'd think about a Democrat Party that believes it can regain power by living in a constant state of protest.
He stressed the content of one's character, remember? He would be furious if he saw these pesky protesters constantly bitching about systemic and structural reform, right? Wrong. Like, super wrong, actually. If there's one thing about the man's legacy that gets
I will say this much. I think one thing that very quickly makes historic black leaders, revolutionary figures, civil rights icons very quickly change their mind about Israel. Because remember, Stalin was pro-Israel in its inception as well. And he's not obviously a historic black revolutionary leader or whatever. I'm just saying that, like, there were a lot of people in its formation that thought like, oh, Israel's going to be fucking communist, like sick. We're going to have another like socialist nation state. Pretty cool. Like that was a legitimate opinion that a lot of people shared at that point. And of course, you know, then people went and saw it and very quickly were like, oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, no, this was horrible. Was a horrible mistake. Or even people who were more tapped in, like Einstein, very quickly were like, hey, this is getting real fashy. Not good for me. I don't like it. I think you guys are becoming Nazis. Please stop. Yeah, even Noam Chomsky, numerous people like Gabor Mate, incredibly important, prominent anti-Zionist, Holocaust survivor Gabor Mate, also at its inception was a Zionist. Remember, he survived the Holocaust, okay? Because Israel in its inception, and a version of this still happens, but like to a lesser degree, because it's become this monolithic force of fascism at this point. But like at its inception, especially, it has something for everybody. Theodor Herzl was a very, very intelligent piece of shit. He 100% designed this entire project in a way where, like, if you were a religious Jew, well, Judea and Samaria, Israel, it's a very important place for, all the Abrahamic religions, and specifically for the Jews, even though like the initial reaction from a lot of the more religious Jews was like, what the fuck are you saying? It literally says we are stateless until the Messiah comes back. But if you were secular, Israel was providing you a secular socialist utopia in the desert. And the idea that like if you were a communist, you loved the kibbutzim. Like, it did not matter. There was something for everybody. If you were a racist piece of shit, Jabotinsky, if you were like racist, there was plenty of ethnic cleansing that you could do, right? So while technically it was always a ethno-nationalist ideology, people's positions in the beginning, especially when information was not as readily available too, since you didn't have really fucking didn't have the internet again, people's opinions initially was very different. And then you have Bernie Sanders, who also is from the kibbutzim mentality, who seemingly has never lost the pure fantasy of a labor Zionist Israel. And that is part of the reason why he keeps saying Israel has a right to defend itself 19 months into a fucking genocide, which is embarrassing. Again, like, come on, dude. Come the fuck on. Anyway. Yeah, there's also systematic cover-up after 47-48 until think about it this way. The Nakba was obviously a known event for Palestinians. They didn't just like materialize on the fucking Gaza Strip, where 70% of the people that are living there out of the 2 million plus population literally is not from the Gaza Strip originally. They know what was up, but Israeli society had completely refused to even entertain Plan Dalet and numerous other mechanizations of ethnic displacement and ethnic cleansing that took place in the inception of the Israeli state until recently. So much so that there is an entire new wing of historians at Israel called the New Historians, some of which we like a lot and some of which we despise, even though they had very important works that were necessary in uncovering the truth. The New Historians, of course, is Benny Morris, who is the guy who also uncovered the systematic nature of the ethnic displacement and ethnic cleansing campaign that the initial Zionist brigades were engaging in, but then also landed on the side of it was necessary and good. And then you have the Ilan Papes of the world, who also did the same, but landed on the side of, oh my God, this is Nazi shit, not very good. Or Avi Shleim is another one as well. So, that is a relatively new, part of uncovering the truth about Israel's history. Think about that. Were there not any Palestinian historians? No, of course there were Palestinian historians, but obviously in terms of history, it's not just about like these guys were being violent and we left. The importance of the new historians in this instance is uncovering historic proof on the Jewish side, on the Israeli side, on the Zionist side. Of course, there were Palestinian historians, and there's also still living people that experienced the Nakba. And also, half of the new historians actually were collecting information from the living Palestinians that experienced the Nakba. It's not like they were, that played a very important role. Your career is over, bud. Okay. Sure, bud.
Constantly swept under the rug. It's his desire for actual economic change in regards to the institutions of America. He stressed the significant link between the need for systemic change on a material level and the ideological progressivism that would follow. In King's The Three Evils of Society speech, he said, "We must also realize that the problems of racial injustice and economic injustice cannot be solved without a radical redistribution of political and economic power. We are saying that something is wrong with capitalism. There must be a better distribution of wealth, and maybe America must move toward a democratic socialism," he said in a 1966 speech in front of his staff.
We will make his dream come true.
Yeah, that's great, man. Everyone should strive to uphold King's dream of equality and harmony, but we should also strive to uphold his ideas of economic reconstruction instead of pretending like they don't exist. See, defenders of the status quo, liberal and conservative alike, invoke MLK whenever it's convenient, but they strategically ignore a crucial part of his perspective. Around the time of his death, his disapproval rating was 63%. The same political forces that now whitewash his legacy.
Yeah, white people were not rocking with MLK at all. Like they love to act like they were so on board, which for the record, is that all that surprising? I mean, look at the way they fucking respond to people being like, "Hey man, can you stop killing children? Israel, please stop killing children." And the reaction to that, of course, is you are the most anti-Semitic person that has ever existed, perhaps more anti-Semitic than Adolf Hitler. Okay? You know how fucking libs are, dude? They have always been this way. This is what I try to explain to people all the time, where it's like, dude, just stay at it, okay? Stay at it. History will vindicate you. And all of those liberals that spent every fucking waking moment attacking you and saying that you fucking suck, saying that you're bad, saying that you're too radical, are going to come to your conclusions later down the line and hang their heads in shame as they say, "Oh, we too were on board with this. We too were on board with this cause." Okay? Yes, it is not a popularity contest. It is a morality contest. These assholes are evil as fuck, but also at the same time, like, it is a little bit of a popularity contest too. You are cooked though. Yeah, I'm so cooked. It's over. My career is Jover, dude. Yeah. Just like I was cooked right after October 7, when a third of this fucking community left. And we're like, I can't believe how radical your perspective is. I can't believe how crazy what you're saying is. These are people that have been victimized, just like this was a genocide that took place on October 7. How dare you say this? How dare you say that Israel is still ultimately the responsible party? How dare you? Well, I said it because I was more aware of the 75-year history than you were. You know, okay, then you cook Twitch ads. Wait, what? I cook Twitch ads? The fuck are you talking about? The fuck? Yeah, at a time of unprecedented rollback of marketing campaigns, partially due to the insane tariff agenda that cooked global trade, I must be the responsible party. Also, what's the argument? You want to see more ads? Like, I'm so confused. How did I do that?
Him when he was alive. It's only now that he can no longer mobilize the masses or threaten the capitalist system that he's been safely recast as an American hero, as a political moderate even. But King had some choice words for the political moderate, particularly of the Caucasian variety, and it's safe to say that he wouldn't approve of his legacy being used to legitimize milquetoast politics. In his controversial letter from a Birmingham jail, King writes, "I must confess that over the past few years I have been
obviously this is my favorite bars. This is like, hold up, his writing was this fire? Hold up, his writing was this fire? The answer is yes.
Disappointed with the white moderate. I have almost reached the regrettable conclusion that the African American's great stumbling block in his stride toward freedom is not the white citizens counselor or the Ku Klux Klanner, but the white moderate who is more devoted to order than to justice, who prefers a negative peace, which is the absence of tension, to a positive peace, which is the presence of justice, who constantly says, I agree with you in the goal you seek, but I cannot agree with your methods of direct action, who paternalistically believes he can set the timetable for another man's freedom, who lives by a mythical concept of time, and who constantly advises the African American to wait for a more convenient season. Shallow understanding from people of goodwill is more frustrating than absolute misunderstanding from people of ill will. Lukewarm acceptance is much more bewildering than outright rejection. For obvious reasons, this letter of his has been selectively remembered and subjected to soft erasure. King's critique of the white moderate, someone who pays lip service to a cause but denounces every effective method of achieving change, still rings true today. Take the oppression of Palestinians, one of, if not the most pressing issue of our time. The political moderate will assure you that they're on the right side of history, that they feel for the Palestinians, yet they disapprove of every and any action taken to resist the suffering.
Yeah, who could that be about, bro? I just can't seem to place my finger on it. Who does that sound like, dude?
The apartheid and the genocide, even peaceful and non-lethal ones. In regard to the Palestinian plight, figures like Nelson Mandela and his contributions toward dismantling apartheid in South Africa will often get brought up. Certain groups like to paint him as if he were opposed to violent resistance, and in some cases, as if he were a full-blown pacifist. But that isn't true. Umkhonto we Sizwe, or Spear of the Nation, was the armed paramilitary wing.
Damn, Overzealous is a white boy with maximum swag for dropping that perfectly, I feel like, at least according to my understanding, and I don't know how to say that at all, and I always just say MK instead of the word because it's hard to pronounce.
Wing of the ANC, co-founded by Mandela himself. Mandela grew increasingly in favor of anti-colonial armed resistance once it became clear to him that peaceful means of resisting simply weren't working. In a now famous speech given by Mandela during his 1964 Riviona trial, Mandela defended his choice to escalate to violent resistance. We felt that without violence, there would be no way open to the African people to succeed in their struggle against the principle of white supremacy. All lawful modes of expressing opposition.
Yeah, people are just like, why do you think he went to prison? Like, you think he just went to prison because they were like, oh, I mean, part of it was because he was black. Okay, let's be real. But like the other part of it was because he went and trained with fucking the FLN. And then he came back and he was ready for a fucking violent revolution.
Opposition to this principle had been closed by legislation, and we were placed in a position in which we had to either accept a permanent state of inferiority or to defy the government. We chose to defy the law. We first broke the law in a way which avoided any recourse to violence when this form was legislated against, and then the government resorted to a show of force to crush opposition to its policies. Only then did we decide to answer violence with violence. It would be unrealistic and wrong for African leaders to continue preaching peace and nonviolence at a time when the government met our peaceful demands with force. The US even had Mandela on their terror watch list until 2008 when Bush signed a bill to remove him. Gotta love the irony of an actual cold-blooded mass murderer deciding who is and isn't a terrorist. Mandela's worldview and actions in South...
He was like, the list is getting too expansive. We need to clear some space. You know when you delete some old video games because like your hard drive is almost maxed out? It's kind of like that, because he was like, oh, get ready. Post 9/11, war on terror, like, got to clear up more space for all of the Muslims.
South Africa were greatly inspired by the FLN in Algeria. He praised the Algerian National Liberation Front many times and even traveled to Morocco in 1962 to train alongside them. The Algerian army made me a man, Mandela declared. It's worth noting that the FLN was considered a terrorist organization by the US during their fight for liberation against France's brutal occupation. After they exhausted peaceful means of resistance, they eventually opted to up the ante and they carried out bombings, assassinations, and urban guerrilla warfare in the attempt to free themselves. The US also considered them to be a broader communism threat due to their links with socialist governments, yet Mandela's support for them remained consistent and unwavering. He never denounced their armed resistance because he understood that their original peaceful means of resisting did nothing but lead to events like the Sétif and Guelma massacre, where peaceful Algerian civilians and protesters were slaughtered by the French. Far from condemning their armed resistance, Mandela was actually deeply motivated by it. Mandela palled around with plenty of people the West considered enemies, from Castro to Gaddafi, the kinds of leaders who backed the ANC when the so-called free world wouldn't. Nelson was so thankful for Castro's and the Cuban military's support in ending apartheid that he traveled to Cuba in 1991 to show his gratitude in person. We have come here today recognizing our great debt to the Cuban people. What other country has such a history of selfless behavior as Cuba has shown for the people of Africa? How many countries benefit from Cuban healthcare professionals and educators? How many of these volunteers are now in Africa? What country has ever needed help from Cuba and has not received it? How many countries threatened by imperialism or fighting for their freedom have been able to count on the support of Cuba?
God, the way we treat Cuba is so fucking evil. It's like probably, I mean, America has a long history of horrifying things that we've done, but like one of the ever-present, never-ending forms of cruelty is our unjustifiable sanctions on Cuba. Is crazy. Like, unironically, it's just because they're sick. They're cool. Like, that's it. We have chose to starve out. We have chose to starve out Cuba for the crime of being cool and dope and awesome and also having a successful socialist revolution. It is disgusting.
When you, Comrade Fidel, yesterday said that our cause is your cause, I know that that sentiment came from the bottom of your heart and that is the feeling of all of the people of revolution.
Was Cuba's position on Palestine? If the USSR still existed, Cuba would have already like sent military equipment to Hamas. That's Cuba's position on Palestine, at least judging by what they've done historically with apartheid South Africa, as you know, Nelson Mandela is recognizing. They literally would have already sent, they would have deployed troops. Straight up.
Revolutionary Cuba. This side of his character, these deep-seated beliefs of his, would never be known if you just accepted the mainstream narrative about him. It's very important that these historical figures and pop culture icons are celebrated and cherished for the good that they've done, for the achievements and innovation that they've imparted on society. But when we only tell parts of
Would they though with the US right there? I mean, they did it in Africa. That's why I said judging by what they did historically.
Their stories and leave out the radical aspects of their characters, we do them a disservice through omission. These great minds were great for a reason. Let that reason be known.
Another overzealous banger, by the way. Fucking this guy, dude. Why do you think China doesn't support Cuba like the USSR did? Because China supports China. Partially because of what happened to the USSR. I think China is incredibly self-interested. Anyway, all right. That's all I got for today. I'm tired. It's 7 hours and 10 minutes. This is a half day. You already know. Love you all. I will obviously see you tomorrow. And maybe one day I'll game. Maybe we'll do some fun stuff this weekend. All right. Peace, everybody. Bye-bye.
The starlight to the topic just begun. sun is streaming, her sun is streaming. Reviewing the P.O. box, Uncle Uger's face. Sudden discord at chip prop, gray names take embrace. Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ Air Force. The whole left at your fingertips, Ane at your door. H3 crowded debate, the Young Turks online show. 3 full fucking years of this, plenty more to go. 90-day fiance talks of champagne bourgeoisie. A Trump rally live reaction, a mass riot at DC. There he is again, Hasan is streaming, Hasan is streaming. There he is again, Hasan is streaming, Hasan is streaming. Reading live stream fair comments, Austin show chat advice, and all the ways the right-wing pipeline can suck you in alive. JCS react, Lord frame gets broken, cover blown. A full-blown mass pandemic, monster streaming at your home. Total radicalization coming out to find. The system you were taught to trust in was broken the whole time. All these daily streams, whether big or whether small, have helped me